Jorunna. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good time zone to all of you. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me say hi to everybody first. Hi Shido, congrats on first. Hi Big Buddha, hi Darksec, hi Splook, hello, hello, hello. Hi Alvarius, hi Ursugo, hi Gamer Boy, hi Fake Crate, hi Ketchup and Rice, hi Benjamin. I'm gonna read you the Japanese Bible, not the Fallout Bible. Hi you, waka waka. Hello, 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 welcome in. Hi Nimby, oh boy, oh boy. Hi Spins, hi Demon's Ball, hi Minmax, Dortaska. No, that's the sound of my chair. It's very creaky. Yeah, you can see if I lean back in it. That's the sound it makes. I tend to have like bad posture where I like pull my legs up on the chair and I was like putting them down, so you got to hear the full chair creaking experience. Hi, I'm Invex, hi Nimby, konnichiwa. I can see Joju. No, I'm standing on top of Joju today. Good time zone to you, good time zone to you. The screen is lagging a bit because it's lagging for everybody. I jogs my chair. I'm gonna keep going back and forth the more you talk about it. I'm sorry, it's a very creaky chair. I should probably oil it at some point. It's a very noisy one. Hi Joanna fan, hi Gamer Boy, hi Toshi, hi Bestie, hi Koala, hello, hello, hello. Hi Fake Great, hi Siren Durges, hi Falco, hi Sneo, hello, hello, hello. Top of the bunning, hi Falcon, hi Nasu, hi Quest, hi Go Wait, hello, hello. Cheers, quick stream, it's just me going. Chair ASMR. Okay, I'll stop. Hiya Go Wait, hiya Lifeful, hiya Darksec, happy birthday! Happy birthday to you! Hope you have a good birthday! Oh, sorry for the chair. Hiya Sivan, hiya Phoenix, hiya Bojenko, hi Polly, hi Eerie, hiya Polly, hiya Sangu, hello, hello, hello! Hi R2, hiya Fox, hi, let's learn the dark origin of the Pip-Boy. Hi Just Japan, hi CG, hiya Blue, hi Gemstone, hiya BM. Hi Tommy, it's just Joju suffering. Why did I buy a rocking chair? It's kind of, especially if we go back and forth. Kind of feels like a rocking chair, but it's just a desk chair, just a very squeaky one. Very squeaky one, so it's like a tapir squeaking. Hi Echo, hello, hello, hello. Just got a mega sense of deja vu. Have you heard the squeaky chair before? We'll get a meow only stream, but what about a squeak only stream? Just 1 hour of me going. Yeah, that's riveting content. Hi Rio, hi, welcome in. If only the games and show could afford to follow Bible. Let's see what we find out today. Need to oil my chair. God, I should too. Well, Tracker was really good, thank you. I held the facts. It does enhance the ambience, you know. I figure Fallout is probably full of squeaky chairs. Just gonna make you all go insane. No Joju, like no Basan. Actually, if I lean back, can you guys see Joju? Nope, I guess. Oh, barely? If I lean back, you can. Yeah, you still can't really see Joju. You still can't really see it. Hi, she was at a chair. Am I using a bun as a stretch ball? It's a good question. Am I just stepping on a bun each time and you guys are squeaking at me, or is that my chair? I guess we'll never know. Is finding great quality chairs in Japan hard? Honestly, this is a fantastic chair. It's really comfortable. It's like nice and airy in the summer. It like breathes very well. But it's very squeaky. And also the armrests fell off at some point, but that's okay because actually my mom really scolded me when she saw the state of my desk chair last time she came over. Hiya Boblin, hiya Cerno, hi. Every chair in Fallout will indeed squeak when you sit on it. Exactly. Like the thing is, Mama Slug, right? She saw my chairs. And like it wasn't even the squeaking, it's the fact that over time I kind of knocked off the armrests. It's an office chair with a mesh back, basically, because I sit in a weird way, I'll often have my legs pulled up and like at my desk and like, you know, and I'll like knock my chair into the desk and stuff. Over time, the armrest kind of came off. And my mom saw that and she was like, Joru, you have to buy a new chair. I'll get you a new chair. But I was like, no, this one's comfy. I am a side leaner and I've also like taken naps in this chair when I'll, you know, lean back like sideways on the chair and like maybe kick the armrest a little bit. This chair has had a little bit of abuse, unfortunately. It's the old faithful. Kutasu to the rescue. Hey Yokai, hey Silverwaven. And hey Goku, welcome in, welcome in. Does my chair have a name? Nah, it's just chair, I'm afraid. It's just chair. I already disintegrated a couple of nice chairs. I mean, it's been with me for like, I think like 6 years now. So it's a, you know, it's an older chair, but it's a good chair. Chairly the chair, yeah. Let me see. If I pull up Sai real quick, I can probably illustrate what I mean. 1 second. Hi, Cerberus, say hi. The brand they mean Shirley. I don't remember the name of the brand. I got it from Nitori. She called it Cheryl. Hang in there, Cherkun. Cherkun is very strong. Cherkun has hung in there for many years now. It just needs some oil and it will be better. It will stop creaking. Here. So, happy birth of existence day. Yeah, not to me though. It's not my birthday. Toxic's birthday. It's only relevant for 1 and 2 since Toxic so hadn't come out yet. Yeah, that's why I was waiting till finishing the second game, so I could check the Bible after. But okay, so imagine, this is my chair. Kind of looks like this. It's a very comfy chair. And there's like one of those mesh backs, so it's like very breathable and somber. But the thing is, because I sometimes fall asleep in the chair, I'm often on it like that. Or, you know, which is why the armrests have kind of... that, as people know, this is not technically how you're supposed to be sitting on the chair. But I sit on the chair like that a lot. How does it stay balanced? It has like a really heavy weight at the bottom. This chair is like 30 kilos or something. I do it in our leather chair. And like sometimes I'm like, you know, basically like that. So, you know, this is also why, this is basically how I was sitting at the start of the stream, and also why you guys got to hear some of the creaking, because I was like, oh no, stream time, hold on, have to go sit in straight, gotta lock in for the Fallout Bible reading. Yeah, good office chairs are very heavy. How do you do that without your back getting destroyed? I don't have bones. Yeah, no, it does mean that, like, you know, you're gonna ruin my posture. I had no posture to begin with. Certified slug tester. They do make chairs for sitting like that. Maybe I should have, like, one of the pop-up ones. And, you know, you can kind of, like, if you, like, kind of lean in this way, you can kind of, like, rest your back partially against it while also having your leg, like, there and there. And then you can kind of go up and it's like a good nap. Can break your back if you don't have one. Exactly. I mean, a lot of the time I'm just like so though, just like, you know, leg up. just chill. I'm sorry, I have the worst posture. I will do anything but sit on my chair normally. I will do basically everything but put my feet on the ground half the time. Feet only touch the ground when I'm actually streaming, because I'm trying to have good posture and speak into the mic. Wouldn't leaning the armrest be uncomfortable? Nah, you just have to like... What is that? No, my posture. Swim posture confirmed, basically. Against a plastic wooden armrest with painful time. Well, the thing is, like, you can kind of get like... you know, use like, if you're just like leaning at the armrest at like just the right angle like this, it's not super uncomfortable. You can kind of be like so. It's really bad for the armrest, which now takes your entire weight over time, but is your floor lava? My floor is lava. Hey, Johan, hey. How smart are you to feel that? I have no bones. I'm very flexible. So at some point, especially because I would also like... But what I'd also do is then like I'd spin my chair around and then like lean it back so it would be against the wall for like maximum sleep style. So first you spin it, then you lean it back, and then you're still sitting like this, and then you take a nap. Just be careful that the armrest doesn't snap. That's funny how you say that, because the armrest definitely snapped. Both of them eventually. What in the world are you doing? This is sea slug seating position. It makes it look like you sleep straight up. How many gaming chairs have you gone to? This is still the same chair I had 6 years ago. But what did happen is that like the cover of the armrest. So like the armrest is like, you know, it has like a metal bar inside and it's covered in plastic. And I basically, all the plastic came off because of the abuse I was putting through. So what I did is like, it kind of hurts when I rest against sharp pieces of jagged plastic that are remaining, as well as metal pieces. So what I do is I just wrap a bunch of towels and blankets around it. So I had like, you know, my blanket wrapped chair. This is what peak chair sitting position looks like. Hopefully not expensive. It was fairly expensive, but like I said, it's still going. It's a good chair. Yeah, armor swallow first. So I started wrapping it, and you know, I got away with it for a long time. And you know, the like 7-layered blanket was working, and Mama Slug didn't even notice. Hello, welcome in. But the problem is, you know, when it was time to move to the new palace and Mama Slug was helping me, she just noticed the blankets had to come off and go into a box, so she just noticed the metallic bar and like completely exposed like jagged metal stabbing armrest, and Mama Slug was like, Joel, what, you need a new chair? Joel, Dollar dear, you need to replace your chair. We can buy you a new chair right now. And I was like, no, I like this chair. It's a great chair. It's so comfortable. It's great for summer. I have you. And I was like, don't worry, I'll just wrap it with more towels. And she was like, can't you buy replacement parts? No. Need this spanking new covered chair. No, the important part, which is the back, still works. But the thing is, Mama Slug was like, you can't live like this. So since then, recently, let me turn on my AC real quick. Recently, through the mail, she was like, I can't let you live like this. So she basically bought me these like authentic woolen sheep furs to put around the armrests. So now I have fluffy sheep armrests that are very soft and very comfy and hiding the fact that my chair is broken. So it's fine, problem's fixed. Mama Slug came through and now they're really soft and there's no problem. There's no problem anymore. Howdy Black Assert, welcome in. Yeah, true gamers get attached to the chairs, exactly. Now I'm living the dream, they're very fluffy, they're very soft, they're very comfortable. So, you know, those are just like, you know, put on the armrest and it's perfect, there are no problems. He says that she also looks like a melted sea one. I don't have bones, I can sit however I want. But yeah, no, Mama Slug was very much like, you live like this? Like, dear God, let me buy you a new chair. And I was like, no. Because like, you know, we were walking through the furniture stores. He was like, don't you want this? This is a gamer chair. I'm like, nah, it's gonna be too hot in summer, you know? It's that one, it's like all leather and stuff that's still hot. I like the one I have. It has a mesh in the back. It's really comfortable. And she's like, it has basically no arms. I'm like, it's fine, just wrap a towel around it. Soft and fluffy beats fixed and not soft and fluffy. Exactly. I have purchased 2 packs of Lifeguard. Let's go, Black Hazard. I hope you like it. How long did it break with the posture? Well, that's the nice thing about wool. Wool is not gonna break. It's just fluffy and soft. You know? It's not like my towels were breaking. And which you moaned is outside of trying to get you a gamer chair. No, this one's perfect. It's fixed. It's fixed. The chair I used to have at like the side cushion coming off was a big leather chair. Yeah, the one downside of the mesh is that like it doesn't have like a very comfortable like pillow or anything, but I just have like a separate comfort pillow that I put on top of it, so it's soft. As long as you don't spill water on it. Oh, but like wool isn't too like hard to wash though, like because you can take these like armrests off. I could easily put it in the washing machine. Hey Gideon, welcome in, welcome in. Sharp plastic might tear through the wool though? Nah. After my mom sent me the armrest, I teared off all of the remaining plastic. So, there's no sharp plastic anymore. Hey Akami. If you guys are curious, I'll show you guys a picture of what it looks like some other day. And so how many VTubers have saying stop buying stupid game chairs? Yeah, office chairs are way better. They're way more ergonomic and they're not as hot, you know? Edo is so much better in Tokyo. I feel more welcome. Yeah, oh, I'm glad you're having a good time in Edo. I'm glad you're having a good time. Wool is very cleanable. Yeah, shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't be an issue. Please, I must see it. Also, if you could have gotten a new one, that money can be spent on games and scabs instead of a chair. You know, that money can be spent in much wiser means. Office chairs are built for people spending half their life in them. Exactly, exactly. Like, they're not necessarily built for people basically taking upside down naps inside of them, but they're pretty durable. Like I said, the back is totally fine. No problem with this chair. It's very comfy. But so bad throwing it out when I was moving. It was so comfy. See, you gotta dash your chairs. Spent the money on lifeguards. Have you tried one of your lifeguards yet? Did you like it? I actually had another lifeguard today and I feel like, you know, it's really cleared out any of the goop. Upside down naps. Well, yeah, sometimes. Just get a bed. Well, you see, if in bed I won't hear the Teams alarm go off. If I get pinged in the middle of my nap. So, you have to do it in that chair. And also sometimes you have no control on it. Sometimes you just fall asleep while watching a YouTube video. So, and you just gotta make yourself as comfy as possible. Upside down nap makes me sound like a vampire. Get a scab of me too, sitting on top of the line office chair. I mean, like, I have had, like, you know, if I go back here, like, I have done naps that were basically, you know, basically, you know, it's not the best posture, but like this. You know, it's not great for your back. It doesn't feel fantastic. But, you know, once you, like, tilt the chair a little bit, it's pretty good. You know, the snoozer. I always fall asleep to YouTube videos. Me too, me too. Start to like Lifeguard more than Monster? Yeah, it's way better than Monster. Can't afford a bed. I wasted all my money on Ditto. Ditto has taken over the bed. Doesn't work, but how does it work? You just have to have no bones, you know? You just have to have no bones and you get used to it. The snoozer. This is still the tilting a feature or a result of breaking? No, my chair actually tilts back really far. You're a snail then? I am a slug, so pretty close. It's like a homeless snail. No, it's my palace is my home, you know. I don't have to carry it on my back. So I am a slug, so it's pretty close. Are you sitting with your knees thrown up? I am most of the time, but the only times my feet touch the ground is actually at the start of stream. Comfy, got my snacks and other things. Let's go, let's go. Got my friend to have some live got while in Japan. Excellent. So now maybe better you can do in your hair. Cheers, now you're home. And yeah, we get to read the manual. Well, this is not the manual, this is the Bible this time that we will be reading today. Are you a fan of Junji Ito? Yes. I've actually read basically all of the Junji Itos, including a lot of the short story collections. But yeah, no, usually my posture is kind of like this. Like, you know, before I start stream, I'm usually like, yeah. You know, anything but letting my feet touch the ground. Excuse holding your seat underneath tight as it slowly pops out. I hope not. The sea slug is shrimping. No, I'm chilling, I'm relaxing, I'm leaning back. I'm leaning back. Naked snow by Atlantic noon. This is true, that's true. Are the chairs jumbo size or are you small? I just don't have bones. It's really easy to go up, you know? I'm 6'5". No, I'm 5'9". Drink is so powerful. I skipped the coughing page. I have been coughing at night, unfortunately, but hopefully the drink is gonna help for the daytime. I got an old chair that leans back with the leg rest, but since I'm 5'4", I usually half lay down with my legs and neck resting off the armrest. Fair, fair. I mean, it's also easier if you're shorter. Now, if I'm like sitting normally, let me see. I'm like, wait, like so. But like, who wants to sit like this? You know, this is terrible. Hate sitting like this. You know, I will actually sometimes in the middle of the stream like lean back a bit and do this and pull my pull my legs off. But then I feel like I'm doing something illegal. Like I'm doing something illegal. Like technically, how I'm sitting now, I'm like this. Oui. But it doesn't feel right when I'm streaming, you know? It doesn't feel right when I'm streaming. It feels like I shouldn't be doing that. What are you drawing? Posture. Posture. The stream is the only 6 hours a day when I sit normally. Hi SB Wong, welcome in, welcome in. So, you know, currently I'm just like, I just got my legs crossed like this. Like that. Because my legs on the chair, I've always sat like that. Maybe they can make a footrest attachment. Maybe, but I get like, you know, I feel like I need to change my position like every hour, every few minutes. So during the day, I'm like constantly like, you know, not sitting still. Eventuals already been made which acknowledges the gamer go pose. I don't think any chair exists that's like made for me, you know, my true desires, which is sitting like this. You know, this is what I want to sit like, but no chair has accommodated this properly. Just use a bun as a footrest. Hiya Crayon, welcome in. And hi snoozing. Hi. Like having one leg on the other if it feels illegal. And to stop crossing my legs. Oh no. You know to speak? Yeah, that's the way we should be sitting. Love sitting cross-legged, but also giving pins and needles. I mean, that's why you have to like change your legs every once in a while, you know? Hey, snoozing. I went to a hot spring for the first time. Never felt so great, a little uncomfortable. Oh, I hope you really enjoyed it though. I love hot springs. Love going to the onsen. It's like how I sit in my armchair, exactly. Follow Vtuber, please accept my subscription. Welcome in, Yellow Cake. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you. But yeah, that is basically the lowdown on the chair situation. One day I might fix it up and make it less squeaky, but I'm a bit too lazy to oil it, so... Is that chair in the Bible? I don't know, we'll have to find out today. It might be in the Fallout Bible. Oh, thank you for the raid, Ray. Hope you had a good time with Farming Simulator. Welcome in. Can you take me somewhere, Mom? Today's my birthday. I'm not your mother, but I can take you to the wastelands. Because what we're gonna be doing today is happy birthday, not my birthday. Happy birthday to you. What we're doing today is finally reading the Fallout Bible. I've been looking forward to it ever since, you know, we were coming up on the end of Fallout 2, because I know there are spoilers for the first 2 games, which meant we hadn't read it earlier, and now it's finally time! Now it's finally time. I'm trying to tap you in your basement. Nah, my restaurant! It's not a basement, it's a First floor establishment. The chair would be something you scrap for springs in Fallout 4. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Made something special for today's stream. Oh, did you? I was gonna show off the other fan art that you made earlier. Before we go into it as well. Got a very lovely fan art for Sneo as a celebration for the ending of Fallout 2. Look at how cool it is! How the old world won the West. Yuma Flat's Energy Consortium. Famed for its reliability, accuracy, and intense lethality, the YK-42 B-Pulse rifle is the rifle that ended the threat of the Enclave and the favorite of Jorunna van der Zee. 2. The Hero of New California. Available now at your nearest Van Graff Energy Ordnance location. Congrats on Fallout 2. Thank you. It's so cute. It turned out so nice. I love it. Gun poster go, right? I love the expression and like, wow. I also like the little buns like scrounging for like extra ammo and stuff. You know, you gotta make sure that you have enough to get going. Because you know that rifle does eat a lot of ammo, so... so it does make sense to have you guys on lookout. Do you have a tail in human form? I do. It just doesn't always show up because sometimes I forget. And also sometimes it's hidden. It's not a very long tail, but I do have a tail. Oh, Splint, wait, Splint. Sorry, both 5 short S-names. My bad. Splint, thank you so much. This is so pretty. I love it. Scrounging for things that look cool instead of ammo. They got my good start in the poster. You guys look so handsome here. I hide it from you. I do hide the flapper sometimes. I do hide the flapper once in a while, but you know, the one-shot wonder gun will just ignore the turrets that did most of the work. Nah, that's how a great leader works, you know? Work smarter, not harder. Let the turrets do half your job and, you know, then come in with the final shot. Because, like, let's be honest, I was hitting those crits. I probably would have killed them faster and there would have been no tension at all. I would have killed them too quick. You know, the one-shot wonder gun. That's right, it's all about the timing. I love it, thank you so much. And we have another art from Splint today, which is this one. Ooh. Oh, you can see my ocean marks in the background. Nice in the graffiti. It's some buns digging up the Fallout Bible from the trash. Right on time for today. Thank you for finding that, you guys. Because we're gonna be reading that on stream. So cute. Mistaking the buns. I'm sorry. Do you use shotguns for thematic value? I mean, it is extra funny when you can shoot the slugs. Let me take out the all-time meme. I always have it on hand somewhere. Here we go. You know, thematically, I do love a shotgun. There are times when a shovel out would be useful. True. I guess in this case, because you guys were digging. You know, I actually like shotguns a lot in Doom. In Doom, like, shotguns are... Actually, the double shotty is my favorite one of all the guns. But, you know, actually in Fallout 2, I feel the shotgun gave me a decent, you know, pretty good run for its money for quite a long time. But eventually it got outclassed by the energy weapons. Clever, well done on the puns. Thank you. I'm sure I'd have this done before the stream, considering I only had like 40 minutes. Oh, you sped through that. Redstone procurement team getting fan art. I mean, the Redstone procurement team is putting in the hard work, making sure we have enough rats in the restaurant to feed all of the waste. And you know, we are the biggest restaurant in the waste now, not that we've taken care of the Enclave. Gotten our consumer base back. Are presumably, you know, repopulating the Declaw population. So we can get our Declaw points back on. Super Shotgun is a classic, right? My favorites. Left 4 Dead and Halo gave you love for shotguns. You should still play Halo at some point. Haven't gotten around to that one yet. So I need to play Half-Life 2 too. Lots of games I still need to play now I think about it. Thank you so much, by the way. This is very nice fan art, and I'm very excited to read the Bible today. Because I've been getting like bits and pieces, and I'm just gonna be honest, like, I love behind the scenes documentation of games. Like, it is one of my favorite things. Like, interviews, like, scrap things, like, train of thoughts, answering questions, extra world building. Like, even if I know that the Fallout Bible is not canon anymore for modern day Fallout, I'm still very thrilled to like take a look at it, because this is my favorite kind of stuff. I really like seeing this kind of thing. Metal Slug, I do love Metal Slug too. I still need to finish some of those. I haven't played all of them yet. Never read the Fallout Bible before? Then we can explore it today together. I've had to like hold myself back. Like, before stream, I was loading the documents up, and I started like seeing some of the index, and I was like, oh, okay, all of this looks so cool. All of this looks so cool. I really wanna start reading, but I had to refrain, because otherwise I would have like binged the whole thing in one go, and it wouldn't be fresh for stream anymore. Metal Slug 3 as a new go as well. Can be taken as canon unless a game contradicts it. I see. I have heard that, like, with modern Fallout, a lot of things start contradicting it. But, yeah, I haven't played any of the later games yet. So, for me, these will all be canon for now. At least until we get to the later games. Production of Fallout 2 was a bit of a whack. The Bible makes a lot of things start making more sense. I heard it, like, explains a lot of things in the game as well. Can't use the Fallout Bible as cannon. Well, you can probably shoot it from a cannon, but I'm not sure if it'll do a lot of damage. Maybe blunt force impact. The mystery and lore are the best parts. Like, I love this kind of, from what I saw from the index alone, it looks like there's a lot of... I love when, writers put a lot of thought within their own universe and, like, worlds and that kind of thing. So I'm very thrilled to discover more. Metal Slug Tactics is really cool as well. But there's still like a bunch of the older ones I haven't played yet. And if we're gonna be playing a tactics game, it's probably gonna be Fallout Tactics first. But, are we designing a new recruitment poster? Auntie Joe wants you. Give up your bones. Yes, we are. Let me take a sip of my drink, and we'll get to the Bible. Here we go. Let me... Ta-da! The Fallout Bible by Chris Avalone. As you can see, I edited my own little asset for it. They do throw in bits and pieces where appropriate across all of the 3D games. Makes sense, makes sense. I'll also make myself a little bit smaller. Make sure I'm not taking up too much of the text. Auntie Mommy Joro does not exist. Well, I actually am an auntie. Oh, I told you guys recently, right? I have a second. I'm a double auntie. Now I have a niece and a nephew. The nephew was born yesterday, so so I'm extra auntie now. So with a bit of luck, at least one of them turns out to be a weeb, and I can buy them cool stuff from Japan. I'm still crossing my fingers. More young minds to grow up with anime. Exactly. Congrats on the new slug to the family. Thank you. Probably not gonna see my niece or nephew for like another year or two, because traveling back to the Netherlands is really expensive. But I'm gonna have like all the gifts ready when the time comes. Gonna be the coolest aunt for sure. Thank you. Yeah, at least Mama Slug is gonna be busy for a while. Take the pressure off me for a little bit. More Colony Dog paint material. Yeah, I have to see if I can sneak in some Gundam DVDs next time. Well, they're too young. I can't be giving my niece and nephew like any kind of Gundam kits just yet. I'm gonna start eating them. Auntie, but not our mommy. I'm not your mother. You can't call me mommy. That's stolen valor. You need children for that. But I guess, the auntie allegations are becoming more true. Should buy him a copy of my chair. I think my niece and nephew are too young to be getting a gamer chair, or an office chair for that matter. Is it okay to call you our aunt? No, you guys still have to call me Nei-san. Or Nei-sama. Could adopt us. I'm not gonna adopt you, you're already part of my kingdom, of my empire. You're my citizens, but you know, you're only my children in the metaphorical sense that like all my citizens are my children, you know? Kami-sama is acceptable. Joe is reading the Bible? Yep. Hey, Jesus, welcome in. And hi, Nifty, welcome, welcome. And hi, P-Meat, hi. Boot mother, Auntie Nesa. Either way, I guess that's the only announcements I have. You know, everybody please cross your fingers that my niece and nephew will become weep so I can become the coolest aunt of all time. I really need this. I really need to like be able to show off with like, you know, exclusive Japanese Pokemon merch. It's all I've got going for myself. Hiya, Wowie, welcome in, welcome in. Well, I guess I can buy like Tommy Car or something as well if they have Sylvani's family and like Barbie, but they're not as exclusive, you know. I need them to be weeps to like really show off with the exclusive stuff. With the Gundam kits. Need to go up them little by little. I really gotta make that one visit every 2 years count. Lock them in the weep room. Make them play Mega Man. Send them on quest for Rare Ditto. Please lock in, I need this win. Exactly, please take these weep gifts. It's the cool nerdy aunt. I am still like the emotional damage. When my niece was born, I didn't meet her till like a year in because I was in Japan obviously. And all the like I sent like a big box of like basically Pokemon baby toys. And I was looking around, I was like, oh my god. She's using none of them! Not a single one to be found in the entire room. I was like, oh, my plan is failing. No! I sent such a big box and the only thing she was playing with was like this wooden truck which had vegetables in it. And I'm like, that's not weeby at all! I'm being conspired against. They're stopping me. Pivot to Hello Kitty instead, yeah? She's a farmer! Got a second chance now, I gotta take it. Maybe she's a dormant Digimon fan? You have no power here, Auntie Joru. I was like, internally, I was like, you know, it's impolite to say that they should take out the Piplup or the Gengar plushie I sent, right? I can't, you know, really comment on the parenting choices, but I'm noticing none of them are here. No, it's fine, you know. Might be a Transformers fan, chill. She might be a tomboy. Forced them to watch Pretty Cure and Aikatsu when they're 5, that's the plan. Give her the Animal Crossing merch. Who wouldn't love a Gangbang plush, right? But this one was for babies. This one was from the baby toy line, so it has like no bones and babies can bite on it and chew on it and stuff. You know, they all were. I specifically bought the baby toys that are like for babies, so they don't choke and things. Do I know about the Gengar sleeping bag? I have actually seen that one, yeah. But okay, enough distraction. One day my evil plan will succeed and I'll be able to send all the weep stuff from Japan and become the coolest aunt. Or I might fail on my mission, I'm not quite sure yet. You know, it's just a shame. Japan has a lot of really cute baby stuff. And like, I'm not using it, so my niece and nephew have to start using it. To give me an excuse to buy it. Trying to spend my dark influence this luck in, yeah? I'm forced to watch MLP when I have the nephews. Let's go! Netherlands beware! Weep invasion. They're only a 45-minute jab. Yes! We're going to the Fallout Bible now. Okay. Even zoomed in, it's maybe a bit hard to read. I mean, especially if you guys are on the phone, you probably can't read very well, can you? I mean, I can read. I can read it for you. Intro. Once upon a time, Black Isle and Interplay had hopes of putting together a Fallout 3. It was not meant to be. A number of us moved to different companies. I'm currently at Obsidian, still working on role-playing games. But I will always have a soft spot in my heart for the plans for Fallout 3 and the work we put into the Fallout series. Including that scary voice acting session where one moment threatened my life. Even that, sort of. I worked on the Fallout 3 concept for 3 to 4 years, sometimes with help, usually alone. As part of the ramping up for full production, I did 2 things. First, I game mastered a series of Fallout pen and paper game sessions to test out the new rules, perks and individual areas for Fallout 3 in front of a live studio, the other designers. And secondly, I put together a series of updates that contained information about the Fallout universe that I thought fans would like to see and respond to. The full compilation is collected here, courtesy of Gulp.com. I hope you get as much enjoyment out of reading it as I did putting it together. Rinto is more aunt-behaved than Nason. Yeah, but I'm a cool older Nason, you know? So I can still, read your stories too. Yeah, Fallout Bible bedtime book. What do you guys want me to like just go one page at a time and go like a bit extra zoomed in? So it's a little bit easier for you guys to read along. Should we call this a Fallout cookbook? Well, the cooking recipes are actually in the manual. Ironically. Chris Evelyn was also instrumental for Fallout New Vegas. You mean your mom reading us a bedtime story? Cool, One-sama reading you a bedtime story. Okay, in that case. I'm just gonna put One-sama treachery loaded. Okay, in that case. Let me zoom in. This should be a little bit easier to read, right? That should be a bit easier. In that case, let me do it this way. Do it that way. Here we go. Probably have to change it more often. I think this should work fine. What's your stupid chance that a lot of the old developers are available at the time for New Vegas? I see. I find it like, first of all, very interesting. Like, I know that like the Fallout system had a lot of origin in pen and paper games, but that like even for Fallout 3, when they were testing out the news, that they did pen and paper game sessions for it, because it kind of shows that these tabletop RPG origins like stretched even as far into development as Fallout 3. And I bet those aren't available, but oh, I wish I could get my hands on like the documentation and like, game master setup for like those Fallout 3 pen and paper game sessions. Those would be awesome to see, I feel. Probably aren't around, but in Japan you have a lot of replays where they like sell the replays of like games that people have played. Would love to see replays for that. Yeah, Fallout was basically GURPS at the beginning. Exactly. So I think that would be very, very interesting to see. Okay, so here's the table of contents. We're just gonna scroll through that quickly. Not with enticing stuff, but we'll get to it all in due time. So, man, I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted. There's a lot of like very enticing like little headers there. CRPGs are essentially computerized TTRPGs. Yep, that's right. Okay, intro. Black Isle Studio message boards. This Fallout Bible update is essentially a compilation of 3 other previous updates that were posted on the fan sites before February 25th. We're not trying to confuse you, we're just playing catch up here. This is update 0 if you will. If you've already seen the other updates, this doesn't contain anything new. Well, it's my first time reading it, so it's gonna be fine. One of my friends does, I think, from his campaign. Oh, you should ask. Sour Dog Meat chapter? Yeah, I'm excited. This may be the first Fallout Bible update you've seen, but hopefully not the last. For those who haven't seen these before, the Fallout Bible is just a collection of all the background material and hijinks from 1 and 2, compiled into one document so the fans can take a look at it. Some of it's a little rough, so if you see anything wrong or if you think anything you'd like to see, drop me a line at cavalone@blackowl.com. I wonder if he's still taking messages at that. It's kind of interesting because like a lot of these older developers, they were actually like very closely in contact with the fans. Like, they also of course had the Black Isle Studio site and that kind of stuff and had the forums back in the day. The site is definitely web archived. I wonder if the email still works. I mean, I'm sure they're not doing like any Fallout Bible updates at this point. But But I wonder if you can still message him and ask a question. You'd be surprised, especially with older devs, like how many of them are actually like open to fan outreach. In any event, these updates will now be appearing hopefully twice a month on the Black Isle Studio website, but you can find it not too long after. So I guess this is like a little intro was back when they were still updating the Bible. Don't think the email would point to anything at this point. He said for a few years. That's a shame, that's a shame. Hey Liam, welcome in. Probably doesn't do anything more after Bethesda started doing the games. That's a fair though, like this intro kind of already seems reflective on the fact that they didn't wind up doing Fallout 3. So I was wondering, It does take some questions on Twitter, but some events made them more jaded. Shame, shame. Close to Proper Pen and Gabe Stout 2 came out a few years ago, was by named Jason Michael. Oh, what's the name of the game? I'm still posting about Fallout. He did Apocrypha on the TV series. I see, I see. Liam, please don't spam. Okay, let's go to the disclaimers. The information presented here is a rough draft and will need heavy revision, but on some level, I want you guys to see some core information we had lying around. Ideally, the information contained in these updates will be revised in the future, based on your comments and possible evidence gathered from within the game. Some of the people that put this documentation together, me and others, don't have nearly as much knowledge within the game as some of you fans out there. Mistakes and inconsistencies are bound to crop up. When they do, we'll do our best to correct them. Fun disclaimer, it's true. Like often, fans of the thing you're making wind up knowing more than you do. Does this include Fallout Tactics? From what I understand, Fallout Tactics hadn't come out yet at the time of a lot of the stuff included in the Bible. Which is why I decided to read it in between 2 and the Bible. In between 2 and Tactics, because apparently that came later. There's a version called Exodus that was made in 2007. I see, I see. The fan knowledge is insane, yeah. Like I honestly, sometimes you guys bring up like random things from stream. And even I've forgotten. Like I think sometimes you guys know more about things I've said than I do myself. Can't like Fallout Tactics, I tried. I've heard Fallout Tactics is quite divisive. Like people either love or hate the mechanics. I'll see how it goes when I get there. Hey sheep, hey. No spoilers for Bible, yeah. Yeah, a lot of devs mostly remember the part where they're involved in, then very rarely are people involved with every bit. It's still, I won't forget the chair. I've gotten all the emails on the Bible. I've read them all, and even if I don't have time to respond to each one, special apologies to Jason Michael. Still have to read the PMP game fully. Jason Michael. Wait, was that one of the ones you guys mentioned earlier? I forget. It's a slightly familiar looking name. Please keep the additional questions coming. I want to know everything you want to know. There are multiple copies, yeah. So this is the compiled one of all the volumes, so we should have everything on hand. Some of the information you see in the Bible is going to be incomplete. The reason for this is because if we ever do a future Fallout project, I don't want to bite Black Isle into a corner. We want to leave some holes to fill in ourselves or holes to escape out of. So forgive the sins of omission when they crop off. Just consider them extra fuel for fanfiction plotlines. Makes sense, makes sense. Checks out. Did you read Antics book? I have no clue what that is or who that is. I actually liked the multiplayer for Tactics. It was kind of like XCOM multiplayer game. Oh, and hey, for the Apex. Understandable Glide is kind of hit and miss for a lot of people. Yeah, I've heard like, you know, I keep saying the same thing with Tactics. I'm gonna give it at least a try for one stream. But if I can't get into it, then, you know, I can't get into it. But I do want to at least give it a chance. The information contained within the documentation could ruin many surprises in Fallout 1 and 2. So you should be aware there are plenty of spoilers contained within the information. Yep, that's why I waited to read it. So I guess it's also spoiler warning for anybody here who wants to play Fallout 1 and 2 first or hasn't seen my Let's Play of it yet. Because there are gonna be spoilers. Text has a lot of skills that are essentially useless. Fair. I mean, that's how it is in roleplay sometimes. I just want to say, if you guys ever have any movie or book suggestions, that you have interesting material related to the Fallout genre, don't hesitate to email me. See, that's another thing I love, like, you don't see it anymore these days because, I mean, social media is a nightmare. But it's kind of, you know, early internet. It was kind of cool, like, seeing how, like, close developers could be with their community and forums and that kind of thing. To, like, you know, even solicit, like, movie and book suggestions. But you know, we'll see. Bomb attack is mostly just combat from Fallout. I mean, we'll see how it goes. We'll see when we get there. Hey, Strength 2 anyway. Welcome in, welcome in. And then the trolls ruined it. Yep, it was a very different time. To the above, I would also add any music suggestions for 50 Styles tunes. We're running a Fallout pen and paper game at work. I need the theme music pretty badly. See, this is so charming. God, I wish I could see the documentation on the pen and paper games they were doing, you know, in the offices themselves. God, can you imagine if Avalon was like, you know, GMing the game for you? Like Mr. Fallout was doing it? Absolutely insane. Like, that must have been really cool. Suggestions for material to include in the Bible, question about the event suggestions, cannot give hints on walkthrough for the game. Actually, at some point they started putting hints and walkthroughs on the website, so wouldn't really have to put it in the Bible. All of these updates will be collected into a huge honking document at some point. The doc you're reading now is just one of the many wolf tabs you're likely to see. And if you ever need to satisfy your Fallout cravings, you have a few pens with the craving. Wait, hold on, wait, they have the role-playing game. Does this site still exist? No! Can somebody check if this site is on Internet Archive? Can somebody check? Because I got really excited for a second. I got really excited for a second. Man. Yeah, you have a few friends with the same craving dice. Strongly recommend you check out the Jason Michael pen and paper Fallout role-playing game. Oh, they put an official one? I hope that's on Internet Archive. I hope that's on Internet Archive. Hiya Wolf, welcome in, welcome in. On I Am a Psycho, Fallout Index HCM. Don't let the web address fool you, Jason's a nice guy. I mean, I guess like a lot of websites didn't make it. Yeah, Fallout Lost Media, I wonder, there's archives for it. Can you drop me a link for that? Because I would like to take a look at that. All the Pip-Boy pictures in this document are courtesy of the BIS artist Brian Menze, who did work on Fallout 1, 2, Torment, Thorn, Icewind, Heart of Winter, and Icewind Dale. Yeah, this must be backed up somewhere, that's what I was thinking. Oh, your friend said it was official, that could be what you've played, it's true. Hey, X1. Translators be warned, the information below may undergo revisions based on feedback, so you might want to wait until the next update to make sure the information stays solid. Okay, also follow from Buren. I wanna, you know, try the demo. See whatever I can get for Fallout from Buren, probably before I start tactics. Okay. Answer me these questions these questions here. Okay, here huge questions courtesy of Sean McQuarrie. Let's see what's... Or Sean... It's not Sean, it's like Sean, right? Sean McQuarrie. Okay. Why was it that so many ghouls left Necropolis between 1 and 2 to settle in Broken Hills and Gecko? Is Necropolis empty now? Also, why is it that Harold joined the ghouls? I remember him talking as if he weren't a ghoul. When you type in ghouls in the question box in the first Fallout, he refers to the ghouls as them. Yeah, he's a mutant, isn't he? He's technically not like the other ghouls. Ghouls still have the human need to expand and move on, and in the 80 plus years between 1 and 2, the ghouls spread out from Necropolis in all directions. Some had even left before the events in 1. Necropolis is not empty now, ghouls are still set to reside there, though Seth is no longer their leader. It's not clear whether he is alive or dead. That's interesting, considering 1 had the bug where you couldn't save Necropolis, right? So I kind of figured that, like, because you couldn't save it in the first game, that Necropolis was kind of just, a lost cause. I'm kind of glad that, you know, there's still, you know, survivors in Necropolis and there's still ghouls out there. I was kind of on the assumption that there was just no Necropolis left, to be quite honest, because I think because of a bug you could only get like the super mutant wipe them out ending, no? From what I understood. Did find a bunch of the quest books? Nice, nice. Yeah, it was an ending bugs. But especially because it was a bug, that's what everybody got, so I figured that was just the canonical one at that point. Yeah, I guess they must have factored in that most people would try very hard to save, and it does feel very, very unfair that you can't save it even if you wipe out all the super mutants. As if they came back and killed them regardless, you know? The good ends should be more commonly canon, yeah, true. Sean? Okay, it's Sean McQuarrie. You can find the Van Buren tech demo on ModDB, surprising, but looking at the comments is not the most stable. Well, that's okay. Even if it's a tech demo, I'll deal with a couple of crashes, as long as we can like show it off a little bit. And I did see that there's a decent amount of Van Buren stuff in terms, because I was doing a bit of googling, and it seems there's like a decent amount of stuff in terms of like writing quest lines and dialogue that we can take a look at, even if the tech demo is a little bit bare bones. I think it will still be interesting to do a stream for Van Buren. All the download links on Web Archive don't work? Dang. Well, somebody must have a backup of it somewhere though. Hey Leaf, welcome in. Harold joined the ghouls in Fallout 2 because Harold is the kindly sort who likes to help people. When he sees a group of people trying to make their way in the wasteland, he tries to step in and gives them a leg up, especially when it can benefit life for everyone. Whenever a key event in Fallout has occurred, Harold always seems to be right there in the middle of things, helping to push the world along and make it a better place. He's with his little drying recipe, but he's good at heart. I love Harold. He's my favorite. I'm glad that he's, you know, confirmed. He's just a nice guy. He's just helping out. It is playable. Nice. Nice. Maybe on Abandonware? I'm sure I'll be able to find it somewhere. It seems that like between the wiki and No More Mutants and stuff, there seemed to be like a decent amount of like documentation on it. Harold is not a ghoul, but he is a mutant. What happened to him inside the military base during his assault with Francine, Mark and Richard Gray is unknown, but it's likely he was exposed to the Vev virus and changed. His last known memory after the attack was passing out and waking back up in the wasteland. Changed. Just a chill, irradiated little guy. Exactly, exactly. Hey Inkblock, hey. Harold is the goat. And hey Scorpius, and hey Bacon, welcome in. Does Vev really cause sterility? In one it seemed like the answer was a resounding yes, and a number of reasons for this were given by Zax and Free. But then in 2, after you take Marcus to the cat paw, he says I hope she doesn't get pregnant. And says the Vev doesn't make mutants go sterile, it just takes a few years to get the juices flowing again. More of the dead class in Fallout 13 were infected with Vev, and yet they are able to reproduce. So does Vev cause sterility or not? I was wondering about that, because we did get that line from Marcus in the Fallout 2 playthrough. And it made me feel a bit bad for nuking the master. Vev causes sterility in some creatures. Vev does cause sterility in super mutants and ghouls. Marcus' comment in New Reno was a joke only. Oh! And it was an inappropriate one, for which I apologize. Oh! Wait, so Marcus was lying? I will admit, in that case, the joke actually didn't land for me. I thought he was serious. I thought he was serious, and that, like, you know, mutants did just take a few years to get the juices going again. Okay, well, that does, you know, he was just pulling our leg. I guess that does make it, like, feel less bad for murdering the master. I totally thought it was, like, a retcon or something, but okay. For other creatures, however, the Vev does not cause sterility. In fact, it may actually speed up their reproductive cycles, in tandem with potential drawbacks. No species that reproduce after being mutated with the Vev include most species of rats, the mantises, who are known to have bred so fast they cover the Salt Lake City area like blankets. The rat scorpions in the dead class. This is only a partial list. Makes sense. Too many mutants? No mutants. I guess it's mostly the mutants who get sterile in that case. No, the mutants and the ghouls. But not the mantises, the dead claws, and the red scorpions. So the super mutants can't beat. It's just a joke that lands badly. He was just doing a little trolling. Instead, the payout is a nerd, not that it isn't there. Oh. Honestly, I thought it wasn't there at all. It's not things I want to think about. The master was on the wrong path, yeah, like you don't want to... Soft-rounded opponent guys are the way, not big, bulky, muscular green ones. It's true. It's true. The Vev removes the recessive alleles in the genome that causes it, but not for all creatures. The dead class in Fallout 13 are a special case. As part of the Enclave experiments, they were bred as fighting packs for the government. They were not supposed to be able to reproduce, but they were attempting to do so at the time of Fallout 2. It's extremely likely that the Enclave scientists would not have wanted the dead class to breed on their own, for fear of losing control of them. But it doesn't mean they were making mistakes in engineering limiters or sterility in them. I guess they were doing the thing like they do with the plants, where they want to make sure that people have to keep buying them from you. Oh, hi Yokala, welcome in. I'm doing fine. Don't search Super Mutant R34. Yeah, I thought they were like candles down there. The Wanamingos are a result of Veth virus experiments, but they are now becoming sterile. Oh, I actually hadn't realized that the Wanamingos were Veth viruses too, but I guess most weird things in the wasteland are. They are not aliens, but the word is they were designed as Veth-tailored weapons for waging war on other countries, and they got loosed. But the aliens look a lot like them, though. They do live a long time, but they were dying out at the time of Fallout 2. They've only been sighted in the Fallout 2 area and nowhere else in the wasteland. Ah, so those were specifically bred as weapons. I wonder what the implication of the aliens are, but maybe we'll get to the alien part of the document at some point. Yeah, it takes a creature out of the setting for no good reason. Like, I guess, like, you know, it makes sense if a bioengineered creature is just not viable for survival and they would, like, die out on their own. But the Wanamingos are pretty strong. But then again, if they were only bred to be in a certain area, like the mines around Reading, then I guess, like, if they were only in that spot, then it would, you know, just take one genocide event from the player to wipe them out, I suppose. I saw Declaws out. What were you looking at? Yes, I got reinside to the rat quill. Oh, well, I hope it's less dangerous than the one you were on before. There's the goose girls of the night, so why not? I suppose so. Wait, the Declaw R34 is better? Why do you guys know these things? The Arcan Ghost Master would have figured it out. The Master didn't know anything, he wasn't looking. The Declaw artist was odd and terrified at the amount of the Declaw art. Wait, what? You guys know about a shocking amount of Declaw R34. Wanamingos in Chinese just translates to aliens. Wait, really? Is this true? Is this true? It doesn't sound super Chinese to me though, but is this true? And they were meant to be dumped in the Chinese cities during the Great War. Makes sense if they were making them as weapons. The statement about Canada will make more sense later. Hey Simon, welcome in, welcome in. There's so much. How do you guys know all this? We actually see in Fallout 2 are the last generation of Wanamingos to exist in the wasteland. The young Wanamingos go in Fallout 2. The young Wanamingos seen in Fallout 2 will perish in 5 years, and the parents a few years before that. The internal genetic clock will simply stop ticking. And they'll fall over dead. The Wanamingos are vicious mutant breeds that had their moment in the sun and now their sun has set. I've seen things. Evidently, you told us to look. I said not to look. This reflects worse to me as a Monster Girl expert. I don't think we saw any cute Monster Girl claws yet though. It's even more dangerous. Oh dear, well, I hope you'll be safe. I hope you'll be safe. Please be careful. The main reason why they're not in the new games though is there was an attempt on returning them. Oh, but they look goofy. I mean, they're kind of goofy guys with their little tentacles, so I can see how that might go wrong in 3D. Most a bit of a shame that they wrote it off as a joke. Like, I wonder, Marcus might have been lied to. It's true. It's true. Maybe he doesn't know for sure. Hey, hello, hi, Necromancer. Forgetting Gore is the gorgeous. I suppose so. I suppose so. The Declos are probably mutated. That's fair. Okay, the accuracy are the last generation. Right. And a lot of the stuff isn't depicted in 3D types because of paint to animate them. Makes sense. Okay, to put the tombstone on their extinction, the largest known nest of Wanamingos were wiped out when the Great Wanamingo Mine was reclaimed by Reading with the help of a traveling tribal. The mother was killed and the last remaining eggs were hunted down, stepped on, and then the remains were examined by the local scientists and doctors who came to the extinction conclusions mentioned above. Again, Wanamingos are not aliens. They are curious mutants or genetically designed fighting machines that have only been able to find a home in the cold, dark places of the waste. We did drive one whole species to extinction, huh? That is rough. But now I'm more curious about the ones that were called aliens. If those are separate for the Wanamingos, or if those were just extinct Wanamingos that they called aliens. I'm gonna drive. You got this. Please be careful. Don't crash while you're driving. Drive safely, okay? Declos is probably mutated something. Yeah, we know that Declos are like a mutated kind of lizard. I remember that. They do mention that in the game. Hey, Bunak, 76 has a Wanamingo. Huh. It is possible that Wannamingos were old enclave experiments, or even experiments from before the Great War, and if this is true, then it's likely their genetic biological deadman switch was purposely engineered to keep them from breeding past a certain generation. Makes sense. I guess it's one of those things where they didn't want to set things in stone, just in case they wanted to expand on it more in a later game. As a final note, this is strictly a personal decision on my part. If you want them to live for a fanfiction, pen and paper role-playing campaign purposes, or for your own peace of mind, feel free to have some of them survive the stopping of their genetic clock. In the Black Isle universe, however, the little buggers are already dead, and they already have the random encounters on the overworld though. They like... don't... like, you already know the Wannamingos because you like run into them in Wedding way earlier. Wait, did stream crash? Did stream crash? Are we good? I mean, stream seems to still be up on my side. Are you guys okay? Is it just got streams here? Stream is fine? Nope, it's back. Okay, okay. Very good. Very briefly. I see, I see. I'm glad we're good. I'm glad we're good. Like, I guess, like, I can see from, like, the Wastelanders part, they look like aliens, but you don't really start encountering Wannamingos on the map till after you've gone to Wedding. At which point I feel you would know they are aliens. Did you blow a kiss? I did, I did. Wonder if there are any Fev sea monsters in Fallout. Maybe. We never really go in the ocean till the end of the second game, so... Feels like everyone didn't like the Wannamingos. I mean, they are kind of goofy, so... I guess that's fair. They're kind of xenomorphy looking as well. Okay. Are the red scorpions a product of the Fev virus? When you talk to the Dr. Raslow in Shady Sands, he tells you that they were once an American Emperor scorpions, but that he has no idea how they mutated. Because radiation alone couldn't have done it. For that matter, what about all the other creatures of the wasteland? Which ones have been mutated by Fev and which ones haven't? Maybe in the bestiary each creature could have a stat that shows its level of Fev infection. Do you think they have mutant sharks in Atlantis? Probably, probably. Going to Wedding is optional. Yeah, but Wedding is like one of the first places you like encounter though. I feel like what are the chances you don't go there? I also just called Wannamingos in the mine because it's the name of the mine. No, that's actually a good point. That's a good point. And it's also like, then again, it's like the main area you found. I suppose so. I feel like as a player, you should be calling them Wannamingos once you know it though, but I guess they couldn't program for that. So I guess the aliens you find on the overworld are just the Wannamingos though. Okay. Let's see. The red scorpions are a result of a combination of radiation and the Fev virus, and Westlaw is JD Sense is correct. They are originally emperor scorpions that have grown big. Sounds similar to Wendigo. Wannamingo, Wendigo. I guess there's like a similar cadence to it. Bethesda really only knows how to make fish that bite your toes. I went to Wedding really late. Oh, since you went to Vault City first. Ah, fair, fair, fair. The Fev-infected critters in the wasteland include almost all the ones you've seen in 1 and 2. Mantises, species of rats, gecko lizards, brahmin, scorpions, ants, varieties of plants, including the Venus flytrap. Rumor has it some dogs were affected, but no one's seen any. Huh, so for now that's just a rumor. Of course the centaurs are a mesh of human, dog and various other parts, but hey, who knows how that mutant came about? Ray was probably messing around in one of his labs. I mean, that's basically confirmed. More or less in the first game, I feel. Everything is Feb. Are there any super mutant women? I think they are implied to be. They just kind of look the same. Been playing a few sessions of the tabletop more than 10 years ago. Nice. I mean, your GM may have been using official resources, actually. Hey, Swoggy. It must have a connection. I feel like they're not very... They have nothing in common with Wendigos beyond, like, just a similar sounding name, though. That's interesting how they mentioned the dogs. I wonder if there were, like, plans to put in, like, a Fev-infected dog at some point. But in the end, they just decided to keep wolves in. Because that feels like a hint. Like maybe they were planning it in the third game. Or something like that. Yeah, I can overhear a married mutant couple bickering. That's right, that's right. There are some super mutant women. They just look very similar. You can see one in the dress as well later. I see. Creatures not muted by Fev probably did not survive the advent of the Great War, with the possible exception of cockroaches. And perhaps normal ones, though there are infected versions of those species. Makes sense. I mean, bugs kind of survive everything. But they would not be significant enough to show on the map. Yeah, just making the rules might have been easier. Yeah, it means I can reuse the sprite after all. Now we need super mutant slugs. I mean, Splint actually has you covered on one of those. If I pull out one of the fan arts of the bad ending in the first game. Yeah, they're all bodybuilders. It's true. I am. Also, hey. So we got you covered on the super mutant slug. Because I got the dipping ending. Yep. I even Toki. Yeah, imagine if the game had to calculate every invisible roach and ant. Muscle mommy Jorunna. So yeah, no, that's what the super mutant woman look like. I'm surprised you have that laying around. I save all fan art. I have a mess of a folder, but because I do save them by username. If I know who I'm looking for, it's easy to find it back. Okay, no one knows where those bird noises in Vault City came from. Birds, presumably? Wait, this line, is this... Are they implying there is no birds? And they're just playing artificial noises in Vault City? I mean, to be fair, Vault City would have, like, you know, probably a broadcasting system, speakers, and the archives to play bird noises if they wanted to, but that's such a funny implication. All fan art? Yes, all fan art. Birds aren't real. The cake didn't have any eggs. They're just playing bird noises. Can you imagine all the people in Vault City, they don't even know what a bird is. They just like think it's ambient background noise. They've never seen a bird in their life. If they haven't checked the PC of like the ancient archives, they don't. Can you imagine? There are birds, ghost chickens and seagulls survived and they're in later games. Ah, dang. I thought it would have been so funny if there were no birds and people in Vault City just don't know what the noises are. Coming from the smoke alarms. Looks like you and evolutionized the fag. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Are you Waterpole? I am Yaya Casey. I am Intoki. Hey, look, ambient speaker with feathers. Can you play C1 noises? No, the Waterpole speakers? Yeah. Okay, well, I guess, like, I figured that birds probably were included for the same reason. Not included for the same reason they didn't include the cockroaches or small ants. It's just that there's no point in putting them on the map and making you interact with them. It's just taking up place and time. I'll try to include a chart of FF infection creatures in future editions, as well as other critters that you may not have seen in 1 and 2. Most likely a majority of insects were affected. They tend to breed much farther and the mutations tend to become evident pretty quickly. As the generations advance, makes sense. Mutations spread faster the quicker, you know, a species breeds, because then they can iterate on it faster. Possibly beetles, some spiders, cockroaches and other creatures. Makes sense. That doesn't evolutionize me. It's still, I evolutionized myself through transformation. Ay, thank you so much for the resub. Please enjoy the emotes. The birds were never really there. You need to keep up the charade after the bombs. Yeah, no need to keep up the charade. Breaks are fake. Okay. I read the start of the Bible that's on the net. One thing I don't agree with in the Fallout universe is that the vaults were just a bunch of social experiments. I mean, why? Even though the Enclave were a bunch of assholes, why would they want to purposely see their own countrymen die when the vaults were society's last chance at good survival? I like to think that lots of people died because the vaults just didn't work. Like in Fallout Tactics, I assume. There's a terminal that says the money had been diverted from the much needed common sense things in an underground game hunting facility or whatever it was. Experiment was a bit over the top, but corruption is far more believable, and that's what I think anyway. Fallout 3, is it happening or not? I hate Fallout 3 for adding roaches, they're just too disgusting. Oh no. But I still had to save Enclave's vault. They had a whole bunch. I have that one. I don't actually have that one saved. But I know where to find it if I need to look for it. Answer. The fault experiments were an idea created by Tim Kaine. I don't really know the reason behind them, but I can offer some speculation. Okay, so Avalon wasn't the one who did the fault experimenting. That was Mr. Kaine who did that. Okay. First off, thematically, it's pretty creepy, and we all know the developers will put all sorts of crazy shit to try and mess with the player's heads. It's possible that Tim had just finished watching an X-Files episode and had some conspiracy theories swimming around in his subconsciousness. As to your comment about the experiments being over the top, well yeah, we're guilty as charged. I like the very casual way it's mentioned, like, maybe he just watched the X-Files the day before. Secondly, as proven time and time again in Fallout 2, the Enclave isn't a particularly rational bunch of fellows. Thematically, they embrace a paranoid view of the world and a heightened sense of superiority over everyone else in Fallout. That's true, they thought everybody else was just a mutant. You'll probably find Tim Kaine's reasoning. Oh yes, vlogs talking about Fallout. I see. Doesn't have my greatest heart be saved. I'm sorry, Jorunna. Third, the federal government, or whatever branch of federal government was responsible, it was not necessarily the Enclave, may not have considered the vaults as society's best chance for survival. The government may have considered themselves the best candidates for rebuilding the world, and while they had their asses covered in the event of nuclear and biological war by relocating the other remote installations across the nation and elsewhere that weren't necessarily vaults. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were out in the ocean on the oil platforms and stuff. The Enclave certainly didn't seem to be devoting much effort to digging up any other vaults and trying to use the human stock there to rebuild civilization. Fourth, a lot of people did die because the vaults didn't work. Some suffered worse fates. Nonetheless, even members of the Enclave probably could not answer the question of who created the vault experiments and their reasons, as many people responsible for the creation of the vaults died long ago, and many records were lost in the Great Static of 2077. Great Static. President Richardson was familiar with the purpose of the vaults, but he never saw them as more like little test tubes for preserved humans he could mess with. Honestly, kinda messed up. I fully believe he got the idea from the X-Files. He mentioned the vaults were like part of deep space colonization. That gets even crazier. Got funding based on research, hence why they were made. That's possible. Some experiments are not actually that bad, like 13. It's just sometimes even the mild ones had spanners thrown in them, like the watership stuff-ring experiment. Unexpected mechanical breakdowns. True. I am a little curious to like see what some of the other experiments might have been. I heard that like they will go into it in the documents, but you know, President Richardson was kind of messed up because like if the preserved humans were pure, then why experiment on them? Hey, you know, the problem with like, you know, wiping out a whole continent and repopulating it, my first thought is always like, how many people did they have in the Enclave? Because repopulating a society needs a pretty decent amount, minimum number of humans to work before you start hitting an inbreeding problem. And I find it hard to believe that the Enclave had enough people for that. But I don't know, they might have been a couple thousand. You know, otherwise you want to preserve those people in the vaults because you need more breeding stock. The bloodline must go on. The space stuff experimentation theory is my favorite. I see. They probably only cared for America, but the thing is, it's like the one thing that always bothers me when like people have these kind of plans in fiction is like, how many people do you have at the base of your new society? Because you don't have enough. You're gonna get inbreeding problems really quickly. Hey, welcome on. There's basically 3 grades: control vault with extra steps, and the remainder. I see. So most of them were like fairly tame. Gotcha. You also experienced on the purest ones. No, only on the evil ones. Hey, welcome on. Yeah, you only need a couple hundred to avoid most genetic complications. True, but is 100 really enough? What's my accent? Dutch. I have a Dutch accent from the Netherlands. And it's also just kind of messed up in general though. So it's a bit of a messed up accent. In addition to like my speech impediment. Hey, yep, you're welcome in. Like, I'm not sure. Is 100 really enough? I feel like you need at least 200 or 300 minimum. It's Pete in the Mantonese, yeah? Glossary. Vault-Tec is used 2 different ways in Fallout 1 and 2. The correct version is Vault-Tec. Ah. I mean, they are sometimes inconsistent, it's true. I speak a cute accent. That's... that doesn't exist. Yeah, Dutch with a speech impediment in a decade of living in Japan, basically, is what it is. Enjoy space theory about the Enclave, because spaceflight has something to do with the desktop screenshots. Ah, I see. Gotcha. Okay, Vault System. It was intended that while the player was reading Vault 8 records in Fallout 2, he could discover a classified file, opened with successful science skill, which explained that Vault 8 was a control vault designed to hold 1000 people and to open on time. This file was intended to foreshadow discovery of the true and sinister purpose of the vaults. The vault was also intended to apply his science skill to the central computer in Vault 13 to obtain a history of Vault 13, the Overseer's involvement in the Vault Dweller's explosion, and even worse, the true purposes of the Vault. The Overseer was conscious of the true purpose. I knew it! I'm sorry, I got too excited and I clapped, but I knew it! Yep, I knew it. The Overseer was conscious of the true purpose as a social experience on the Grand Skull, and he drove out the Vault Dweller because he was afraid that he would ruin the experiment! Got it! Now I cover it. Of course, the Overseer himself caused problems not long after this, according to Martin Frobisher, the leader of Vault 13 in Fallout 2. Knew it! There's a table going up, you see what I mean about the ones... Oh, nice. See you reading our holy scripture? I sure am. Yeah. Now I got excited, I figured like once I said that Vault 13 was a control vault, I was like, that explains why the Overseer is so insistent about nobody leaving. As well as like, you know, you being exiled after you've gone out so that like less people are like encouraged to leave. I knew it. Kan ik Hollands praten? Ja, ik kan ook Nederlands praten, maar dan verstaat niemand me. Hi, welcome in. Okay, nice. 33, 32 and 34 are all part of an experiment. I think we're coming up on like a whole list, so I'm excited to see what some of them were for. Kiri, thank you for the follow. I think 34 is the visit with the Wise Myers? What? If it's from one of the later games, keep in mind that I haven't played Fallout 1 and 2 yet. So no spoilers for the later Fallout yet. I've never noticed your speech impediment because of my accent. It's understandable. Contrary to popular opinion, most Dutch people actually can't pronounce their R's. I just can't. Oh, it's in the show. Gotcha. These were the ones they had an idea for back in 2002. Okay. We'll get a ton more vaults in the following games too. Nice. There used to be an Overseer many years ago, but he had a bad thing and many of our people left the vault, owing to die in the waste, I'm sure. He was tried and sentenced to death for his crime. We haven't used the title since. Martin did not see the Overseer executed, however. His information comes from Vault 13 records passed down by his ancestors. Basically, the vaults were never intended to save the population of the United States. With a population of always 400 million, by 2077 the US would need nearly 400,000 vaults the size of Vault 13. And Vault-Tec was commissioned to build only 122 such vaults. The real reason for these vaults was to study pre-selected segments of the population to see how they react to the stress of isolationism and how successfully they can recolonize after the vault opens. I mean, if they could successfully recolonize, then that would still save the population in some sense, but I get what they mean. It's okay, don't worry. I have read over the messages. I have not seen the spoilers. You're all good, Judge. Hi, Misahide. Welcome in. Okay. Let's see. Don't worry, Judge. You're all good. Haven't read them. Vault 8, Control Vault. Intended to open and recolonize servers after 10 years. Vault City is the result. Unfortunately. It seems like the devs weren't a big fan of Vault City. Unfortunately, eh? If someone doesn't know New Reno other than the seer, it's okay. I know New Reno because that was in Fallout 2. I played the first 2 games, so we're all good on that one. In order to study the effects of radiation on the selected population, the vault door was designed not to close. This is the Necropolis vault, and the goals were the results. Interesting. So, Vault 12 was purposely made not to close. That's very interesting. Vault City is evil. It's good to see the devs agree. Someone will show up later? I look forward to it. 2 is the hardest of the games, really. I found 2 relatively easy. Like, as long as you just took your time to do all the side quests and level up. I don't think I ever really ran into a point where I was like... felt like I was on the level to super in danger. If anything, I thought it was easier than keeping dog meat alive in the first game. They built it wrong on purpose as a joke. Hey Justin, welcome in. Okay, 13. Intend to stay close for 200 years as a study of prolonged isolation. The broken mothership forced the overseer to improvise and use the Vault Dweller as a pawn. Later study of the Vault 13 records by the Enclave led them to their current plan to end the war. Interesting. Do you want a theory of where the Vault 13 guy is? There's a New Vegas theory. No New Vegas theories yet. Haven't played New Vegas yet. When I get there, you can give me your theory. But I'm doing the games in release order, so it might be a little while till I get to New Vegas. A lot of people had a problem with Frank because you can't take him out of fighting. True. I mean, but you can like basically make the turrets just do your job for you, though. Low dose of radiation creates duels, yeah, over time. Say Vegas after this? Nope, first comes Van Buren, then comes tactics, and it's gonna take a while, I'm sorry. Gonna make you have to sit here on your theory for like several months till I hit New Vegas. Can someone convince the Enclave games to help you fight them too? Can you? That's true, right. I did get the Enclave guys to help find me. I did. People just want New Vegas, I know. It's the most popular one. Okay, it's 15. Intend to stay close for 50 years and include people of radically diverse ideologies. Gathered from what you can hear from Airdash in Fallout 1, he has quite a bit of multicultural flavoring to his speech. Does he? That might have gone over my head as I was talking to him. I'm sure he was written intentionally like that, but I have to admit I didn't actually pick up on that. He did, huh? I mean, to be fair, English isn't my first language. That might have just like flown over my head. Maybe if I like read this dialogue again, retroactively with that in mind. He was speaking of Dharma. Oh, it's okay. Fallout yesterday intends to recreate what's supposed to be Fallout 3. Oh, interesting. That might be fun to check out. He definitely didn't speak American. He has an Indian American accent. I see. Gotcha. He has very notable accent compared to Tandy, who has a more neutral one. I guess I hadn't picked up on it immediately. Now, to be fair, it's been a while since I played Fallout 1, so maybe it's not fresh enough in my mind. New Vegas music gets VODs muted. That's what I heard, yeah. Fallout 27. This vault will be overcrowded deliberately. 2,000 people will be assigned to enter, double the total sustainable amount. The location of this vault is unknown. Wonder if they started killing each other, Battle Royale style? Vault 29. No one in this vault was over the age of 15 when they entered. Parents were redirected to other vaults on purpose. Harold is believed to come for this vault. Interesting. But Harold doesn't really mention anything about that otherwise though, so I guess it didn't become like a huge Lord of the Flies in the end. I guess it probably worked out. Dharma means right way of living and part of rightness, so yes, Hindil. I see. Vault 34. The army was overstocked with weapons and ammo and not provided with a lock. Did they shoot each other? Vault 36. The food extruders were designed to produce only tin watery grill. Oh, the worst vault to live in. I mean, I'm sure that the food wasn't super exciting in most of the vaults, but slop. You don't want to eat slop. Disgusting. That's the worst vault so far. I bet Airdash secretly ran a quickie market because the writer watched The Simpsons. I mean, one of them watched the X-Files, it's not impossible. Yeah, the actual torture vault. Ugh. He was a vault citizen and then he left. Maybe it was Lord of the Flies in there. Okay, no light bulbs of more than 40 watts were provided, so just one that was very dark. Maybe people got night vision at some point. Tech demo didn't become playable until 2009, so you'd be doing Tactics, Brotherhood of Steel, and 3 before that. I see. And the school hospital dinner vault, yeah. Though it might still be interesting to do Van Buren before 3, just to see like what 3 could have been. Or was before it got cancelled. Or like, you know, changed over. Slept too much even for the full-time channels. The mole vault. Most of the equipment was designed to break down every few months. While repairable, the break-ons were intended to stress the inhabitants unduly. How many water chips do you think they had? I will play Brotherhood, don't worry. In the 1970s, the crappy food is terrible for morale. It's true, they would have known by now. But you know, maybe the scientists were just evil, just generally speaking. Hey Lesh. I guess in one generation people wouldn't notice the slope. Oh, but must be terrible though. Vault 55, all entertainment tapes were removed. Vault 56, all entertainment tapes were removed except for one particularly bad comic actor. So she all just predicted failure before Vault 55. I mean, that would be the thing, like after one generation people would be used to the one entertainment tape though, right? You just sit around and watch it on the daily. You know, comes back around again. New Vegas would be a more direct continuation. Yeah, I have been told that. Vault 71, underwater vault where buns live underneath the protection of a massively powerful slug. This is true, actually. This is true. Never seen anybody play the older ones, but the lore is awesome. Yeah, it's been very exciting. There's a mod that auto-mutes the music and one so that the game crashes less. I see. Vault 56 would definitely have become a cult, exactly. Vault 68. Of the 1,000 people who entered, there was only one woman. Vault 69. Of the 1,000 people who entered, there was only one man. Vault 70. All jumpsuit extruders fail after 6 months. What's a jumpsuit extruder? Is that the washing machine? Or just like the one that makes the jumpsuits? I don't actually know what an extruder is. Is it just like no more new clothes after 6 months, so all of them will just fall apart eventually? It just makes the clothes, so they just become nudeds over time. Gotcha. 106. Psychoactive drugs were released into the air filtration system 10 days after the door was sealed. Well, that one probably didn't last very long, in that case. In that case, that one definitely didn't last very long. There were a certain mood design those vaults, yeah. Rumor has it there were 122 different vault experiments. For fanfiction purposes, a lot of these vault experiments have been left open for you to play around with. I mean, certainly you'd want to have more than like one control vault, right? You probably want to have a couple more controls that are just a normal vault. Involve your vaults or crazy experiments, sure. Yeah, Vault 106 with tripping balls. Extruders are basically cloud 3D printers. Ah, okay. They're actually being prototyped IRL. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of them are just straight up death chambers. What's the plan for the next one? Tactics. Hey, Daidon, hi Minsky, hey. Like how Chris called out the future vaults as fanfiction, right? Vault is just evil like that. The scientists might have just been morons. Okay. Here's a question that everyone would like to have answered. Why is Lynette such a bitch? Is she a dead baby? Was she abused as a youngster? Did she have a series of sordid love affairs that all went horribly wrong and wrapped her into a domineering cynic? Or is she just acting like a typical vault citizen? That's a very, like, 2000 form kind of question. Oh, some of the vaults come up in the later games. Nice, nice. Answer, yes. Lynette is a bitch if you're not a citizen. As the figurehead for Vault City, she was supposed to embody the worst arrogance and condescension that Vault City has to offer. Traits that are not present in all the citizens, as McClure and the others prove. Furthermore, I suspect that she was made a black character to add an additional edge to the hypocrisy over slavery, but I guess you'd have to ask the original designers about that. Marco Green and I wrote Lynette's diary novel, but we are working off an older design that I think Jason Anderson had written. As for why Lynette's a bitch, well, Lynette does have an extreme managerial, economic and efficient soul, and she's used to getting her way. She wasn't abused, tortured or twisted in any way when she was young, She just got certain privilege and superiority complex hardwired into her head around 5 or 6 years old, and she's never been the same. She's always known that she was destined to lead the Vault's 8 citizens, and the power has gone to her head. She's been the leader of Vault City for many, many years, and she's seen the worst that the Wasteland has to offer. But rather than taking sympathy on the poor souls that have come to Vault City for protection, she has instead taken the view that these outlanders were simply not strong or smart enough to achieve what Vault City has, and thus are inferior. I mean, to be fair, after I just kind of half assumed that they really cracked down on letting people in after they had the one guy go in and he became like a homeless man preaching on the streets, telling people to avoid. I just assumed they cracked it down after that. Would be funny if there was a hippie in 106 that actually survived, yeah. Wait, there's an ending where she marries Weston. Ah, interesting. There's at least 4 non-control vaults. Gotcha. Yeah, Jet Baby is a good one. Let's see. She tends to work too much and too hard, and sees all her time as precious, so she has little patience for socializing without a purpose. I.e., if it doesn't involve politicking, she's going to be working late at the office instead. And for people dropping in and wasting her time. As expected, Lynette has had no positive romantic relationships up until her potential relationship with Westing from NCR in the endgame of Fallout 2. Ah, so there is an ending where they can get married. She's had little time for anything other than her job, and that's her focus. If anyone throws her job or decisions into question, buckle up, because it takes the worst kind of personal attack. Lynette uses any negative situation involving Outlanders to reinforce her belief and disregards or ignores any positive aspects. She's single-minded and set in her ways. The fact that she, and Vault City, had an environmental welcome mat stretched out for them, with the gag, when they emerged from Vault 8, mean they suffered little hardship in comparison to the other struggling communities. But this simply doesn't factor into her thinking. She believes that Vault City and the Vault citizens have survived and thrived because they are a superior breed of human, smarter, better, and more capable than the human trash that prowls the wasteland. Anyway, there you go. I see. Yeah, no, I feel like... as somebody who just played through the game, I actually had a slightly higher opinion of Lynette than the devs did themselves, apparently. Because I'm kind of at Splint on this, where I thought they were just super distrustful of outsiders because raiders, slavers, cannibals, violent tribals, roaming the area. There's the... there's a degree of keeping Vault City safe, but... maybe they weren't expecting people to take it that, have such a generous read on things. It's pretty realistic mentality, yeah. The homeless guy preaching about revolve is the best kind of character. I see. Is the military base part of the Enclaves or something? Sorry, I'm not good at English, but I think you know what I wanted to say. Oh, perfectly understandable. Yeah, you don't build walls like theirs with those kind of turrets to keep out pests. Exactly. Considering they were sending raids on Vault City, I was like, kinda get it. Unknown. The Mariposa military base was constructed for the purposes of theft experimentation on human beings. And considering the nature of the volunteers, military prisoners who didn't have their brains scooped for use in the brain bots, and the lack of any shred of ethics in experimentation procedures, and it's possible the Enclave had something to do with experiments at Mariposa. In Mariposa records, however, the military base is never mentioned, as under the direction of any organization called the Enclave. And the Colonel Spindle, head of the military squad stationed at the base, never indicated any Enclave allegiance. Nor did the chief scientist Anderson in the last few minutes before Maxim put a bullet through his skull. Still, the existence of the Mariposa military base was listed in the Enclave records, and this enclave enabled the Enclave to find the base and begin their excavations. So it is possible that some elements of the pre-war Enclave had their fingers in the horrors taking place at Mariposa. They held the site for many years, but abandoned it after obtaining the FEV samples. And noting the high instance of mutation among the worker slaves, some of the soldiers, including Frank Horrigan. I mean, I think it's realistic to assume, because the Enclave is basically, the post-bomb, offshoots of the government, so I'd assume they probably had a finger in the military bases that were around. It only makes sense. Like that the classic Fallout didn't just default for every bad government decision being an Enclave boogeyman. Even if it's not necessarily modern Enclave that's responsible, but the military base probably, was under some kind of jurisdiction, presumably. It does become a bit stretched with the for serfdom fair. The stuff about the Brotherhood's founding, keep it in mind, because you'll know it's an issue when you start tactics. I'll keep it in mind, I'll keep it in mind. It does seem like that the military is kind of split into the Enclave and the Brotherhood, where I only really want to have tea with one of the two. One is a lot more reasonable than the other. There's something outside of the jurisdiction of the government. It implies there would be other branches than the Enclave. I mean, we already kind of see a split in a way, so I wonder. The Bethesda games were so lazy writing. I mean, you can definitely see how the first two games have a lot of thought put into it, so... Well, I haven't played the Bethesda games yet, but they have a high expectation to live up to. The boss, Richard Gray or someone in Fallout 1 was in the vault. Which vault is it? The Vault Gray, originally Moreau, started out in before his mutation. Master was Vault 8, and the vault you find him in Fallout 1 was a test demonstration vault constructed by Vault-Tec and has no number. Okay, the Master in Vault-Tec was in the Vault-Tec private vault. This was a demonstration model built for the federal government. It was also very close to the Vault-Tec headquarters. The private vault. Yeah, the Brotherhood's tech holding means they have really good tea kettle. This is true, the Brotherhood probably makes fantastic tea. Probably makes some excellent tea to drink, so... You have no idea Expedition Days held in 2008? Ooh, and how they were shattered, dang. Wood was the common military man, the Enclave military was the pencil pushers. Interesting. Not to confuse you even like the new games, just because the gore gameplay. That's true. I'm a bit nervous about that too, because I did have trouble getting into Skyrim back in the day, but we'll see how it goes. So, Richard Gray was the first Vault Dweller, not the main character in Fallout 1. Why did he leave his vault? According to the net in Fallout 2, Richard was exiled from Vault 8 for murder! The details of the murder are unknown, and judging from the hypocrisy filling Vault City, the entire incident is questionable. One question is from Piak, sent via Creakle of Duck and Cover fame. Why in the final scene in 1 and 2 nothing is said about the player-friendly NPCs? I'd love to know what happened to Marcus, Tycho, Ian, Casty and Vic. Okay, my guess is probably they just didn't want to account for all the living, combinations, but let's find out what the real answer is. We do not give kettles to the outsiders. But I joined the Brotherhoods in both game. They gotta give me a kettle. Hi Captain, hi Zach. 1 second, I have to cough real quick. There we go. I don't know why. Tim and Troika Q apparently ended up doing this for the NPCs in Arcanum though. Oh, why didn't they say anything then? According to the manual, Ian bit the bullet in Necropolis, Dogmeat died in Mariposa, Tycho and Katja were not mentioned, so it's assumed they didn't join the Vault Dweller. That's kind of what I assumed from the manual too. Still, even though it's mentioned in the manual, I'd substitute your own experience with them and let that be the true history. Even though Dogmeat's pretty likely to bite it in the military base because of those damn force fields and because you can't tell him to park his doggy ass in a safe place without locking him in the force gates. Oh god, don't I know it? Ah! The time loops I had to go through to keep Dogmeat alive, man. In any event, I'll try to include alternate endings for these characters depending on what you did in the game. Your actions should make a difference. As for Fallout 2, Mark Norton and I wrote all the end text for all the ones in Fallout 2 using the narrator's perspective. And occasionally the appropriate voice actors. So here's the sections I was able to dig up, and it's not all the NPC allies, but the talking heads of everyone. They just didn't make it into the game, and as I understand, Von Perlman already had 5 billion lines to do in 2 hours. And it's possible we decided not to do them because we ran out of time, or because Von Perlman is an extremely muscle-bound fellow who looks like he can crush bricks in his hands. All these Von Perlman stories are very funny. In any event, here you go. Note that some are personalized for the actors, others are not. The only ones we know for sure are Myron, killed by jet addicts. Yep, we did see that one in the ending, yeah? Ian being cooked by Barry the flamethrower mutant, and Dogmeat being fried by the manuals. By the fields. Yeah, those were in the manual. True. The companions in 1 were a very late edition. Oh, so they didn't think about giving them slides. Makes sense. He did do the epilogues for New Vegas. Oh, he kept his promise. Nice. Okay, the nets. I guess it's for the talking heads, so it's not necessarily the companions. That's right. Okay, this is the net for. The Vault City that I helped establish was to outlast me and continue for many more years. In the elections that occurred after the destruction of the remnants of the United States government, Senior Council Member McClure was appointed first citizen, and I retired to the honorary council member status. With my new free time, I traveled south to the NCR and met the NCR president. I was responsible for much of the legislation that followed in the years between the NCR and our city. I guess it's in the event they don't merge with the NCR. In my ending, they did wind up merging, but I guess she has relatively friendly, relations with them, despite the fact that they were kind of responsible for the Waits. Did they still merge? It's hard to say from this. It's hard to say. I guess. Well, they do get honorary counts. No, but she retired. No, I'm not sure. I think it could be either way. Like, either they merged or they didn't, or she just met the president. Okay, Marcus is a voice I cannot do. Inspired by the example set by the Chosen One, Marcus eventually traveled across great mountains to the east, searching for the other refugees for the Master's army. You never heard from him again. I think they wouldn't forgive that though. Maybe in this ending, you didn't tell him about it. Nothing personal, just politics. Yeah, I think this means Vault City didn't join Republic. Exactly. Especially if she's like, going over and helping out. But, I guess maybe she does join the Republic if she is wearing legislation. It's real. President Wickerson. Destruction of the Enclave erased all trace of President Wickerson from history. Now the title of President is used simply as a bogeyman used to frighten children. Harold. You still hear mention of Harold from time to time. Apparently the tree growing from his head has gotten larger, and if rumors are to be believed, fruit is growing from it. Like Tropius. The seeds are said to be remarkably tough, and several of them have taken root even in the most barren stretches of the wasteland. With your son? Sure! Do I have to take out the PNG? Hold on. That's a good point. Is this a... Where is he? Here we go. Certified char moment? Remember the bit about Harold? I will. I like that he's spreading trees and fruit. Very cool. It's, the idea that food is growing off it is fantastic. Char never leaves. Oh, this is my Yoshi. Stream have operated sail days without Char, yeah. I'm gonna just put him over there. he's gonna be lurking. There we go. Okay. The Elder. The Royal Elder lived for many years after the destruction of the Enclave. She seemed pleased that the ancient separation between Vault 13 and Vault Dweller had been reconciled, and many were the times she told you she wished the Vault Dweller were alive to see the reconciliation take place. Aww. Certain that the safety of the new village had been secured and the new community was flourishing, the Elder passed away a few months later in her sleep. Aww. Many of the older royal residents believe that she now lives in the Vault of the Sky, telling the Vault Dweller of your brave deeds. That's kinda nice. Putting charm on the Whetstone seats. But then I'd have to mess with the layers. He's ordering at the counter. He has a long order, don't worry. Harold is kind of my Yoshi too. Harold is the best. The end movie is just finishing. The tanker sailing towards the view at the full speed. In the distance is a massive explosion of the Enclave oil platform. The tanker draws closer as the screen fades to black. The Elder, the player character, and all the tribesmen are escaping on the tanker, though we do not see them. The Elder speaks in voice over her. She is pleased, even a little mischievous. Okay, here we go. Elderly, pleased, mischievous voice. Oh, did you see that? There was a good explosion. I can't do this, I'm sorry. I'm gonna read this normally. That was a good explosion. Chosen One, you are worthy of your name. I am alive, the tribe is saved, and the evil ones are dead. By the Vault Dweller, you are a hero indeed. The Elder Scrolls, keep doing it. Please don't sleep. All the village will honor you when we get home. Even your Aunt Morlis. We will roast the gecko and feast. There will be a shrine to you in the temple. Children will be taught your name. With you to protect us, we will certainly grow and prosper. That was a good explosion, wasn't it? I think I would like to see more explosions. Is mischievous Elvie not my normal voice? Oi! Oi! That's my elderly voice. My elder toad voice. My auntie voice. Children will be taught your name. Yeah, the entirely dorky name of Joe 2.0. I may include an MP3 of one poem and personally wishing me dead for the end narration sequences in Fallout 2. It's both funny and frightening at the same time. The last two questions are from Richard Gray from Vault 13 via his neural link to the Cathedral computers. Sounds like an elder hammer. That's just how I'm gonna sound like when I'm really old. Even older than now. According to Quiz A, the goals in Vault 12 were exposed to radiation and FEV. I know Harold said the vault doors opened early or something, so the radiation bit makes sense. My question is, how were the goals of Vault 12 exposed to FEV? Harold was a special case, since he went to the vats with someone, who shall remain nameless, and got dipped. How do you account for the others? When the West Tech research facility was hit, it shattered the FEV storage tanks on levels 4 and 5, and released the FEV into the atmosphere. Through some means, perhaps propelled by the explosion, the virus was able to reach the ghouls quickly and the mutation process began even as the radiation was rotting away their bodies. How the virus was able to survive the blast without being sterilized is unknown. It would depend on the type of warhead cracked by the West Texas facility like an egg. Actually, Harold never said he got dipped, although it's possible. He was exposed, however. Being in close proximity to the FEV is enough to cause mutation, as the Enclave slaves mining Mariposa discovered. I imagine the shield being the vats. Between the vats and the control room, Mariposa was meant to keep the virus contained. The MILF Joe voice. Now, I think that is a guild voice. That's a MILF's voice should be sexier, no? Vault 12, he was the closest to the glow, that's true. And it being airborne would actually, answer a lot of my questions about like why all the animals are infected. Before this, I'll be honest, it's a bit silly, but I thought like the master had been personally dipping all the animals himself. Because in the first game you do get like some of the test logs from the master. Saying, like talking about the FEV experiments on the animals. I just thought he personally dipped all the animals. And experimented on them and like set them free again. But being airborne makes a lot more sense. Hey, welcome in. Yeah, I thought the master just wanted Vevsu, and the guy had been at it for a while, so... Yeah, instead he used missive mind control powers. Okay. Let's see. What the heck was Frank Horrigan? Super mutant in powered armor? A cybernetically enhanced human? A robot? Cybernetically enhanced robotic super mutant in powered armor? Also, if he was mutated, why did the Enclave put up with him? Good question. Did they make a distinction between FEV-induced mutation and radiation-induced mutation? Frank Horrigan is a Munchkin's worst nightmare. As far as I can find in documentation, he's a mutant in power armor. Specifically made. But he's technically a super mutant is debatable, since the scientists operated on him so much and tweaked his DNA physiology, it's hard to see what the final result would have been if he had been left to change on his own. Find cool that Joe pronounced FEV without the acronym stuff. It's just so much easier to say. The guys you could hire did hate them. That is true. Master's sending his tubes to catch random bugs and rats and throwing them into the vat. I thought that's how it went. Here's an excerpt for the last update. It's important to note that Horrigan has never considered himself a mutant. Only the scientists at the Enclave would consider him one, but they mostly referred to him as an experiment, and even then not to his face. Most soldiers considered Horrigan a walking nuke, something the tech boys built, and they were not generally aware of his mutant status. Most did consider him a freak, however, and there were few soldiers who wanted to accompany him on missions. Yeah. Though to be fair, considering the man was like twice the size of a regular human. Well, then again, they did consider him a walking freak, so. Say forced evolutionary virus every time it's listed. Dear God. Munchkin is old TTRPG is for min-maxers. I know. And you know, once the band calls back to Fallout's TTRPG woods. Imagine he's not the most protective comrade, yeah. He became a mutant to destroy the mutants. He didn't make a distinction as much as an exception. Not many people were aware of his mutant status or could recognize him as a mutant. And those people saw him as more of an altered human experiment than a mutant. It's all semantics and selective bigotry. For fanfiction purposes, it is possible that he was just a genetically engineered monster whipped up by the Enclave, and that's what Sergeant Granite assumes about him. He's some genetically engineered freak is what he is, used to be the president's bodyguard. Secret Service agent Frank Horgan. Now he's more than half machine. I see. Hey, stop. He seems so nice offering his team lunch in that one cutscene. He was obviously delusional anyway, so telling him he is a mutant to his face will probably get you killed. Thrill. He's just, you know, half mutant, half machine, all Frank. Question for you guys. This is a question since Biz is going to keep making RPGs, but some questions I've always been curious about. Or for you who still play pen and paper games when you have access to computer ones. Why? Are there any special qualities about pen and paper games that make you keep playing them over a computer game or a massively online multiplayer game? Just curious. We have dedicated pen and paper board game base at Black Isle, and we have our opinions, but I'd like to hear yours. If you got some thoughts, feel free to email me. Oh, Black Isle Studio is what it stands for. Okay. Best in set RPG. It probably means back in house too. Makes sense. Chris Avalon still asks questions like this? That's fantastic. I mean, the answer is simple. It's just there's something there where, you know, you get the improv. That, like, you know, the versatility. You know, and while games get more and more broad and give more and more opportunities, and there are certainly CRPGs that try to give you as many options to roleplay. There are few games that can truly account for every, you know, option the human mind can come up with in terms of role-playing, so. And that's why, you know, pen and paper times are never gonna go away. Though I guess some of them get played online these days. The original dev starts this, and now it's just BS. Yeah, tabletop RPGs are more popular than ever. If anything, they've actually taken off since by the time this Bible was written, most likely. Yeah, it's a difference between a carefully crafted story versus being part of developing one. Much more input in, like, you know, dedicating the direction the whole story is gonna flow over time. Hey, voice, welcome in. Guys, ever need some war posters to throw some spice into a Fallout campaign? Oh, let's see. Place your bets. Does this link still exist? First site updates are on the way, so I will check it once in a while to see up in a week. Let's see. The website still exists. War posters. Yeah, it's taken an awfully long time to load. I'm not sure if this website still exists. That's a shame. What about this one? Page not found. Nope. That's one that doesn't exist anymore. Probably on the Internet Archive. I'm gonna guess that the other one is probably down too then. That's a bit of a shame. But some Japanese DMs are a bit railroady. It does happen because sometimes I have a very set story in mind. Especially if they're, like, you know, the type that wants to, like, publish a replay. Or, like, you know, publish a story for, like, Nico Nico. And that kind of stuff. Hi, can you speak? Welcome in. The guys from Best went on to fork Obsidian. Yeah, they mentioned it at the start of the Bible document. Okay, well, both of these don't exist anymore. Though I've lost the the Bible document. Might have to reload that real quick. 1 second. It's taking a while. Uh-oh. Come on. Why is it not working? Yeah, very freeform DMs are kind of a rare breed in general. Hey, Davi, welcome. Hello. I mean, it's loading. Let's hope it just comes back soon. Should have been more careful clicking the links, because I accidentally clicked out of the PDF because of it. My bad. Freeform is a nightmare for prep, but still. But also as a DM, half the time I I have very loose prep because I know my players would just go way off the road anyway. So I'm used to having to improvise. Yeah, I gotta be careful some weird site hasn't taken the domains. I mean, those were edu domains, so they should have been fine. That's it. For some reason, the Bible document isn't loading anymore, so I'm gonna see if I can get that back up again. Oh, hold on. Is it just my Firefox that's really slow now? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, my Google isn't loading. Is Google down? Twitter's still loading. Is Google down? What's going on? What up? Barely prep anything, got a rough direction where I want to go, and how to get there is gonna depend on how this session shakes out. Exactly. Like, I usually just have like a couple of rough things planned, a couple of NPCs on hand, and honestly, in my experience, the more you prep, the more prep is gonna go to waste. As the players do something entirely different. Huh. I'm a bit confused, because my internet is clearly strong enough to still be streaming. You know, because I'm not dropping bitrate or anything. But yet, it's not loading the Bible back in again. Okay, just gonna... Okay, I think I got it. Might have to restart it, but I think I've got it back. Okay, got it back. Here we go. Okay, might have to do a little bit of zooming in again. Oh. There we go. This is about where we had it before, I think. There we go. Okay, Noise was too scared of Firefox. Yep, too sick with... Most prep I put in is battle maps, and I figure you can go to into this fight. It's true. Like, you can always reuse the maps if need be. A lot of the times I just improvise the maps as well, though. Okay, let's see. Where were we? We had the one about the Enclave. Richard Gray. These. There we go. We're fine. Found the PDF. I might do so if it fails again. Fallout 1 Archaeology. I'm going to try and start including all the keywords you can ask the talking heads in Fallout 1. With the tell me abouts. This may not be a complete list, but these are all the ones listed in the design documentation. There's no documentation I can find for the non-talking heads, but if you happen to know any or find any other head keywords I missed, let me know. Interesting, that's fun if you like, you know. I wonder if any of these would have not been found yet by the time they released the Bible. I'm sure the game has been like delved pretty, you know, pretty thoroughly, but that's still a fun thing to include. I was at Fallout 1 Archaeology, yep. Check the links, and while the sites do exist, the exact links don't point to the original pages. Fair. There's probably a couple of hidden joke ones, yeah? I think these last two give new responses. Could be a generic I don't know response. You know, that's very funny though, like the, I'm pretty sure this does something, but I can't be bothered to double check. Because the overseer is boring, let's move to Ardash, who's got a little bit more space. Yeah, Ardash actually has a lot of words you can ask him. Oh, it's just those two? I guess the other ones might be documented in some of the later Bible parts. Okay, Psychers! For Fallout fanfiction purposes, you are welcome to make use of Psychers and the potential from Fallout 1, but I'd be careful. The Psychers in Fallout 1 show some pretty over-the-top mutations that could take the world to childhood's end fast, and you could say, oh, his eyes are glowing. The Psychers always kind of had me a bit curious. They felt very last minute in Fallout 1. Like, not really particularly mentioned before. I mean, it makes sense because, like, you know, the Master has, like, a whole, you know, everything going on. But, you know, I kind of wish they had delved more into it. In any event, of the four Psychers in the Master's Lair, Wiggum was electrokinetic dominant, Lucy was telekinetic dominant and a minor photokinetic, Moore was pyrokinetic dominant, and Gideon was receiving telepathic dominant. Without the ability to control his telepathy, requiring the psychic nullifier to block incoming thoughts, with minor photokinetic abilities. Don't even remember they exist? No, they're just kind of like in a room, very easy to miss. Yeah, the psycho at the tabletop. Oh, let him see the future but only his weather. Nice. Yeah, like it feels like something that might have been added to the game very late. Because you can basically kind of go through the game without even talking to them at the end. Very easily. In the Fallout Bible, all the psychos were officially wiped from the genre when the cathedral was vaporized in a nuclear fire. It's most likely the Master was able to somehow bring forth psychic powers in certain humans if they were injected with Vev. Makes sense. But most of the experiments were failures, resulting in insanity or used to line the corridor of revulsion. That's a good name too. Good way to state that. I think the weren't only hinted at later. That said, the most common form of psycho we see in game tends to be what people call beast lords. Oh. Wait, that's one of the affinity for animals. It's like a perk you can pick up, no? They always get used either as an Easter egg or a plot contrivance. Makes sense. Think of them as how new types would have developed with a dose of radiation. Hey, Paper Dragons, welcome in. Like, I guess, like, it makes sense because, like, the Master developed, like, a whole bunch of stuff. So it makes sense that, like, if he was experimenting on humans, maybe some others would, like, you know, wind up developing psychic abilities. Brotherhood of Steel Disc, ooh. Trying to finalize information on the Brotherhood of... The hell was that noise? Did you guys hear that? Think somebody's getting stabbed outside the castle. Yeah, there's Animal Friend. Can liken it to your character developing a psychic mutation. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Sounded like a cat. I'm concerned. Sounded like somebody getting punched or whatever. Sorry, that was me? Okay, I was getting stabbed. I'm gonna hope that don't need to check it. If somebody's getting stabbed out there, I'm not going outside to look. Someone just got crit out there, yeah. Sorry, that was me? Okay, stop stabbing each other, okay? Maybe you need to defend yourself. I hope the palace walls will do the job. Oh, same goes for a perk. You can get that suit Sparrow goals in your presence. Interesting. Oh, you are the one stabbing the other bun. Stop stabbing each other. Maybe they'll leave a few bones behind for me to loot. I'm not going outside if people are getting stabbed. Hi, Jazzy, welcome in. I'm trying to finalize information on the Brotherhood of Steel, and annoyingly enough, I can't seem to find the following excerpt from the message files anywhere in Fallout 1. If anyone could tell me how to get it, or as a bonus, give me a screenshot of the contents, I'd appreciate it. It's quickly becoming a source of frustration. Okay. Huh. I like how Avalon is like, I don't know where I left this in the game. Can anybody find it for me? If buns don't want to get stabbed, then why are they stabbing shaped? You guys are not. In the police show, at least my bot gives me an alibi. Oh dear God. Well, we'll hear if there's sirens later. Maxon's history. My father was a security guard at a secret military base in the desert of Southern California. Typical MP, I remember mostly his strength, and when it came time for the revolution, I respected his convictions. He stayed behind to help those who were disabled and wounded, even the SCIs. He put the well-being of myself and my mother in the hands of his best friend, and ordered us into the desert with the other rebels. Okay, he still does this. He recently asked Twitter how much Planescape Torment cost to release because he couldn't remember. That's hilarious. Oh, more like evidence for the police, but I guess you are the lady. I'm not! In case that's a call out, dear God, I hope not. We, very few, marched into the wastes. The only thought on my mind was that I would never see my father again. He knew that to stay behind was dead, and still he stayed. He respected the flag, the CIC, and the badge that he wore. What an idiot. He died for the sins of others. That will never happen again to us. We will become self-sufficient. We will become keepers of the knowledge and lore. We will survive the end of civilization. We will take responsibility for our actions, and we will hold accountable the actions of others. This I pledge to you, Max and my son. The Brotherhood of Steel is justly named. We are a brotherhood. Unlike my father, we will stand back to back with those that share our convictions and belief. We are steel. We are hard. We have been sharpened to an edge. To an edge. Always remember the fire that we were forged in. Never forget. The motto from a previous time and our motto now. Joe, I'm your father. I am your bum. What? Get out of here. I actually really like the style when Chris just admits he can't remember something. It's hilarious. Like this kind of like candidness, you know, from like the developers, like this kind of very relaxed casualness. It's rare these days. I kind of appreciate seeing it. Okay, timeline repair, second strike. Here's the second draft of the Fallout timeline based on your feedback to the first draft that went up to the net last month. I like how people were sending in feedback, because once again, you know, it's the... You know, sometimes your fans wind up knowing the lore better than you do yourself. It's hilarious. It happens all the time. There are heavy revisions to when the Enclave discovered the military base and when Melchior was captured, the true access of the Brotherhood of Steel and the events surrounding the FEV research at Red Tech Research Facility and Mariposa. Yeah, more devs need to be discarded. I really appreciate it. Again, this is not a final draft, since I imagine I will find more problems in it later on, as I get feedback from you guys. Thanks for looking it over. BT Dubs, even though information is included on the Vault Dweller's journey in Fallout 1 below, you don't have to use it. It was included in the Fallout 2 manual and it does tell you what happened to Ian and Dogmeat. Granted, the Dogmeat in Fallout 2 special encounter technically was Dogmeat, but it was a special encounter. So he shouldn't be considered as the real Dogmeat from Fallout 1, if that makes sense. I mean, he was just in the cafe, right? So, makes sense, makes sense. Kind of like how Oda refers to One Piece Wiki because he can't remember the stuff he wrote more than 20 years ago. It is so true. Like, I don't think that, like, the people who are, like, writing wikis for, like, manga, anime, games, and so on realize how much of an aid they are for, like, the writers of the future who can't remember the stuff they made before. You know, truly society's strongest soldier, upholding, you know, the entire patchwork of civilization. Oh, wait, we're starting before 2077, interesting. Now some authors make their own wikis for world building. It's kind of necessary, like, bigger the world you get. I mean, it's just a weird wasteland apparition who appears to be Boyle's note. Oh, I see, I see. I mean, like, I don't think I saw him in the waste, but I did see him in the cafe. Actually live relatively close to a couple that works with G.R.R. Martin to keep him up to date on his lore. Like I said, fans sometimes actually know better. Or at least have it fresher in mind. I like to think every dog meat is the same dog meat. He's a time traveler. I like to think that too, because then dog meat doesn't die. Okay, seeking to protect business interests in their ore supply, the United States begins to exert increasing pressure on Mexico, citing political instability and pollution stemming from Mexico as a threat to the United States. Various economic sanctions serve to destabilize Mexico, and the United States military enters Mexico to keep the oil refineries running, making sure that oil and fuel continue to make their way across the border. At Mexico's expense, a television documentary into the withered hulks of the Texas oil fields. Oh, so America's out of oil in this timeline. I see, reveals how deep the energy crisis was. The resource wars begin. Many smaller nations go bankrupt, and Europe, dependent on oil imports from the Middle East, responds to the Middle East rising oil prices with military action. Long drawn out war between the European Commonwealth and the Middle East begins. I see. Are my sneakers rented on the sides? You can like take liberties with those. That's fine, that's fine. Everyone is out of oil somehow, pretty much. Pretty much. 3D stickers are done with the RX-78 too. There's a lot of decals, I'm not surprised. Yeah, the energy crisis was rough. So it looks. The United States suffers and begins to collapse. In a series of heated debates, many nations withdraw from the organization as the UN tries to keep the peace. At the end of July, the United Nations is disbanded. Good thing it's all fiction. The socially transmitted new plague arises, killing tens of thousands. The United States closed its borders and the first ever national quarantine is declared. New plague? The source of the plague is unknown, but rumors persist that it's a genetically engineered weapon. Like an exclamation mark on the end of a very bad year, a terrorist nuclear weapon destroys Tel Aviv, limited nuclear escapes in the Middle East, raises fear. Light of the Euro-Middle Eastern conflict and the plague scare, the United States sets the Project Safe House in merger. The project, financed by junk bonds, is designed to create shelters called vaults. Okay, that's what we know. The populace, for the populace in the event of nuclear war, deadly plague. Okay, ZEC 1.0 goes online. Developed by Vault-Tec, initially a prototype of the same system designed to cover the vaults, it is given to the government to help the Department of Energy collect research data. Within a year, it's taken by the military for plague and tactical research. Okay. We did meet Sex at some point, right? In the first game, I think. If I recall. The most fancy thing is it holding out. Do you learn them from your parents? No, I think I go a lot more than my parents do. The West Tech Research Village starts working on a new virus to kill the new plague. The viral research close the ties to the federal government, listed them being joined from the plant immunity variant, blah 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 blah. Regular conditions in West Tech. It's not part of the Vault-Tec preservation software. Scientists claim that the Zek is a bit of a cheater and draws the game out too much for a computer of his considerable abilities. I see. Okay. The Anchorage front line is established. The United States increased the military presence in Alaska, protects all interests. First artificial intelligence is born. Expansion is halted. Traffic on the street in the world stops moving. Because fuel at this point is too precious to waste on automobiles. So they already had a major fuel shortage like 17 years before the bombs start dropping. Interesting. You'd think that I see. New plague symptoms from memory was just a super deadly version of the flu. Makes sense, like the ones they had in 1918. Makes sense. Cars and stuff have fusion reactors. I guess I do have we do have the special fusion cells that we put in the car in the second game. Makes sense. The Euro-Middle Eastern wars ends as the oil fields in the Middle East die. There's no longer a growing conflict and both sides are reduced to almost ruin. Despite quarantine measures, the new plague continues to spread. Construction of the vaults are completed except for Vault 13. This construction finally gets off the ground, heralding a development cycle that seems plagued with problems. Those begin in the other cities with completed vaults. The increasing frequency of the drills has a cry-wolf effect, and the tournaments for the drills trickles off as the years go on. Interesting. New Plague was supposed to be a major part of the plot of Van Buren, but then never happened. Maybe that's why it gets mentioned so often in the timeline, because I don't remember Plague being mentioned at all in the past 2 games. Not even particularly in the manual, as I recall. But if it was a major thing from Van Buren, it makes sense why they're talking so much about it. Oh, Anchorage mentioned it's in the DLC. Nice. Okay. Construction, due to the enormous demand for electricity, a nuclear reactor in New York City almost goes critical. The near meltdown brings into effect power ration. The term hot summer is used to refer to the New York incident. Increasing need for mobility in United States mechanized cavalry leads the military to focus on the create the man-based tank, essentially a 2-legged walking armor to unite the power armor. Okay. Yeah, it's not like oil dries up overnight. It's true. I just figured that if they have 17 years, they would have figured out other ways at that point. You know? They mentioned it one time in Fallout at the West Tech facility. Oh, it does get brought up. Might have forgotten about it if it was just a brief mention. Can you pull up the chart a little so I can see what's going on? Yeah, sure, that's... Sure, take a look. Maybe that's too much, I'll keep them here. Yeah, the nuclear power car is one, but it hasn't been mentioned yet. Surely they'll mention the car at some point. Oh, the plague was what led to the Vev virus. That's where the virus part came from. Makes sense. Now it's like I'm teaching Char. No one trust of all the untold stories that it took a lot more than just a few nukes flying around to annihilate humanity. It's true. It seems like a lot of things kept stacking up to lead there. Power armor research grows and several prototypes are developed, many of which proved to be unworkable. They paved the way for future advances in military construction and fusion. As the oil resources dry up across the globe, China's fossil fuel dependency causes an energy crisis in the nation. China, bordering on collapse, becomes more aggressive in its trade talks with the United States. Unwilling to export oil from China, talks between the United States and China break down. Can't believe I'm Char's Nathan too. Or should I say... I'm sorry, that's not how Char laughs. I can't do his laugh. Okay. Going on. Adding further insult to the Chinese-American relations, the first crude fusion cells is unveiled. One of the results of the power armor project. The virus designed for the fusion cell begin to be manufactured, probably like the cars. Incorporating fusion power into the general US infrastructure begins, but the process is too slow to supply power to the regions that need it. Nearly 13 years later, the few sections of the United States were supplied with fusion powers. That's a random thing. While China is very dependent on oil like everyone else, it's actually more reliant on coal. Ah, but they don't bring it up. I guess because like the rest of the world isn't thinking of coal too much, huh? There's a prototype power armor that required you to be plugged into a cable. Ah, old school mech style. Not bad, not bad. In the winter of 2066, China invades Alaska. The Anchorage front line becomes a true battleground. As a sign of increasing tension between the two countries, Canada proves reluctant to allow American troops on Canadian soil and allow American planes to fly over Canadian airspace. United States and Canada tensions rise. Canada eventually backs down and US troops pass through Canada. And set stage for the Canadian annexation. Oh, I didn't know that happened. 1 year before the bomb stop. The first suit of power armor is deployed in Alexa. While lacking the full mobility of the future versions, this power armor is incredibly effective against Chinese tank and infantry. Its ability to carry heavy ordnance becomes the key in various localized conflicts. I mean, you do get to carry a lot of stuff with the power armor. Does the power destroy entire towns without endangering the warrior? Also true. China wishes to create its own version, but they are many years behind the United States. Wasn't it mentioned? It might have been. Oh, they mentioned it in the intro, yeah. There's 2 soldiers executing the guy. That was the Canadian annexation in the intro. Ah. Okay. I might have forgotten about that because it doesn't get brought up much during the game. Right, our brave troops in Canada keeping peace. Right. Keeping peace in the newly annexed Canada. Yeah, the thing about dropping Walamingos on Canadian cities seems plausible now. Oh my god, can you imagine if we just fought war with Walamingos? Okay. Canada begins to feel the pressure from the United States military as the US draws upon Canadian resources for the war effort. Vast stretches of timberland are destroyed. Not my timberlands! And other resources in Canada are stretched to a breaking point. Many Americans refer to Canada as Little America, and Canadian protests are unheard. Vault 13 is finally completed. It's the last of the vaults, and drills begin. Due to its late completion, the quiet wolf effect that hurt the other vaults is not as pronounced. I see. It's a little bit annoying because once you win with them, you know you have to fight the war with them. Guess we push the timeline. The first of the Chrysler's Motors fusion different cars are developed. Reassuringly big in America, the limited models carry a hefty price tag but are sold out within days. Ah, the cars. Many Chrysler spans have long since been converted into making military ordnance. The United States increasing demands for Canadian resources caused protests and riots in several Canadian cities. An attempted sabotage attempt of the Alaskan pipeline is all the military needs as an excuse to begin its annexation of Canada, which in fact had already begun 5 years earlier. As Canada became increasingly aggressive with their use of biological weapons, the United government felt that countermeasure was needed. The Pan-Humanity Variant Project is officially formed and the plans are made. Oh, and I guess the other plague virus might have been an early version that they had been testing, just implied. To begin experiments at the West Tech Research in Southern California. Contrary to their claims of seeking only to retake Alaska from the Reds, American power armor units, infantry and mechanized divisions are deployed in China, but they become bogged down on the mainline, putting a further drain on American research and supply lines. I see. Those damn poison maple syrup shipments. Hiya Press 3, hiya Linz, welcome in. Okay. PvP experiments. I'm sorry. Continue at West Tech with a patch, blah blah blah. In the wake of successful tests of the virus on single-celled organisms, experiments on plant cells are postponed. It's renamed VEV, the Forced Evolutionary Virus. VEV experiments continue at Mariposa. With the batch, in the wake of successful tests on flatworms, they exhibit increased size and heightened resistance. This is all kind of stuff we learned in the first game. Experiments with insects have less success, and further experimentation in insects is postponed by Major Barnett. Yeah, the PvP fault? I mean, probably the one that had like all the weapons unlocked, right? Virus 1v1. Time for some ranked experiments up in here. PvP would end up having many side branches. Yes, PvE, and I'm sorry. Including the VEV and the VEV team. Makes sense. Let's see, they use the mice, they increase size, muscle density, and intelligence. On rabbits, increase size, intelligence, aggressiveness. Apparently it was hard to determine whether the flatworms in the previous experiments were angry and more violent than normal. Frankly, the researchers cannot be blamed on this. Yeah, it's true, it's hard to say that a flatworm is more angry or violent than it used to be. One free-for-all vault, one TDM vault, one capture the flag vault, yeah. Happy birthday, Jojo. I don't think it's Jojo's birthday. You'd have to look up the day I played Pokemon Snap for that one. And hi, Julian, welcome in. A military team under command of Colonel Spindle is sent to Westech Research to monitor the experiment in the interest of national security. Captain Roger Maxson is among the team personnel. Grandfather of the Brotherhood guy. Now it's starting to get more sense the closer you get, yeah. I mean, I guess this is where things start heating up, right? And hey, Gazelle. Splicing in several new gene sequences into their test virus, dogs are injected with a batch at Mariposa. Although increased strength was noticed, increased intelligence was not. United States annexation of Canada is done. Canadian protests and rioters are shot on site in the Alaskan pipeline swarms with American military units. Pictures of atrocities make their way to the United States, causing further unrest and protest. And the Fef Rabbit. Oh! Could it have been the Holy Grail Knight's third encounter? I mean, they are more angry and violent. It's actually possible. Couldn't make smarter dogs? No. The Dutch dogs were already perfect. Hope you're having a nice stream. I am. Welcome in. I need to grab some more water. 1 second. Here we go. Using batch experiments are conducted on raccoons. Same was also noted, but the attempted escape of several infected raccoons caused Major Barnett to terminate the escape, and the test subjects, 2 pairs of raccoons, are unaccounted for. Scott Campbell and Chris Daly intended these escaped raccoons to form an intelligent animal community northwest of the globe called the Burrows. This location was never implemented. You guys mentioned that. Is the snap stream lost to time? I am not sure actually if that one was lost to time. It is technically one of the older ones, so it might have been. I think I still have the thumbnail. I can like show you, you know, what it looked like, but the stream itself might be lost. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. This is the origin of Jojo. But that might have been before I started uploading the streams though. Yeah, it is cool reading documents like this. Absolutely. Absolutely. Raccoons became infection in Hearts of Iron. Nice. DM who did the first fall campaign used the raccoon avatar. Nice. Oshoi, konbanwa. Okay. Once all secondary tests and studies are done, test subjects, all dogs from the batch were terminated from a safe distance. Oh. Power armor prototype is completed, resorting the power armor the players find in 1. This is the pinnacle of power armor before the Great War. Many of these units are sent to China and they begin to carve a stretch through the Chinese forces. The Chinese resources are strained to the breaking point and the supply lines that have been annexed begin to break down. I see. If they had the Raccoon Gate doing Fallout 2 development, then definitely would have made its way to the game. I wonder. I think it was like removed from the game because it was like too unserious. Is what I heard from it. But then again, they had the talking rats in the second game, but I am again, welcome in. There we go, March 7th is the birthday. Well, there you go. That's the one then. That's the one. Power armor prototype, right. Food and energy riots begin in major cities throughout the United States. Military units begin to be deployed in cities within the United States to contain rioters. Okay, so things were breaking down pretty hard before the bombs dropped. A state of emergency is declared, martial law follows. 15 chimpanzees are infected with the batch, the most successful test to date. They surpass all the subjects to date. Military practically drools over the results. Plans are made in secret to begin testing in small quarantine towns in North America. And the Mariposa military base construction is sped up in anticipation of moving the Westech project to a location under military supervision. Steven back in 2023. Yep, a while back. I think talking raccoons eventually developed into intelligent death claws. Makes sense. They're similar in concept, you know, animals experimented upon to become more intelligent and then, like, you know, living on their own. It's kind of what they did with the deck class in the second game. Major Barnett orders transfer of all FEF-related research to the newly constructed Mariposa. Despite objections, Alaska is reclaimed. First domestic use of the power armor within the United States for crowd and quality control. Units originally serving in China and Anchorage find themselves fighting Americans at home. Food riots increase, many civilians are killed, several soldiers defect from the military. They are captured and sent to prison. FEF research is leaked to the world through an unknown source. Protests in many major cities and governments around the world, as well as accusations that the US was responsible for the new plague. FEF is seen as the threat it is, serves only to fuel tensions. Prepared for a nuclear-biological attack from China, the president and the enclave retreats to the remote sections around the globe and make contingency plans for continuing the war. I guess that's when the enclave got out, or at least a little while before the bombs are launched. Captain Roger Maxson and his men discovered that the scientists at Mariposa have been using military volunteers, aka prisoners who didn't have their brains scooped for brain bots, as test subjects in their experiments. When did they start using the brain bots? I don't... morale on the base breaks down and Maxson executes Anderson, the chief scientist. Not long after this, in the light of the breakdown of the mental breakdown of Colonel Spindle stationed at the base, Maxson's men turn to him for leadership. He shrugs and says we should quit. Captain Roger Maxson, now in control of Mariposa, declares himself to be fully deserted from the army via radio. Nothing happens. Worried, Maxson orders all families stationed outside the brain to be moved inside the Mariposa facility. Yeah, he probably started realizing it was about to happen. It's always existed. The game brainbots are called Vapor Brains. I mean, I assume it's like, you know, Skynet, but when did the US start using those? Is my question. They mentioned the discovery of AI and they just start scooping them, I guess, at some point. Okay, near this, October 23rd, Great War. Bombs are launched. Who struck first is unknown, and it's not even known if the bombs came from China or America. Air raid sirens sound, but very people go into the vaults, thinking it is a false alarm. The vaults are sealed. 1 second. Just gonna snack on something real quick, because there's a lot of reading, and just like... only water isn't keeping my voice going. Let me take a quick bite. 1 second, it's so dystopian. We were doing this before, right? 1 moment, just recovering real quick. It's a long timeline. What snacks do I have? Dried pieces of dry cured ham. I'm still a little bit sick, so I'm still not snacking a lot. But you know, just small snacks like this are fine. And I like these, so they have a good salty flavor. My tea is a Chinese fight first, because it was described how they were pushed back in the power armor. It does seem like they would have been more driven into a corner, yeah? Also, for this fictional futuristic set to discover AI and then go like, nope, bad idea. Put a brain in the robot instead. Okay. Okay, let me open a new water bottle. Take a sip. Okay. Let's keep going. In his head, the Chinese struck first because of the FEF experiments. I mean, it makes sense as retaliation, especially if they're dropping it on the US. My theory is that the talking raccoons did it. That's how they do it in 40k as well. Put the organic parts in. Makes sense, it's cheaper that way. Okay, back to reading. Necropolis Vault 12 never closes. Once it becomes known that the other vaults have sealed, people within Bakersfield attempt to force their way into Vault 12 to protect themselves and their families. Yeah, but it's not gonna help. Because it's not sealed. The angry flatworms must have been the ones who launched the nuke, yeah. The West Tech research facility is hit by warheads, breaking open the FEF tanks on level 4 and 5 and releasing it into the atmosphere. The glow. Once exposed to radiation, it begins to mutate and infect humans and critters in the wasteland, enduring the player character in 1 and 2 to endure hordes of random encounters. Hey, Gilbal. The Mariposa military base survives, and the soldier and scientists within, protected from the radiation and FEF, flood the wastelands. 2 days later at Mariposa, a scout in power armor, Plattner, is sent out to get specific readings on the atmosphere. He reports no significant radiation in the area surrounding the facility. Really? Just 2 days later? I find that a little bit hard to buy. Like, if they were dropping nuclear bombs, you certainly have significant radiations. You know? Even... Really? Really? I find... Unless it's like not actually a nuclear bomb, I find that hard to buy. In 40k, using organic human parts isn't a matter of cost, it's a matter of necessity. Oh, because anything AI turns on the humans in seconds. Makes sense. Makes sense. Maybe buns came from the angry flatworms. Nah, you guys are too cute for that. Every time they find old AI in 40k, they're terrifying, nearly godlike super robots. How harmful is radiation really? Nukes don't actually spread that much radiation over a large area. Yeah, but if the whole country had to go into shutdown for it, I just assumed it was multiple nukes. You know? I guess it depends on how far away it is, but that's... You know, I figured if like most of the US had to shut down for it for a while. They don't actually give off as much radioactive residues as something like Chernobyl. Huh. I guess... The more you know, the more you know. Depending on the nuke, it can have very little radiation. Really? I just assumed that it would take more than 2 days. But I guess it could be like, you know, dependent on like more radiation than a power armor can withstand. Like they might still be in protective suiting and stuff. Next day is your birthday? Happy birthday! After burying the scientists in the waste outside of Mariposa, the soldiers seal the military base and head out in the desert, taking supplies and weapon schematics with them. Captain Maxon leads his men and family to the ex-government bunker at Lost Hills. This event was called the Exodus, and the surviving soldiers went on to eventually form the Brotherhood of Steel. Although Maxon points in the holodisk indicated that the civilian personnel were to remain at base, where they did or not is unknown. I can't find when Georgie was born. I think that fault might have been lost to time. It might have been just lost to time. Yeah, you might share a birthday with the Brotherhood of Steel. Or at least the Exodus, at the very least. If not the Foundation. It's also possible radio protective equipment was just more reliable. Fair enough, fair enough. So I guess like I'll believe you guys that depending on the nuke, it might just not have that much radiation to begin with. So I guess I have never considered that. I guess the first impact is the part that's the big problem. Some are more geared towards radiation than others. Cobalt bombs, for example, can leave deadly radiation, lingering on the area for more than 20 years. Or as long as 50. See, that's what I thought, but I guess then it does depend on the bomb. An official birthday for Giorgio. Apparently, hold on. Quest looked it up earlier. Let me see. March 7th. March 7th. So he missed Giorgio's birthday this year. March 7th. After burying the scientists in the waste outside of Mariposa... right. Captain Max and his men, their family, arrive at the Lost Hill bunker a few weeks later, suffering many casualties along the way, including Maxon's wife, but not his teenage son. Lost Hills bunker becomes the HQ of the Brotherhood of Steel. First effects of the virus are seen in the survivors. Widespread mutations occur with animals and humans alike. Those that survive the effects of mutations are permanently changed by the virus. New species are created almost overnight. We missed it, yeah. I didn't think you guys wanted to celebrate Giorgio's birthday. I should have gotten Giorgio a new balloon, I guess. They might have not known the location of the Mariposa base. Drill. The hands of death could not defeat me, the sisters of death. Oh, hi, Cheese. I think you've got the wrong stream today. We're not playing God of War. We're reading the Fallout Bible. This is Giorgio's #1 fan. This is true. This is true. Okay. So... Then the city of Necropolis is founded by the core survivors of Fall 12 and the US citizens that fled to Bakersfield when the bombs fell. Seth takes control of Necropolis. Oh, Seth takes control very early. I mean, I guess he's like a very old ghoul. Yeah, that's the reason Giorgio's so sad nobody remembers his birthday. Yeah. You know, the balloon Giorgio has is not even from Giorgio's birthday, it's from my birthday. Set takes control of Necropolis, wresting control from the original Overseer. The Vault 12 Overseer, not willing to take a dirt nap, is driven north and history loses sight of him. Vault 29 opens. Harold, now human, sets out to make his fortune as a trader. Making circuit around the survivalist communities in the wastelands. Happy belated birthday, Jojo. I'll get you another balloon, I promise. Wonderful, thank you for the follow. Okay, not even the balloon, yeah. Maybe we can get Jojo some balloons for my birthday next month. Vault 29 opens. Vault 8 opens and they use their gag to create fertile ground for the city. This eventually becomes Vault City. LA Vault opens. The interesting thing is, like, now knowing in hindsight that like Vault 13 was just never meant to open. Like, I thought Vault 8 had like a broken, you know, detector or something that made the people come out early. When we like learned from the nets that, like, you know, the Overseer had them like leave so early. I thought they were broken, but it was no. It was Vault 13 who was wrong. I hadn't even considered that it might have been the other way around at the time. LA Vault opens. The boneyard is found in the track's visitors. Dr. Richard Moreau is... that name, man. Is exiled from Vault City for murder. The circus sites surrounding the murder are known, but he changed his name to Grey and heads south. Moreau being an obvious reference, which actually kind of makes sense, considering Richard Grey's proclivities as the master later in life. Now I think about it. The Bakersfield Valve, which I think is Necropolis, never closed. Yep, that's what we learned earlier. Yeah, could we be wrong? No, it's all the other vaults who are wrong. Now, to be fair, as a descendant from the Vault Dweller, of course we would think that we were in the right. It fits with the scheme, right? Okay. LA Vault opens, exiled. The hub is founded by a man named Angus, who sets up camp around the filthy oasis in the desert, and he proceeds to begin trading with other settlements. Harold rises to the level of a caravan boss in the hub. His caravans suffer occasional attacks in the waste, but Harold's caravan outfit survives and prospers, until the mutant attacks begin to pick up a few years later. John Maxton, the future High Elder of Brotherhood of Steel and Fallout 1, is born. Okay. Increasing mutant attacks on Harold's caravan cause Harold to get so pissed he finances one of the first adventuring parties of Fallout to try and find out where the dagnab mutants are coming from. Consulting with a scientist and a doctor at the hub, a man by the name of Grey, two of them join forces. And that's when it all goes wrong. Tester was running out of vaults? Wait, really? There were like 122 of them. They had to bump up the number. There's like 122 of them. The ultimate goal is everybody becoming talking raccoons. Reminds me of the unbelieving story of the production of The Island of Dr. Moreau. Yeah, it was actually a documentary. Just kidding. Okay. Richard Grey's expedition, including Harold, finds the Mariposa military base, and the expedition is scattered and defeated by mutants at the base. Grey is knocked into one of the paths of Fev by a robotic arm, and Harold is knocked unconscious, only to awaken later out in the wasteland. Harold, already mutating, is found by traders and taken back to the hub. His former caravan partners and employees, horrified by his condition, abandon him. He's soon left without even 2 bottle caps to rub together. Poor Harold. Richard Grey, now horribly mutated by the virus, crawls from the vats covered with Fev and in terrible pain. Barely able to think or perceive his surroundings, he crawls around into the vat control room and begins his audio log. He fades in and out of consciousness, sometimes for days or weeks at a time. Don't know if the number stone files are set in stone anymore. It's like the Pokemon problem. You have to keep adding more to every game. Sometimes to the detriment. I like to add a lot of thoughts about glorified dungeons with very little boring lore. But that's that problem I see. How did he get back outside? Crawling. You know, presumably. Richard begins to acclimate to his conduction and begins his first test of animals by exposing them to Fev. His experiments and his growing awareness lay the foundation for his plans for the Unity and the Master Race. He takes the name, the Master. The first human victim wanders into Mariposa and Grey consumes him. Grey continues his experiments on wanderers that enter Mariposa with no success. The creations are flawed due to the radiation counts in their bodies, making them big but incredibly stupid. And Grey consumes them rather than letting them live. Yeah, Grey was kind of onto. You know, it took him a while to stop eating people. You know, like before he started like building an army instead. Now you see a relative handful in each game, but that still means we've seen a pretty good chunk as of like Fallout 76, that's true. He sure does love to change names still. Oh, I'm off to bed, sleep tight, the sweet bunny dreams begin. He's just a little hungry. Protein is protein. The master discovers the problem with the influence of radiation on his mutations, and he begins to choose his subjects more carefully. The first classic super mutants are born, butt-scratching animations and all. He begins his plan to build an army. If eating mutants is wrong, then why are they so tasty? Stop eating mutants! I'm certain you've been there. I have not eaten any mutants. Even mutants need a snack of the week. The master discovers the problem with the... Right. Throughout this period, the master begins slowly gathering test subjects, willing or unwilling, from local human stock. In the Great Winter of 2130 and the scarcity of human subjects makes building his army difficult. Angus rules over the growing hub and establishes himself as governor. Angus is murdered. Hub is thrown into chaos. A band of merchants seizes the water tower in the hub. They demand anyone wanting water must pay a toll. The great merchant wars begin. Since buns cannibalize each other and Grey cannibalize mutants, does it mean buns are geniuses? Now you guys only have one brain cell. You gotta share it too, so... I'm not sure if that counts. Frankly, I don't even know who has the brain cell right now. The great merchant wars are fought. The water merchants seal up the town but are outnumbered. A man named Roy Green makes a peace and negotiates a settlement. The Hump's Central Council is formed and composed of 2 representatives from each of the hub caravan companies. Long period of indecisiveness and meetings maintain the status quo in the hub. Great winter occurs. You do it so I can read, yeah. I have the brain cell. Now I need the brain cell for reading today, #1 Jorunna fan. I gotta use it right now. Okay, the master begins ordering his super mutants to gather human stock from caravans. Many years of caravan disappearances are blamed on monsters in the desert, and even when abductions begin to occur on hub caravans, the dead claws are blamed. Super mutant army grows. Faction within the Brotherhood of Steel, led by Sergeant Dennis Allen, gains strength, and they urge the Elders to let them explore the southeast globe for artifacts. Elders refuse, so Allen and his divisionist group splits away, taking some technology and weapons with them. Hub is low-key the most important town, yeah, very vital. Very, very vital. I mean, they have, you know, the water. She never lets us have the brain cell. I let you guys have the brain cell most of the time when I'm playing games, but I need it right now. Okay, small team of the Brotherhood heads to the West Deck research facility. They arrive there 20 days later, promptly chewed apart by the unforgiving automated defense system. Wounded Allen begins to suffer radiation poisoning from a leak in his suit. Before he dies, he logs what happens to the expedition. D is ridiculous. We're not allowed to do what we want, so we steal some stack and do it anyway. Elder Watcher Maxon dies of cancer. His son, already in a complete zone, takes up the role of general. Becomes a member of the Paladins. Master begins to mass-produce super mutants. Only about 1 in 6 or 1 in 5 attempts are successful, and these successes only half seem to last to go on to be the part of his growing army, called the Unity. I mean, the rest you can just eat or put in the the corridor of horrors. Hey, Kirby. Need the brain cell to think about Seabomb. You're not getting the brain cell for that. Decker forms underground in the hub and starts pulling strings. Vault 15 opens. Vault Dweller born. This will vary according to your age in the Fallout 1. What's the standard age in that case? Well, we'll see when, like, they head out. The rest you would snack on or toss the vats to make sand towers. True. Those are not becoming part of meat. Is 19 the standard age for the Vault Dweller? 1 second, just snacking a bit. Okay. Surely most were 32, just like the first one, I'm sure, right? The age range is 16 to 50, I'm fairly sure. Yeah, but I wonder what the standard is. Or the one they go canon. It's 19? Okay. Raiders begin to form in the region as food supplies run low. Cans and vipers begin terrorizing. Shady Sands is founded. Cute little Tandy is born. Unaware that by the time Fallout 2 rolls around, she will turn into a wizened old crone that is hard on the eyes. Poor Tandy. As the influence slowly spreads throughout the waste, the Master finds human doomsday cultists, and while it dipped them in the vaults, he demands their obedience as spies. Their leader is a man named Morpheus, and he pledges followers to the Master. Morpheus and his cultists form the future core of the Children of the Cathedral. Joe Maxon's father dies in a raid by the Vipers, expecting raiders to break in one. Maxon doesn't take into account the religious ferocity of the Vipers or their poisoned weapons. When a single arrow nicks him with the elf, he dies within an hour. Joe Maxon takes up the role of Elber, and Wombus becomes the new head of the Paladins. We can do some math here when we see the game start date. I've no reason to disbelieve 90 is the default, yeah. I mean, checks out. Yeah, she was pretty good looking for like, I think like, what was it, 98 or something? 96? Especially in the wastelands. Let's see. After capturing a caravan of strange garbed travelers, Master learns the location of the Boneyard Vault, the future site of the cathedral. He conquers the inhabitants and sets up the operations there, and the human cultists begin to use the other vaults as their power base. Within the vault, the Master learns of the other vaults, realizing that human occupants are ripe for transformation, begins to send out patrols in search of those other vaults. That's right. Master sees advantage in establishing a benevolent religion, the Children of the Cathedral, and using them as spies in the settlements. Missionaries from the Children of the Cathedral spread slowly across the wasteland, acting as eyes and ears. Yeah, that wasteland test isn't easy on the skin. Though we did, establish that the wasteland test is the only way we can bait in the post-apocalypse, but... Okay, Master learns the location of the Bakersfield Vault, Vault 12, and sends a detachment of super mutants. Many ghouls are snapped like twigs. Oh. And Seth finally parleys with the super mutants, telling them that the ghouls are the vault survivors and the super mutants are looking for. The super mutants, angered at failing to find an intact vault, set up a small garrison at the watershed to watch the inhabitants and ensure Seth's cooperation in the war to come. Poor little ghoul. Poor little ghoul. Did I find the recipes in the manual? Yep, I did. Looks like there will be several book reading streams. To be fair, I think the timeline might be the densest part of the manual. I think the rest will be a little bit less dense than this. Okay. A Brotherhood of Steel patrols come across a dead super mutant in the Badlands to take the corpse back to the scribes. Okay. And this is when Fallout 1 begins, so that's 61. 41. Okay, so I guess the canonical age is 20? More or less? I guess like Vault Dweller is born in around spring, summer, or autumn, so I guess canonical age is 19, yeah? Because it hasn't like hit December yet at that point, so I guess 19 is the canonical age. Makes sense. Yeah, I think we're hitting the end of the timeline, though we still have the events between 1 and 2, but they're probably not as dense. Off to bed, sleep tight, to see bunny dreams. Okay. Fallout 1 begins. Fallout Tenders discovers Shady Sands, meets Stanley, Ian, recruits Dogmeat, reaches the hub, knows for okay, so it is canonical that you get the water delivered. That's right. Yeah, Dweller was still pretty young. Mind the vault some time. Vault Dweller recovers the water chip in Necropolis. Ian is killed by a super mutant and reduced to a cinder, ending his tendency to shoot the Vault Dweller in the back with an SPNG burst. Checks out. Vault Dweller kicks the master's ass. Vault Dweller destroys the military base. Dogmeat dies defending its master. Fallout 1 ends. Vault Dweller returns to Vault 13 only to be told you are a hero and you have to leave. Some members of the Vault, led by Lydia, the head of the Return to the Service faction, including the reporters Teresa and Lau, follow soon afterwards. Okay. Vault Dweller removes the Vault suit and from this day forward never wears it again. Heads north with a small group of Vault Dwellers, founds Arroyo, constructs Arroyo. At high noon, Marcus and Brotherhood of Steel Paladin Jacob cross paths many miles southwest of Balkan Hill and punch and shoot each other for a few days. Eventually they give up, unable to get an advantage over the other. Two start traveling together, arguing over Master and Brotherhood of Steel doctrine, and whether or not the Master could truly neuralink his biology into the Cathedral computer network. Marcus and Jacob, along with the trail of ghosts, humans and super mutants, found the community of Broken Hills. Jacob moves on, says goodbye to Marcus. NCR is formed, Central Council is created as a governing body. Vault Dweller has a daughter! Oh, that's the elder, that's not us yet. No, we're the granddaughter. This is our mother. Tandy unanimously elected president of the NCR. And expected he proceeds to do a kick-ass job. They really like Tandy. The devs are a big fan of Tandy, I think. Enclave works on the various new technologies, including power armor variations. None of these are too much of an improvement over the conventional old-school power armor. Some are actually worse. After writing the Fallout 2 manual memoirs, Vault Dweller vanishes from Arroyo, is presumed dead. The Vault Dweller leaves the Vault suit behind, folded on the bed. Some say the Vault Dweller was taken by the Sky Spirits. Others say the Vault Dweller felt it was time to move on. Leave the elders to guide Arroyo to its destiny. 1 moon cycle of mourning for the Vault Dweller ends. Activity in Arroyo begins to return to normal. Final training of the Vault Dweller's daughter for the All Village Elder begins. She undergoes a great deal of physical training, tutoring in sciences, mathematics, and weapon skills. Huh. Enclave suits did have better stats, yep. That is true. But it might be that they just started working on the technology here, and maybe in a few years, they'll have managed to improve it, you know? So maybe they still have to make the one we find in the game at this point in time. Hey, Oxygen. Okay, Vault Dweller daughter take her mystic test, the key ingredient of which is several pots worth of hallucinogenic plants from Hakunin's garden. She wants the Gauntlets of Temple Trials, using a charm to pass most of the test after her handgun jams and is ruined on the first level. She offers numerous criticisms of the test, resulting in many revisions. The broken handgun is the one you see on her table. Oh, okay. Just a book about mutant Jesus? Pretty much. Enclave suits do have a different designation, yeah. It took several decades. Apparently not the ability to keep one of her spare guns around. I mean, I guess maybe the broken handgun is the only gun they had in the tribe. So, you know, when it jammed and got ruined, the tribe was all out. Okay, she becomes village elder. She rules with steady hand, her wisdom is respected. Frank Horrigan is born, unfortunately. Okay, conquest Richardson man. Richardson rises to power within the Enclave. Oh, Horrigan is a lot younger then. Under pressure from his father, under presidential order, Enclave scientists begin to work on an upgraded version of the power armor. See this when they're making the better one? I heard someone say that I have no feet. This is untrue. Except when I'm a mermaid. In my mermaid form, I do not have feet. This is true. Hey Zep, what did I do at the arsenal at the end of Fallout 1? Ate it. Can't believe Joe Tabundo is Frank's Nason. Enclave scientists develop a reliable version of Mark II. Armor type results are classified. Chosen One is born. Chosen One's father is not recorded in the tribal records. Reason for this unknown, but the elder may have been simply embarrassed. You sure do eat a lot of important stuff. It's the eldritch cravings. Okay. Melchior's son is born. Enclave experiments on deck class, attempting to create special fighting units for waging war. While there had already been a small amount of ghouls in Gecko at this time, more come to the area, and the town of Gecko is formed. New influx of ghouls bring scavenge technology, and know-how the power plant in Gecko becomes operational later that year. Okay, Pod City hates them! Didn't think of it until later, but it's probably likely that the Vault Dweller took their power arm and plasma caster with them. Makes sense if they were setting out on their own. You know, they wouldn't have had much use for the Vault suit, but they would have had use for their equipment, so that would actually check out. That makes sense, that makes sense. Newly craved iron, I guess presents too aren't off the table. You know, if you're hungry, you're hungry. Well, there had been a small number of ghosts. Oh, right. Enclave scouts discovered the remains of Mariposa military base. Enclave scientists and chemical corps score the remains. Comb the desert for slaves. They mine the base. They include Frank Horgan, 25 at the time. Recently removed from duty in the President's Secret Service to take some R&R time in the waste. Ah. After some undocumented psychotic blunder. Mr. Horgan. Mr. Horgan. Sometimes you're hungry for something extra crunchy. Exactly. Speaking of me. This is a very long timeline. I kind of have to snack to keep my throat going in between. Okay, is Jet made from cow reviews? It is indeed. That's confirmed in the game. Okay. Melchior is captured by the Enclave Patrol, becomes part of a stave mining force. Construction crews and super mutant slaves begin to excavation. Cover the Vev virus, mutations will occur. Van Gorgon comes into contact with the land. So he totally is a mutant. He totally is a mutant, even though the scientists say he's an experiment. He got veved. Man got veved. Yeah, he wasn't a mutant to start with. Bet he printed pie specs into the ceiling with dinner forks by his suit to see if he could. Oh, he seems like the type, yeah. Let's start coming and prep snacks. I probably should have prepped even more. But I think once we get out of the timeline, there will be more breathing room between the text. Melchior begins to mutate, but it keeps his intelligence and cunning in the wake of transformation, making him pretty smart for a super mutant. Realizing that the Enclave will kill the super mutants after they get the Vev data, he begins to use his magician talents to secret away the weapons for the mutants to defend himself when the Enclave decides to dispense with them. Hey, Seraphin. He always uses stronger super mutants as a base for the Frank mods in later games. Makes sense. Enclave, having obtained Vev data, abandons the military base, causing second-generation super mutants to arrive. Enclave leaves a single squad behind to wipe out the super mutants, but the mutants, using armaments they have cached, reduce the squads to atoms after suffering heavy casualties. The remaining generation super mutants decide to remain the base, and the group forms a new community. But they could unfortunately not be reasoned with. Is Melchior a name for mythology? It might be. Did I find Melchior? I did find Melchior. It was very anticlimactic. I killed him in like one shot. I basically killed him first shot. You guys told me there was like actually kind of an exciting boss battle, but I quit him and he was dead. And talk about how the master moved his body to the cathedral. It didn't actually mention it in the timeline. But I do mention it in the game. I have more squeaky chair. Oh, it's a bit less squeaky right now. Oh no, there it is. There you go. Enclave, please clean your mutated life forms, yeah? His stats are 10 around the clock. Ah, I mean, I do say that, like, Melchior was pretty clever, but... Harold the Gecko Rider. Oh, there's the squeaky chair. Okay, I'll stop wiggling around. Yeah, you can see me walk back and forth when I do that. Chair Toscar, you're welcome. Okay. And that's why I try to sit still when I'm streaming and I don't change my position too much because then you guys have to hear how squeaky my chair is. Okay. We almost never get to see me lean back. I never lean back on stream because then you get to hear it. You know? You get to hear that. It sounds stupid. Frank doesn't live up to his stat intelligence. I mean, he seems smart enough, but... Okay. Horgan gradually mutates from exposure to Vev, gaining the physique and slow, stupid single-mindedness of a super mutant. He is kept heavily sedated, operated on, and studied. He is conscious for only brief periods of time, then quickly sedated after bloodshed is over. Have mercy on the chair. No free leaning back, I'm sorry. These chairs were meant for squeaking. Comparing chair cam with the sneezes. I think the sneeze would probably overpower the chair noise. Melchior is a beast lord. He's able to summon a number of animals. Yeah, that's what I heard, which is kind of cool. Unfortunately, did not see it get shown off much. Only 10 charisma. I met Harold. Yeah, Harold is great. I love Harold. Sets are intended to be more for gameplay than lore. Makes sense. I was gonna ask for a Meow in Squarescape. But my Meow is very weak right now. I can... Why would you want that? So stupid. Okay, back to the back to the timeline. Hey, Manko, welcome in. Okay, hello to Rising Gecko, and with a lot of shaking of his head, he does his best to help the ghost with the running of the nuclear plant. The chair squeaks kind of sound like meowing, do they? Maybe imagine a sad cat on a squeaky swing set. Absolutely, how goes the Bible? Well, who put the cat on the mic? My meows are really weak right now though, because my throat is still weak. Okay. Let's begin to one try on Frank Horrigan. Suggested he be used as a field operative and be used in tests in the wasteland against local populations. Frank Horrigan is manufactured for a new role. A new version of power armor is built to accommodate his mass, and he is sealed inside. After a few horrifically successful field tests, Horrigan becomes the Enclave's solution to numerous sticky problems. Can you use... Oh, sorry. Can you use the mutant melting virus on Frank Horrigan? You know, the one that the scientist gives you. Can you use it on him? Will it melt him? Meowp's chair was big. I can steal Marcus inside armor. We don't have the technology, unfortunately. We don't have the technology. I wonder if he's meltable. If you use the... You know, can science... can science melt him? Because outside, so probably not. Maybe. Just curious. I guess like the chance that you still have that, you know, vial by the end of the game might be unlikely, but... Okay. Hello to Rising Gecko. With a lot of shaking of his head, he does his best to help the ghouls with the running of the nuclear power plants. Okay. Frank Horrigan is manufactured with new role. Worst dry season in many years caused a drought in Northern California, hurting crops and Brahmin. First samples of jet begin to arrive in Redding, courtesy of the Mordino family. Vault City rejects the offers of an alliance between the Bishop family and the NCR. Radar attacks on caravans. Okay. We're nearly at the end of the timeline. The issue is finding a good tailor for Marcus, exactly. That will be the trouble. That will be the problem. We don't have... Maybe if we, you know, post-game, we are friends with the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood could probably tailor power armor for Marcus's size, but... Okay, Fallout 2 begin. Chosen One begins his mystic text, descending into the temple. Leave Arroyo. Sends a coded sequence to Vault 13, activating its central computer, declaring that it's time to leave the vault. Martin Frobisher gathers the Vault Dwellers together for the tutorial meeting. Okay, so that does confirm that the opening movie is Vault 13. That's what I thought. You guys were saying that the opening movie was just like random whatever. But that does confirm that is Vault 13. I miss Jerkun's squeaking. This is not Jerkun's channel. It's so sad. Can we infect the bomb with Vev? We're not infecting the bomb with Vev. All super mutants lose the gender after walking into the super mutant. No, that's not true. Apparently. They still go to the toilet, I'm pretty sure. But no, that does, because I was thinking the opening, you know, movie was Vault 13 opening it up. So that does confirm it. Less than a day later, Vault 13 is opened, only to be greeted by 2 Enclave 30 assault squads. The squads killed 3 of the citizens who are resisting capture, stormed the vault, kidnapping all the inhabitants. Why am I keeping Jerkun in the dungeon? I am sitting on Jerkun. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm in the dungeon? Vevmet eyed new bun tasters? Do not eat the buns. Enclave animal handlers stop a Deathclaw unit into Vault 13 from a safe distance to kill anyone investigating the vault and clothe the Enclave's peasants. Other Deathclaws are sent into the desert, okay, to check for escapees or witnesses. Vault 13 is taken by the Enclave almost a year after you leave the village. If only we hadn't spent all that time gambling, you know. Is that Charcy speaking? Yeah. Here we go. Animation itself was the part... Oh, the Enclave mowing it down was the part declared disconnect from the actual narrative. It does go against the point of hitting the vault to begin with specimen collection, that's true. I just assumed that, like, because there's like 1,000 people in the vault, right? Roughly. I guess less in Vault 13, some of them have left. But I suppose that, like, maybe they just, like, killed a couple to make sure they wouldn't resist and kept the rest alive or whatever. But that's fair enough. It doesn't really make much sense to mow them down, because they do need like fresh, untainted humans. File 2 ends. Chosen one enters the Enclave using the damaged tanker, destroys the Poseidon O platform, killing the President of the United States and ending the Enclave's plan for world domination. We have made it through the timeline! Let me take a sip of my drink. Here we go. The Joe the bun needs to be a super bun. All buns are super buns. It's like in Diablo. First make the cutscene, then make the lore. I suppose so. 1 second. There we go. I don't want to get bum-bonked. You are cursed. You have made the joke now. You're the one who gets bonked. Hope the voice doesn't die with the rest of the book. If you guys will forgive me for stepping aside for a second, I think I want to grab some of my honey drops. Because there's a lot of reading going on, and I am still recovering from a cold, / possibly still having a cold. So if you guys would give me a moment to grab some honey drops, I might just suck one down of those real quick. I'll be right back. 1 second. I return. Maybe a fifth bun would be a comfy chair. We're not turning buns into chairs. You can shapeshift if you want to. Here's a mutie, yeah? Buns are naturally squishy and warm, therefore a perfect beanbag without the fev. Yeah, fev will just make buns hard and cold, so there's no use for that. There you go, maybe the fev can help you with the cold. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Okay. I hope it won't be too noticeable, but I'm just gonna have a lozenge for a while now, hoping it will help with my throat while reading this. I wanna be the chair that Eisen sat on. Shapeshifting into a chair would be too cursed. It would wind up looking like my Ditto chair. You guys know I have a Ditto chair, right? I've shown it to you guys before. 1 second. I imagine that like if a bun were to shapeshift into a chair, it would kind of wind up looking like this. Let me show it off. Here we go. There we go. It's not like the folk chair, it's a proper chair. It's like a whole sofa, basically. It should have been a Ditto bench, it should have been me. It's still. I would be a bit hesitant to like sit on a shapeshifted bun though. It is cool, right? It's a very nice chair. It's a very nice chair. I actually have this thing. It's a throne fit for me. The face would be on the back quest. Oh, we really need that bum bonk emote. Okay. Back to Horgan. Just to clarify, Horgan is a mutant, but Horgan was a monster before his exposure to Vev in the military base. He had many psychological problems, which may be included in the Horgan psychological profile in the future. It's important to note that Horgan has never considered himself a mutant, only the scientists at the Enclave would consider him one, but they mostly refer to him as an experiment, and even then not to his face. Okay, so that makes it a bit clearer than what they said before. He is very much a mutant. He just doesn't consider himself one, and the rest of them are too afraid to tell him that he is one, essentially. On the chair that's happy all the time until you sit on it and then sad. Why would you make this chair feel emotions? I want to see Jorunna's little chair in the most crazy sitting position. Most soldiers consider Torrigan the Walking Newt something the tech boys built, and they are not generally aware of his mutant status. Most consider him a freak, however, and there are few soldiers who want to accompany him on missions. He has always been loyal to the presidency, to the Enclave and the armed forces. This loyalty was present before his exposure to Vev, and was reinforced for the presidential directive through various conditioning and testing programs developed by the Enclave. His low intelligence, which was further damaged by Vev exposure, made these conditioning programs take root easily. Joe never sits on the buns? No, I do not. If the chair is set when you sit on it, you know it's not being weird. That's true, but I don't want to make a chair upset. Don't want to make a chair cry. Okay, that's it. Should bring you up to date with Feb 25th. Okay, we finished part 1 of the Bible. There are multiple parts. Part 1 of the Bible. Here we go. Updates. This may be the first Bible update you've seen, but hopefully not the last. There's been 3 other updates posted at various Fallout sites across the web. We'll be posting it for too long if you so you won't be missing anything. Those of you who have seen these before, the Fallout Bible is just a collection of all the background material and hijinks from Fallout 1 and 2, compiled into one document so the fans can take a look at it. Some's a little rough, so if you see something wrong, if you think anything you'd like to see, drop me a line. Okay, it's basically the same as the other intro. Ironically, despite that statement, Frank actually has a perfect special store. It's probably because they wanted him to become like the ultimate boss battle. So it's like less for, you know, lore reasons and more for like gameplay reasons in that case. Let's follow New Testament. It's a good question. So do you know when you saw your arms become green? I mean, they locked him into you know, power armor. Like they said, seal them inside. Can you even take it off? Maybe he doesn't know he's green. You guys, does Frank know he's green? Is he aware? Does he know? Has he been naked since he mutated? Somebody sent Chris Avalon the real questions. Does Frank know? Does he know he's green? If the chair had emotion, what emotion would you want it to feel when you sit on it? Neutral. Like it's just another day at work. Yeah, does he ever take the suit off? Like he might not know. He might not know. No, don't bonk me for that. I'm saying he might be hermetically sealed inside of the suit, and maybe they anesthesia him for any research done on him. Maybe he doesn't know he's green. It's happy to be idle, but then neutral and sad upon. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. And then, you know, it's can work in shifts. It's just, you know, doing its job. Frank could have beaten anyone in chess, it's true, he has the perfect stats. But then he would flip the table and punch the opponent, yeah? Hermetically sealed super mutant for the purpose of preservation. Somebody please message Cavalone at Black Isle and ask him if Frank knows he's green. They don't actually explicitly mention it, he might not know. He might not realize. Didn't ask Frank ask lunch to his co-workers, which made him look chill. Maybe he's colorblind, it could be. It could be. Like maybe he thinks he's just really cool and big, you know? Maybe he just thinks he's really cool and big. And that's why he doesn't think he's a mutant. I want my chairs to be indifferent or fear. I don't want my chair to fear me. Maybe it's Oshi is Shaq. Okay. First off, I want to thank everybody who submitted their information on why they like pen and paper games. Yeah, they did request it in the first update. Thank everybody for their tunes. If you have anything that strikes you as 50 ambience, send it my way. Nobody was able to tell me where the holodisc was from the last submission, so I'm guessing it never made it into the game. If you happen to find out where you find it, let me know. It's important that I know whether it's canon or not, for my own peace of mind. I love this kind of candidness coming from Avalon. Please, let me know it's in the game or not. I want to know if it's canon. In the game I made. Question 10 in this best has very big ending spoilers for tactics. Gotcha. I'll avoid it when we get there. Got it. Okay. Previous updates can be found on the fan sites, many of which still exist today. I know No Mutants Allowed definitely still does. Did it while writing a book about what's canon and not. Absolutely hilarious. No favorite is implied in the listing of these websites, except for No Mutants Allowed, which is my favorite site, bar none. Oh god, I'm really starting to enjoy this guy's writing. It's fantastic. It's just so honest. I'm thinking about Green Pony. I mean, your avatar is a green pony. So that's fair. It was on a blog and then compiled into a book. Makes sense. If you didn't include your sound, don't take it the wrong way or start drawing up conspiracy theories. I was just too lazy to look it up. We've got questions this week. One I'm going into a manifesto with Saint Proverbius about fusion power really works, something that I know less than nothing about. Start off with the question from the slightly less rapid-fire maniac Killian from Duck and Cover. Okay. Was brave kind of semi-interrogation that tried to find every possible loophole for asking about a potential Fallout 3, just short of asking the question itself. Bravo, Quillian, bravo! Due to the reasons I've just tried to buy for the first time. 5 out of 10! Oh, hold on. Which pie did you try? Because maybe you just had a bad pie? Hold on, 5 out of 10! Which pie? Surely not apple pie. Duck and Cover also still exists. Nice. Hey, Virtuoso, sorry I'm late. No way. Sometimes internet is just very tsundere. Good to see you here. Looks like someone's thinking of playing Playscape Torment in the future. I am. Pie is very easy to screw up, it's true. You gotta try pie again, Jorunna fan. You might have just had a bad pie. Okay. And hi, Jensen. On a more Fallouty note, could you maybe explain the special encounter in 2 that everyone has to go through where Frank is seen shooting some foreigner who refused to give up some information? Why would Frank go out of his way to mow down a couple of farmers? What was so important? Think you could include this in the Bible? Pretty sure lots of folks are curious. Blueberry pie. It's easy to mess up a blueberry pie. You should try some apple pie. Or some cherry pie. Now I do like blueberry pie. But you know, it's easy to mess up if your berries aren't right. Because blueberries can vary anywhere from very sweet to very sour. And you need to get the right berries for your pie. So that's easy to mess up. I'm sorry, Killian, but the answer is no. If anyone else had asked, I would have provided them with the documentation along with the audio tape of the designers describing the behind-the-scene layout of the Frank Horrigan foreshadowing events. Boo! Damn you, alright. I'll violate my vow if I'm not going to talk about the Vev posture argument-provoking Horrigan this week. With the following documentation, here's the deal on the player's first encounter with Horrigan. Notice this documentation is old, so it's got some problems. I would rather eat blueberry and other confection. Yeah, I think blueberry goes better with other sweets than it does in pie. Eat a chicken pot pie. Chicken pot pie is pretty good. It's pretty good. Different category of pie though. Okay. Player stumbles upon Horrigan and a member of the Enclave guards interrogating an old man and his family. Horrigan says that if the old man does not come with them quietly, then things will get very ugly. Old man refuses and says that he will not use his knowledge for him or his bosses. Horrigan returns that if he does not change his mind, he and his family will not see another sunrise. Old man refuses again. I will now never eat pie again. No! How about pork pie? Pork pie is pretty good too. Yeah, blueberry muffins are nice. Okay. Horrigan voice, here we go. Old man, you will come with us. Leave us alone. I will never support the cause of your superiors. I will not ask you again. Come now, or you will be made an example of. I would rather not knowledge I have disappear with me into the grave. So be it. Kill them all. No! Yeah, that's close enough, probably. Do a good Phil old man voice. Thank you. I am very Phil and old. It's not entirely random at times. Yeah, it seems that like everybody winds up encountering this one no matter what. All of the Enclave guards then open up on members of the family and Horgan fights the old man with a special sponge or shot. When they are dead, the player is given control back. Horgan then says to the player that it would be wise to turn around and walk back the way he came. Horgan and his group then turn away from the player and walk towards the side of the map. This is none of your affair. Turn around and walk away. If the player attacks if possible, Horgan will give the player one warning and say doing such a thing again would be inadvisable. That was ill advice, but I will overlook it due to your obvious ineptitude. I will not do so again. So much for no witnesses. I guess we are not seen as a threat at this point in time. Especially only the 5th week in. So the answer is there is no answer. The farm was included as a foreshadowing device and allowed the player to see Horgan's cruelty firsthand early on in the game. Reason for the farm is that as a mystery. If I were to guess, I would say the old man held key information on the possible location of Brotherhood of Steel outpost bunker, some key genetic research that would enable the research to decode the Vev, or figure out how to release it. Perhaps the farmer was an escaped Enclave scientist, perhaps the man knew the location of Vault 13. Unlikely. Or perhaps he was an unwitting dupe in the enslavement of several wedding miners many years ago, and was being brought into questioning on the effects of Vev on the miners. I'm still following up with questions for designers, so more information may become available later. Next on the string of I don't know, here's one from Eddie. I like how he's very open about, like, I don't know. I heard there was going to be a monastery area in Fallout 2, but was not implemented in the game. I supposedly would give the player more background information on the world of Fallout. My question, thinking about how the followers of the apocalypse kind of worship knowledge and plan learning a lesson of the apocalypse, was this monastery to be the new base of them? Yeah, just some stupid wastelanders, some second-hand letters at that point in time, yeah. So honestly, we were not a threat. Certainly not, yeah. It's so much earlier than literally every enclave, you probably will forget about it at this point. But then again, it's still like kind of fresh in your mind after you see the intro. So it like lands, it starts the mystery early on. Though. It's true, you kind of forget about the enclave for a bit by the time you see another encounter. Well, you see the helicopter not too long after that, don't you? And the crashed helicopter in, what was it? Was that Clement? Should have made a comic volume of the battle. Much more fun than reading. I'm gonna disagree. Well, I do love comics. I actually really enjoy this kind of reading. I think Avalon does some fantastic writing. He's very nice, very clear, very honest. Very candid. I love this kind of stuff. I love, behind the scene peeks. Hey, Isaac. Witness is a witness. Yeah, but honestly, we didn't even understand what was going on. So, like, what were we gonna say? Don't know. Have been able to find any documentation on it? Don't think so. From what I heard secondhand about the story in the original location too, the monks at the Abbey were interested in preserving knowledge, but they were not part of the followers of the apocalypse. Though their ideas may have been quite similar. Send off an email to Tim Kane, he might know, so stay tuned. Okay, the Abbey did not have the followers there. It was supposed to be an independent organization, probably of Jesuits or something. The monks preserved knowledge in the form of books, blueprints and items, and they tried to preserve technical knowledge mainly. Unlike the Brotherhood of Steel who hoarded technology and used the state superior, the Abbey was open to anyone as long as it did not damage anything. All they had to offer was knowledge, because not a single preserved item functioned. One more thing, the monks did not understand the knowledge in the books they preserved. They traded them like holy materials to be read and copied and cared for, but not acted upon. I see. There we go. To be honest, I can totally see Frank just playing with his food, so to speak. I mean, I think he probably just considers us so far beneath us, like an ant. Like, what are we gonna do? I like reading, but I also like someone in the chat thread reading it to me while going... Good point, good point. Okay. There you have it, coolness. So, another I don't know question coming up apparently. I keep wondering, what are those straps under the super mutant's upper lips good for? You see, when you look at Harry and the lieutenant, they seem to have some straps of sort appear to be holding their upper lips up and baring their teeth. Moreover, Marcus in Fallout 2 doesn't have that, see? Yep, that's about what I expected. Website doesn't exist anymore. Makes sense, makes sense. Gonna need Joe to read everything after this now. I might read the Odyssey to you guys, but in a bit more organized manner. Okay, can't find the record for this. As far as I can tell, it's just decoration, or it was an aesthetic decision to make them look stupider. Not stupid looking, just dumb looking, you know what I mean. Or my best guess is that it was to enable them to talk coherently without their huge lips getting in the way. I mean, look at the upper lips those guys have. They're like tends to go over the jaw. Blech. I think Scott Wodenhuizer, our sculpture modeler, was just having fun with the models. Kind of like he did by punching balls through sets, putting fires on Marcus's shoulder, having a tree growing out of Harold's head. By the time he made Marcus, he may not have that in frame of mind anymore. And Marcus is pretty old mutant, so it's possible his skin was shrinking back, forming pustules and boils. Also, despite the general physical characteristics of a super mutant, variation does occur after dipping or FEV exposure, so it's quite possible that Marcus mutated differently than the other super mutants. He certainly was a great deal smarter, more level-headed than the others of his kind. I see. By the way, in case you aren't aware of this, Scott Wodenhuizer did a number of talking heads for Fallout 1 and 2. He eventually left for San Francisco to work... San Francisco. Where you can do all your trading. To work at some other game company whose name eludes me at the moment. I really love how everything Avalon writes is just like, you know, train of thought. No double checking, no looking things up. It's all like, oh, I don't remember. Can you guys check if it's in the game for me? He went to work at some other game company. I don't know though. It's fantastic, I love it. It's amazing. I think Leonard Boyarski or Jason Anderson did the master though. It's so casual. It's like you're just talking to the guy in person. Okay. In original Fallout 1, I never installed the patch. I was able to exhibit FEV virus exposure symptom in the glow after accumulating a certain amount of radiation. Later, someone told me this was a bug and is fixed by a patch, which I never downloaded. Is it true? Or was this intended at first but later removed? It was a bug. For some reason, you are gaining stat points when you were supposed to be losing them. You could attribute it to FEV if you want. That's the funniest bug though. That you might have accidentally, you know, gotten stronger. Which is kind of like, you know, works in universe. That you were basically becoming a super mutant. Ons juffrouw Ganas moet lezen voor ons. Ze is Oleg. I'm sorry, I know you're trying to do Dutch, but it's a bit hard to make out. Because I'm not sure what you mean by Oleg. Because that's not Dutch. I don't actually know what that means. Like, heel leuk, maybe? I'm not quite sure, I'm sorry. When you talk to the master in Fallout 1, he has several voices or minds or whatever. Are these the people he consumed or split personality due to the FEV? These were people he consumed, according to Fallout 1 designer Chris Taylor. The master seemed to be derived of 3 people. Who are these 3 people and how did he become the master? Curious about that too. Our teacher is going to have to read everything for us. He's cute. Ah, Oleg means cute. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, it's cute in Afrikaans. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, that's a cute word. Thank you. Okay, Richard Gray was the explorer who found the paths. He's the primary master. The other people were added to him over the years, and they are nameless. No, I was so curious who the other people might have been. Master was an extremely powerful telepath, perhaps the first to ever exist, and definitely the last. When he consumes a sentient entity, he not only absorbs them physically, but he also absorbs their psyche. He claimed that the ability to feel the mind of his first meal arrived not long after he crawled from the fast in Mariposa military base. It's likely that over time the master personality becomes a we, a unity, as opposed to an I, with the other minds becoming a chorus that echoed Gray's primary will but occasionally voiced his own unconscious thoughts and questions. As for the computer voice, Gray had a neural link with the Cathedral Vault computer, so he, or at least one of the chorus of minds, was able to speak through it as well. So I understand that the computer voice was added to make him sound creepier, since it was a pretty tame looking mass of protoplasm without it. I see. I mean, makes sense, all things considered. Were the geckos in Fallout 2 robots because they defiantly sounded robotic? And their blood was very dark, almost like oil. Do you not know whom's the master? Oh, I know who the master is, that's Richard Gray. I was just wondering who the other, 3 people involved were. Because I was hoping they would explain maybe some backstory. Obviously the people he absorbed. And I thought maybe because they were the voices you hear most distinctly. I thought might have had more of a a secret backstory behind them than is revealed in the game itself. I wish Umi Ushikazu and Joe would read me a Batstorm story every night. I mean, that's just me streaming though, isn't it? There's a South African VTuber and a Dutch one playing the Bomb Diffuser game while taking their native language. Oh, that must have been fun. Apologies, no worries, Sandra. I played the first and second game to completion. I know who the master is. Afrikaans is a bunch of Dutch, more of the region of people speaking Vlaams. Possibly. I've heard one person speak Afrikaans to me in person before, and I could reasonably understand most of what she was saying. Though, funnily enough, she had trouble understanding me saying Dutch, like speaking Dutch in return. Though for me, it did kind of just sound like, you know, someone speaking Dutch with a very heavy accent. Though there is some vocabulary that's completely different, though. Were the geckos in Fallout 2 robots? Because they definitely sounded robotic and their blood was very dark. No, they're fresh in blood. If they sound like robots, blame our audio department or turn down your speakers. When the bomb stopped, all communication between the vaults were severed, so if there was no way to communicate with the vaults, how did the Enclave send a message to 13 telling people it's time to go? Communication between vaults was never in place. It might ruin the experiments. Good point. But communication with the government Enclave Vault Tech was a different story. They need some way of monitoring the vaults. The Enclave having access to the Vault Tech construction plans, not too surprising considering the fact that the vaults were funded by the government, had a way of monitoring events taking place within the vaults. Not only could they access the computers and systems remotely, including Pip-Boys and the personal logs of vault dwellers, but the early overseers of most vaults knew of the ties to the government, and was part of the duty to download information on the citizens and vault into a computer archive that the government could easily access. Makes sense. I'm off doing road work and running. No worries, Hazard. Have a good rest of your day. I hope it all goes well. Good luck with the road work. Thank you for coming by. The tie to the vault computers also gave the Enclave the ability to override any vault locking mechanism and send an all-clear signal to sealed vaults, coaxing their inhabitants to come outside. Again, almost no vault dwellers were ever aware of this. For some Fallout 2 relevant information, here's what Lynette says. Keep in mind Lynette's archives are suspect and they should not be treated as stewed. How did you know when to leave the vault? How'd you isolated? What you heard was incorrect. Archives are clear. The vault received the all-clear signal 2 years after being sealed. From where? See, at the time, I thought that, like, you know, their service monitors were corrupt. But as it turns out, you know, they just had a different vaulting going. Yeah, 400 years of difference will do that, that's true. That's true. There's even some Afrikaans words that come from Malay. Ah! I guess, like, languages often, like, adapt a bunch over time. That's right, that's right. Even the Netherlands has a bunch of loan words. Okay, so the order to leave came from the Overseer. Like, I thought their Overseer was just, like, really suspect for some reason. And that's all she wrote. It's a darker foreshadowing of what's going on in these cauldrons of evil. In any event, I remember having a conversation with the scientists about Overseer's role in the vaults, and the early Overseers were the ones tasked with supplying information to the government. And when the world blew up, there wasn't anyone to supply it to anymore, since the Enclave took some time to get back up and running. Interesting. Interesting. Let me take a sip of my drink. Here we go. Seems to be some degree of inconsistency for how long it was sealed. Yeah. Game says 2 years, but the Bible says 10. So, I wonder if that was like changed halfway through, or if they weren't quite sure about that themselves. So are you sure the UN broke up? Yep. Broke up. Doesn't call, doesn't write. The relationship is over. Do you guys know what the ending of the hub with the ghouls and humans uniting is all about? It says Harold in the VG unites ghouls and humans of the hub. Everybody's seen more ghouls than Harold in the hub. Can be about Necropolis. Because it's the only good ending for the hub. Although there weren't any ghouls shown in the hub in Fallout 1, there may have been a handful wandering around in Old Town. Kind of like Thalius the ghoul in the Boneyard. The ending is more appropriate if you just mentally change the word ghoul to skags. Basically, peace and harmony reign supreme. And supposedly several ghouls traveled to the hub during the migration after they formed the engineering. Okay. Next question is the one with the tactic spoilers, so I'm just gonna prepare myself and scroll past it really quickly. There we go. I didn't see it, none of you guys saw it. Thank you for the heads up on that. I have not been spoiled. Let's go. Okay, so here's some more. Tell me about. Thales isn't a ghoul, he's a theft mutant like Harold. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay. So these are more of the keywords you can ask for Gizmo, Gillian. Gillian has quite a lot. Yeah, Gillian's a gold mine. Have fun. Next we'll set up Danny and make you take a jaunt in Necropolis with Seth and Harry. They only do a couple of these at a time, huh? Okay. Pariah Dog stats. Okay, digging through some old spells gave me the statistics for Pariah Dog in Fallout 2. I'll save to dig up his actual skill levels, but if you're ever curious what his actual game special stats were... Man, terrible. Only thing he's good at is agility. This dog sucks. Poor dog. Seems his armor class is great for a dog though. Look at those hit points. Crazy hit points and like resistances. Armor class. Insane. You spoke to Thaddeus, he escaped my pose. I was thrown out. I forgot. And he didn't mutate properly. I see. The guy who went out before us. Oh, the guy I wanted to like ask to come back with me, but the game didn't give me an option to say I got the water chip back. Right. I remember. He just sucks the luck right out of you. Don't be mean, he's doing his best. The stats designed to make him as unhelp as possible. I heard a human that you hate pies, apple pie specifically. I love pies. This is unfounded rumors. Unfounded, untrue. He doesn't attack enemies. Oh, you have to... Oh my god, you have to kill the dog to get rid of him. That's so sad. I'm so dead. Need a special 10 dog, right? Okay, this shouldn't surprise anyone who's played Fallout 2 at a party, but your main card goes up in level, so does your party members. The way to advance varies, but each character has a number of stages to advance through. Okay, so these are the character advancements. Yeah, prove it. Eat a pie right now. I don't have a pie on me. Oh, I would. Joe should partially make an apple pie to change my opinion on pies. I don't think I have time to be cooking an apple pie. I might get an apple pie for RPG Joe's anniversary next Monday. So she has something to eat that isn't just a regular apple. Gore's animations are the best in game. I wish I could have taken Gore's with me. I know I could have left somebody behind, but I was too attached to my team at that point to still take him with me. So, because Gore's is very cool. It's very hard to kill and he wants away. Get one of those mango pies from Jollibee. There's no Jollibee in Japan. How does Bible study? Going well. Hi, Safo. Hi. Need more charisma. I maxed out my team, unfortunately. Or I definitely would have taken Gore's with me. If you want to raise the level of follower in Skyrim, you have to shoot them. With a staff that can turn them into a crab or a sweet roll. Beyond see some grannies and just a cinnamon sugar and break. Nice. You need to make every pie known to man. That's a lot of pies. Something RPG Joe would like drawn for an anniversary? Probably something that's like some food that isn't an apple. But I think she would probably be happy to be drawn together with like some buns in the tutorial area as well. Don't want to visit Japan anymore. I'm sorry, we have no Jollibee over here. Oh, the sweet roll and the crab are the desired outcomes. Oh, okay. Okay, designed by Superman John Daly. Gore's is a 6-stage NPC ally. Do not have skill values for these guys as they rise, but they usually have some bonuses in their appropriate skills. Makes sense. Okay. So here you see... Gore's actually has some really good special stats, like just generally speaking. Stage 4, he's like 9 across the board basically. Oh, even 10 sturdiest. Gore's solid. Very solid. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Never seem to be able to buy the pie where I live. Yeah, I have to go to the outside store to find pie. And someone say pie? I love pie. I love pie too. Now, Solic was designed by Matt Norton. He's also a 6-stage NPC ally. I wonder how far I got stage-wise. Probably like stage 3 or something. I don't think I got to stage 6. Maybe stage 3 or 4. Solid is compared to Gore is a lot weaker. But I guess he's the first ally you find, so makes sense. It occurred to me, for instance, you could go to Shady Sands and attack him unarmed, turn him hostile, and run away. He shouldn't follow you. Oh, to get rid of the doggo. Makes sense. One missed opportunity to have allies that compensate for this lack of single skill, except for Vic. Maybe you just don't bother scripting. Yeah. I mean, I think like the allies that don't have a lot of skills, they do compensate, like Milton, like, you know, making you medication and stuff. But it's not very exciting to bring him along though. Hey, Retro Guy, welcome in. Solid can use human armor though. That's true. The last of submission, we have Lenny the Ghoul, my favorite! Lenny Mayoshi! Lenny is a rather old fellow all the way from Necropolis, but because he's so old, he doesn't have a lot of room for development, so he's only a 3-stage NPC. Oh, they don't let him level up because he's old! That's so mean! Poor Lenny. Horse can't equip armor weapons, so he does have to learn the stats. That does make a lot of sense. Everybody else gets to wear armor and stuff. Lenny just bullied by the devs. I'm enjoying the Bible. Quite well. The utility is very situational, so it makes one better at fighting with higher carry weights. A lot more attractive. True. Oh, Lenny. His charisma goes up. Good for him. Even his luck? Good for him. Okay, he has some small increases across the board. He's, you know, despite his poor stats, couldn't get Lenny out of my team. My favorite character. Okay, minor secrets. This isn't a huge earth-shattering revelation, but if you want a free fusion cell, go to New Reno stables, look for a Brahmin that's moving differently than the rest of the herd, and examine him. If the Brahmin's description lists him as an angry Brahmin with a distended stomach, save your game, then use your doctor skill on him to dislodge what's in the stomach. You get 3 tries before the Brahmin gets angry enough to attack you. If you succeed, you get a free fusion cell and some experience. Next time, Secrets of the Magic 8 Ball. For high luck characters more than a toy? Wait, really? I was high luck near the end of the game. I think till the end I had like Marcus carrying the 8 ball. Just for fun. It's not like it was very heavy. Interesting. Instead, throwing the dojo, buying him the night at the hotel. That's when he went up in charisma after. Okay. Part 3! Oh, apparently part 5. I think the first part is extra long because it was like the first 3 parts combined. And that's why it was a very long part. Okay. Yeah, the first 3 updates have been collected in Update 0, yeah. That's what I thought. With higher luck, it just gives you story spoilers. That's crazy. Maybe that's what made Marcus so lucky. Oh, what made Lenny lucky. Okay. It's basically the same intro, but can't promise I'll answer your emails immediately, but I will get around to it, usually when the weekend hits. Because I am lazy. Small, quick questions have much faster turnaround time. God, I love how honest Avalon is. Fantastic. Many events, these updates will now be appearing hopefully twice a month. Okay. Of a White Fox. Do you have more context to your question, personal? Because I'm not sure why you're asking about white foxes. There's many kitsunes in Japanese folklore. First off, I want to thank everybody who submitted their things. Thank you for everyone who sent in the tunes. If any of you would be interested in the Fallout BMP RPG play-by-game internet game, feel free to contact John Schweitzer or go to his site. Oh my god, they were just doing like online RPG play-by-internet calls in these back in the day. I love old internet, man. That's how they used to do it back then. There are a lot of questions this time. There's also a lot sitting in my archive. If you don't see a question, I haven't forgotten, just haven't gotten around to it. Sure, this will cause another flurry of flames, but there's a great deal of stuff that took place in the Fallout universe that was just done off the cuff. Or for reasons that may not have been apparent from a gameplay standpoint, whether due to artistic programming or time constraints. There isn't always a reason for everything you see in the game, but there's a temptation to see all kinds of deeper meaning and find the reasoning behind these truly random actions and placements. Trying to put two pieces of Fallout lore together makes your head hurt? Take a step back, breathe, realize that the developers may have been highly caffeinated at 1 AM. It just happens, and we do our best to bring you a good RPG regardless. Nice, nice. Good old HTML1, right? Yeah, plot holes can be interesting, and you know, that's just the reality of story writing sometimes. I will be including Fallout Tactics material to the Bible with 2 caveats. I'm probably not going to write it since I don't know much about it. And 2, it'll be an appendix to 1 or 2 information for torch-wielding purists out there who choose not to print or read that section. Nice, it will be easy for me to skip them. For as many people who requested it not be present, there are an equal number of people who want to see it, so here's the solution. Feel free to flame away. Good old internet flame war. There's probably going to be some questions I won't answer because it might ruin or pigeonhole potential future titles. Just don't want to answer them in case I want to leave it open-ended for reasons of my own. This applies to the Africa extinction question and any questions about Cassidy and Stalik below. When I get other questions like this, I'll let you know. I see, I yearn for the flames. We didn't start the flame war. It was always burning. God, guys remember that song parody? Okay, here's another Fallout fan site to add to the list from time to time. It's from Tank. This bio does have a chance of becoming a real hard copy work, just because I think it's going to end up being many hundreds of pages long. This is true. The file ends up being too large for easy download. I'll cut down the number of screenshots. Okay. Here we go. I reached home, took a good shower, and finally time to rest. No worries. Hope you had a good drive. Please rest up well, and I hope things go better at work tomorrow. Sleep tight to sleep any dreams. Probably one of the few people who feel Fallout Tactics as canon to the interplay games. It seems people are very divided on it. What are some White Fox fables in Japan? Just like generally speaking. If you like look up, Google will probably help you better than I can. I'm sure there's some Kitsune tales where there's white Kitsune. But from the top of my head, it's a little bit too off topic for the Fallout Bible reading stream, so I might have to, you know, redirect you to Google for that one. Okay. What does an Easter egg you find in New Reno do? Nothing. It's just lame game developer humor. It was just there so we could say for sure there was an Easter egg in the game. Like the icon for it though. But that's what I pretty much assumed it meant. Okay, Gore says he's relatively new to Vault 13 when the Chosen One speaks to him. This I suppose means he's not from Guantar's pack. If so, why is he intelligent like the other Enclave modified characters? I was wondering about that, because that made me think he was human for a little while. Mom did not tell you, and maybe later. It's a very random question to ask out of nowhere, personal change. I'm sure I know a couple, but from the top of my head, you're probably better off just looking at Google. Especially when we're trying to read the manual here. If you like old internet, I still recommend Hypnospace Outlaw. I do want to take a look at it at some point. Gorse was Grudner's son, and he was one of the intelligent Death Claws. He was also very curious about the rest of the world. He did a lot of traveling to try and learn as much as he could about humans and their culture. To do this, he disguised himself by wearing a rather large hooded robe. If questioned by anyone, he would claim that he was disfigured and he needed to wear a robe. Ah, okay, so he was pretending to be human. Anyway, when Gorse meets the Chosen One, he says that he has only been at the vault for a couple months. It's because he just returned from one of his scholarly trips. He does not come right out and say this, but it's implied in the conversation through some dialogue notes. That makes sense. I consider it both strokes canon. It happened, but some details should be up for interpretation. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay. Uapua used to be a popular way to write the Cyrillic word in Latin nectars that are similar in shape rather than sounds. Oh, so it's supposed to be read as Uragan. I see, I see. I don't really know how to, read Cyrillic. Like, I have a couple of, like, Russian buns in the audience today, but I never actually figured it out. That makes a lot of sense. Was it because, like, some internet sites didn't, like, take the Cyrillic, typeset back in the day? And that's why they wrote it like this. That makes sense, that makes sense. I guess, like, these days we kind of take to granted that a lot of like internet websites actually have typesets that like, you know, support most languages, including like, you know, ones that use different writing systems. But back in the day, a lot of fonts probably wouldn't have. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, good old GeoCities, good times, right, Choco? And hi, Elta, welcome in, welcome in. If he convinced you, assume he probably convinced other people. Yeah, he was quite convincing. Okay. Okay, John Daly has the answer. How did Goris survive Frankie's raid on the vaults? When he talked to Goris, he says he is a traveling scholar. He's trying to learn as much as he can about surviving cultures. Quite simply, he was on one of his many trips when Frankie arrived to kick Deathclaw ass. Of course, he could have also survived by becoming a member of the player's party and actually making it to the end game. Makes sense, makes sense. Like how there's variants of buns now, like the ever-elusive chair bun. Oh, Uraga means hurricane. Oh, that's cool. What's my ICQ number? ASL and all that. Man, odd days on the internet. Odd days. Uragan, that's a cool word. Am I pronouncing it right? Am I pronouncing Uragan right? Or am I don't know how to speak Russian. I'm probably not saying it right, but that's a cool word for hurricane. Am I saying it right? Nice. Uragan. Thank you, thank you. Perfectly pronounced? Let's go. Hey, Pikachu, hi. They're world R's. Oh. I cannot do that. I cannot roll the R's. Close enough, close enough. Those good characters have support otherwise. How else would you write to cow emojis? Right. Joe has a doomed chair bun to never solve purpose. If there's a doomed chair bun, it can untransform itself. Okay. Of course, he could have also survived to become a member of the party. If memory serves me right, Goris is not the only intelligent Deathclaw to survive. It's true. In the viral base, the player finds another Deathclaw that is slated for execution by Dr. Schwaber. Player has the opportunity to free the Deathclaw from captivity. Unfortunately, I can't remember the Deathclaw's name. Sarn, I believe. In any case, there's a chance that two intelligent Deathclaws survive to continue on the species. I realize that they are both males, but that's fine. When they were engineered by the Enclave, the intelligence gene was made male-specific and dominant. What this means is, any intelligent male that mates with non-intelligent female would likely produce intelligent offspring. I see. Wait, but wasn't the Queen intelligent too? I'm confused. Because the Queen could speak to us when we met her. I'm confused. Can we make Chaircom president? No. What it does mean is that the Deathclaw Whetstone branch is so back, baby. The U is pronounced more like U, so it's more like Oregon, and not Jurgen. Oregon. Nice, nice. Tell myself to read some relic to play an old, obscure game. Nice. And Mystic, thank you so much for the resub. Please enjoy your emotes. Gotta go, bye? No worries, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming by. Need to dress a chameleon genetics. Maybe she has the options of a non-intelligent queen. Could be, could be. Is my chair single? I guess so. But don't date my chair. I gotta sit on that. There's a high chance of passing on to children rather than dumb Deathclaw. Fair, fair. Not easier to get a hold of a male than a queen to experiment pass things on. True. Which is the more doomed bun? Chair bun or white slipper bun? They're both doomed. Hi Don, good morning. Why does Goris have a different skin color? And Goris' pets were diffed in Viv. I'm guessing you mean Malkia's pets, but if you mean Goris' pets, send me an email. I like how Avalon is. I don't think Goris had any pets. But I might have forgotten about it. Let me know if I did. Plenty of chairs at the store. Exactly, exactly. Let your chair be happy. Slowly each bum will start dating a different piece of furniture. First my table, now my chair. My slipper bun is more doomed. It needs to work with the left slipper bun. This is true. Hey, what up? Your chair gets married before I do. Honestly, chances are probably higher. Have you considered why the game is called Fallout yet in the Bible? I mean, I think the name of the game is the most obvious. You know, Fallout being the after effects of a nuclear war. The nuclear fallout. I want to date the table is my Oshi. I know, it's either the chair or the table. Okay, Gorse's skin color was most likely the result of him mutating differently. According to Jason's screen, Melchior's pets were extra tough to do their exposure to the wall Fev in the military base. Melchior dipped him in the Fev as part of his magic. In addition, it was couched by the time in the game the player would be at pretty high level, so they need to be extra tough. Makes sense, makes sense. Fluttering my eyelashes at my cattle? Don't you make eyes at my cattle. Or thought that they were fans of the band Fallout Boy. Melchior captured many of these creatures from Wade and on the surrounding base. They were not present when he overthrew the Enclave forces stationed at the base. Okay, in one the lieutenant says that the Fev wastes intelligence. There are, however, very many dumb mutants. What can you say about it? I mean, they addressed this in the game. What do you think of my theory, which I've been using in my PMP campaign? Sorry, pal, for 2 things. I wasn't able to respond to your email because I kept getting bounced, and 2, wasn't able to comment on your theory. As a reminder, I can't read fan-created material. Just send me questions, comments, or facts if you can. Yeah, it's a big issue with, like, game developers, as well as authors, for that matter, you know. Book authors, comic book authors, you know, manga artists, and basically above the board. Like, you kind of don't want to send your fanfiction or your fan theories their way, because it can cause legal trouble if they had already been planning to do something similar. Because then somebody might up suing them saying like, you stole my idea! You know? So it often causes like, basically anybody at like a high professional level has to basically at least publicly state they're not reading any of it. Because it can cause trouble otherwise, being influenced intentionally or not. Hey Jody, welcome in. New Vtuber Micromanagement and the Fallout Bible. Yep, we're reading through it today. We're reading through it. But yeah, no, that's a really big issue. You can't send devs your fan theories, your fan fiction. Fan art is usually fine. Fan comics is like often iffy territory, especially if you're writing new material, because they have to always be careful that they're not gonna get sued. Yep. Like my theory, right? There's no new evolutions. That's not even theory. That's official. That's in the leaked documents. Can I send to CBAM my fanfictions fan theories? You're free to do so, because I'm strong enough that those won't be canon. It's also easy for like a creator to just wind up eating so much like fan-created stuff that they like start, you know, mixing it up, which is also very dangerous. Okay. As for the Fev enhancing intelligence, the original pre-war Fev at Red Stack did, and more consistently than the Fallout era virus. The current Fallout era Fev does enhance intelligence in some people, just not many. The lieutenant was one of the lucky ones who didn't become a knuckle-dragging, butt-scratching moron after being dipped. It may not have wasted his intelligence, he may have been that smart before dipping, but no records of his past exist to verify this. You're very good, thank you, thank you. The Fev that was released out in the wasteland was mutated by radiation, so its effect changed. As for the Fev at Mariposa, the lieutenant says that the super mutants are smarter than humans. We are highly intelligent and immune to disease, which is only half right. He also says that the virus can also interfere with a person's memory, causing them to forget things. Obviously, the lieutenant keeps forgetting that most of his super mutant forces can barely form complete sentences. You know, I think maybe the lieutenant was just bragging a little bit. I think might be what it is. I think that's just mutie propaganda, perhaps. Hey, Frosty, welcome in. If I take the dungeon door out, no, Jorunna isn't in the dungeons, that won't help. I give Joe full copyright and creative permission for any Joe-related art and writing I have or will make. Thank you. Now I can steal it all without going to court. Let's see. Okay. So basically the Fev in the Fuzz only has a small chance of raising a being's intelligence, or even keeping it intact. The Master was one of the lucky ones. More often than not it causes brain damage. It's also possible that the crude dipping procedure in Mariposa also causes imperfect mutations as well, reducing the chance of heightened intelligence. I mean, they kind of just like dip you in there, so compared to like, you know, the past when they were doing proper science. Then again, you think the master would be smart enough to refine the dipping procedure? But to answer your questions, the Fevet Waztek before the war caused increased intelligence in its subject, but the Fevet Mariposa after the war rarely enhanced the intelligence of humans who are dipped. Reasons for this is unknown. Honestly, I'm willing to accept that, like, maybe pre-war they were doing more refined methods of experimentation than just topping you in the vat. Was the willpower thing? I don't think that's canonical. Pretty sure they mentioned that the brain goes fast in the skull during the mutation process. Ah, yeah, and like, that would be a problem because that could cause brain damage. And even then, like, having a bigger brain doesn't necessarily increase intelligence. If anything, I feel if the brain is growing, that would like smooth out the curves. Can't see what has been willingly giving. I think this is a line in some movie. True. To be fair, the dumb mutants are the ones who are carrying out the procedure. True. Maybe the master should have been like more personally involved with it. Joe fanfic mini contest with a stream where I read all the Joe fanfics. Oh, that has so much potential to be very cursed though. The plot was holding the master back from refining the dipping process. Maybe he would have done it in due time if he had had more time. Actually, a dip in Vev has a chance of modifying intelligence, but it doesn't always increase it. Some people do gain increased intelligence, the large majority lose it. Most people remain the same. Also depends if people have enough radiation damage to be turned into ghouls or super mutants. Makes sense. In the Jorunna Bible. Thing is, Jorunna Bible would have to have Word of God. I don't think I can add... nearly dropped my water bottle. I don't think I could add fanfiction into that. I'd have to write that one myself. Should have given the Fev to the brain bots. The skull not keeping could be how the brains grow to smoothen the wrinkles. Yeah, when there's space. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. Brain thing can be a downside, but it's not because of the smoothing. Its large brain can result in a bit of a metaphorical lag. Oh, that makes sense. I guess the synapses can't fire fast enough or move up. I see. Would I take a dip in the Fev pool? I mean, we already know how that would end up if it were to happen. I think it's better if I don't dip in the Fev pool. The most recent enlargement of the human brain is fairly inefficient and sloppy. Still made us smarter though. Yeah, but I guess it doesn't happen rapidly though. It still happens over a long time. Reaching 5 to reach the 50 fanfic stretch book. Hey, Akela, welcome in. Let's get around the fire. Write the fanfics to Jorunna Dead Sea Skulls. Yeah, no, I'd enjoy the extra Joe webs. Do you want me to be green too? It's a little bit, I feel, a bit tough around the edges. I feel like this slug is a little bit, it's not as huggable anymore. Probably gives good hugs, but they might crush your ribs. Signals have to travel further and farther to more tissues. I see, so that results in slower thinking. Makes sense. About how many working or surfboard cars are there at the time of Fallout 2? Obviously there must be more than one, since the guys in New Reno had a garage fully staffed and most likely has a large supply of parts. I'm assuming that was what the warehouse building next to the garage was filled up with. You couldn't pick up anything off of them. Joe should be stuffed in squishy, not hard to musculate. The hugged becomes the hugger. Read the question. Nah, it's not easy being green. I don't think I should be green. It's not easy being green, you know? You would still love me if I was green? Well, that's reassuring though. Would the chair be a major figure in the pantheon of the Jorunna Bible? I don't think so. All things considered. Probably not too many, but I don't know the exact number. The real problem isn't fuel, it's mostly tires and other degradable parts that have gone to the dogs in the past 100 years. For every 200 or so people, there might be one working vehicle. And even the local clunker wouldn't be up to factory specs. NCR is rumored to have a mechanized vehicle division outside of its farming vehicles, but the number of vehicles in the division is unknown. Makes sense. Can't believe you... That's... Don't use that word, especially not about my chair. That's just horrendous. Just a question about Louis Tant from Fallout 1. Was he a Brotherhood soldier that got dipped? Or was he just a mutant that got lucky and scored himself a nice armor that looks like a PA? I'm very surprised Joe didn't instantly capitalize on the skull obstruction brain quote for anti-bone propaganda. That's actually a good point. I'm glad you brought this up, Bars. This just goes to show that if you have a skull, your brain cannot grow the way it should, and you will wind up mentally impaired when you become a super mutant. Things would be much better if you didn't have the skull there. It's a very good point, Bars. I'm glad you brought it up. Subscribing for the laugh alone. Thank you, Swordfish. Oh, and hiya, Flash. Hiya. I played Warcraft 3. Did you hear that line from somewhere else? I have not actually played Warcraft 3. I thought it was just like a general line. Did I get to the horrible movie script yet? Not yet, actually. Looking forward to that going up. He's a human that got lucky when he was dipped and managed to keep his intelligence, or possible greater intelligence. As for Harmon's a rapper, yeah, he lucked out, especially with that Gatling laser. Okay. Hi, in the last Fallout Bible update there was a question about Richard Grey and why he was exiled from Vault City. Remember there was another person exiled from VC, Leonard Boyarsky. He was also exiled for a murder, but I'm curious, how did he die? I found his grave on the Golgotha and it's quite surprising. It's not easy being green is actually a Kermit line. Oh, it gets reference in Warcraft 3. Yeah, I thought like it was actually a Kermit reference because I've only ever seen it on Kermit memes. I'm not sure which one came first, but it gets repeated enough regarding Fallout and Warhammer 2. I'd mostly know it as Kermit though. Spyble mentioned a sponsored stream for Fallout 60. What? Featuring Rick and Morty? What? No, the Bible is way pre-Fallout 76. Okay, Kermit came first. That's where I know it's from. Boyarsky was an in-joke to Leonard Boyarsky, who originally worked on 1 and parts of 2. One of the 5 billion developer references in 1 and 2. I think the name was originally Jason Anderson in text, but I don't remember. Boyarsky was exiled for murder and unauthorized research. The research allegations revolved around some tampering with the pregnancy cycles in the other dog that apparently put all of Vault 8 in danger, but the details were deleted from the Vault 8 computer. His crime occurred many years after Gray's alleged crime, but Boyarsky only got as far as Reno with the traveling caravan before he was robbed and killed. By Reno thus we saw an easy mark, which is pretty much true for everyone traveling from Vault City. His reasons for traveling south were unknown, but it's rumored his original destination was east of Reno. Even though explorers report there's nothing out there except deserts and dead claws. What did he know? One where to poke the Joe screaming, how deep would one's Christian? I am not answering that question. Next up comes from John Olivas. Oh, that is a big question. Okay, let me take a sip of my drink and settle in for this one. Toodaloo, hope everyone will have a good Friday. Hope you have a good upcoming weekend as well. Thank you for coming by. And okay, are you ready? Hey, what gives? You sent me a letter 3 updates ago saying my questions would be in the next edition of the Bible. I asked about EC Squadron and renewing. Then I asked about what was up with something. It was a quest that couldn't be solved. I don't remember, but it had to be something to do with not finding a peaceful solution. Oh yeah, Melchior the Magnificent. Then nothing. I've been patient, but it's another update now. I know you're busy, but I'm getting the idea I'm being ignored. Just because I'm not some mosquito asshole who won't leave you alone for 5 minutes. Never locks off the full moons and expects you to explain fusion power. Fusion power? You want an explanation? It's a game and it's tons of fun. You explain it, we'll give you a Nobel Prize. I'm asking stuff you might actually know the answers to, and I was told I'd get them. Can't help but feel it's some kind of strange elitist thing where only big members of the Fallout community get any time. I used to be part of the Fallout community. As luck would have it, I was replaying Fallout 2 when you started writing up the Bible, so I was buzzed. I still visit good old Duck and Cover all the time, and even I have a couple of Wasteland news stories at the San Andreas Vault to my credit. And check it out, I like it, and I still get mail telling me they're the funniest thing people have ever read. Thought they were edited quite a bit for length. But I'm just a little guy in the end. How about showing some love to the fan who's supported but doesn't tear over his black Isles shirt, pour a beer on his head, and describe himself as freaking hardcore? Woohoo! Woo! Thank you for your time, and I'd like to add nothing was meant in bad humor though. After rereading it, I think some of it could be construed that way, unless that would get me an answer. Just adding this to be safe, because I don't like to use incessant smileys. Signed, John Olivas. I'm very glad they left the full question in. Very glad they left the full question in for this one. Just a reminder to anyone who sends an email, I'm human and I forget stuff. Otherwise I would will the universe right now. Honestly, this question, out of all the questions so far, is the one that reminds me the most of early 2000s internet. This is how, like, I think like a good 10% of forum posts used to read back in the day. What was the question again? I don't think the question isn't even mentioned. It just says like, I asked a question about EC and renewing. Doesn't repeat the question, so we don't actually know the question that's included. Fantastic. To answer your Melchior question. I can't find any documentation for any planned quest to reunite Melchior with his son, and after talking to Jason soon, there was never a quest in place for it. His son was just included in Wedding to foreshadow Melchior's presence and to clue the player in that Melchior was a kidnapped minor from Wedding. As for the super mutants in the Mariposa base, was just intended as a combat location, so the dialogue was never planned. At least as far as I can see the documents. That's great. Obviously the answer is whatever the fan art is determined allows for. That's right. The Enclave should be redacting that. Thank you, Enclave Internal Security. You know, but to this day, I actually love to use incessant smileys. Couldn't be me. Hey, thanks for answering. You probably can't find the other questions because I was at my bros when I sent them. Oh god, I love this Bible, it's so early internet. You can't find the other questions, I was with my bros when I sent them. I asked about what happened to some of the Fallout 2 NPCs after the game. We know Myron gets stabbed by a jet addict, ironically in the den. Marcus goes off to do some heroics of his own. But what about Cassidy, Sulik and the EC Squadron, to name a few? Cassidy and Sulik, can't say. No documentation exists, to be honest. I'll probably leave their fates open. So I don't want to pigeonhole two of the most favorite NPC allies from Fallout 2. Kind of hope that Cassidy eventually got his heart maps though. At last word, Sulik. Yeah, I hope that Cassidy eventually got his heart maps. Sulik returned to the primitive tribe for a few moons after breaking paths with the Chosen One, and headed east in search of his sister. Cassidy went on to search for Texas, breaking south to the NCR and past Dayglow. Tungsten and Tenko also survived, and they had a great view of the Poseidon whole rig exploding. They eventually got into an uneasy trading relationship with the Shi after the destruction of the Abologist, and the two groups went on to make San Francisco a major fishing and trading center. If you like this, you might like Hypnospace Outlaw. You know, at this point, Hypnospace Outlaw has been suggested to me quite often. Maybe I really should play it. Because I feel like everybody so far has told me I would love it. The patriotic ancestor with it. I still got emails, my post was good. I like how this guy keeps following up. How many more questions does he have? Okay, it's a 3-parter. It's a trip, it's a trip. The other question was about renewing. I had always killed the Rat God before I got to Necropolis. Now I know, as of about 3 days ago, actually, that renewing was the term the ghouls used for becoming truly human again. I just asked what it was before and what the heck ghouls mean. Any further human info on renewing would be much appreciated, though I don't expect you to explain how to actually do it or anything. It remained pretty vague until I just couldn't find a way to get it to happen. Every time I tried to optimize the plan, Vault City would wipe out the ghouls. Was it actually doable? Or just a clever ruse from the brain to take over the world? He never did in my games, and I didn't have anything to stop him. Like in the cartoon, his plans fall apart on their own, I suppose. Thanks for your time again. There you go, friend, welcome in. It was not possible for the ghouls to renew in Fallout 2. It was part of Wayne's plans to get them human again, under his control. It was possible to save Gecko and VC. I'll have to walk through some Fallout fan sites should have info on it. Here's what the brain specifically has to say about renewal. Okay. When I unite Gecko and Vault City on my real estate, I will dedicate the medical labs to find a way to reverse radiation. Yeah, that's in the game, isn't it? Well, Who would benefit from thousands of Vault City and Gex residents? I mean, I liked Brain. I feel like Brain had his stuff together. He would have been a good ruler. Renewal is also a reference to a movie called Logan's Run. Oh, it does have a lot of references in it, so it makes sense. I'm gonna be a B real quick? No worries, get yourself some curly fries. I like how herbology is getting taken for granted. I suppose that like most people are gonna probably align themselves with the Shia of the herbologist. Because how many people are like, you know, taking the sides of the Scientologist parody over like, you know, the regular ones. I think most people would have probably picked the She. Let me just take a quick snack, 1 second. Okay. Some anal attentive bits about the Bible. You don't have to answer this email at all. You just stick the answer in the Bible if you think they're worth answering. If you already have the answers in the pipeline for future updates, feel free to tell me to stuff it. Anything in the design docs on when that tree began growing out of Harold's head? Harold says because in the timeline the latest Bible update says Harold shook his head a lot when he settled in Gecko. Nothing in the design doc. Harold first started noticing it when he touched the southern boundary of the Fallout 2 world map on his way north. After reconciling the skags and the hubbers at the end of 1, it's been growing slowly ever since. His roots are going to start burrowing through his empty eye socket soon. Poor Harold. I mean, I guess he doesn't seem too bothered, but... I mean, I have been wondering about that too. Yeah, sometimes you just want to see the funniest outcome. That's true, that's true. Okay. Nearly 13 years later, a few sections of the United States were supplied with fusion power. Since the Great War broke out in October, I guess this will be technically true as the Poseidon platform and maybe the vaults would still be using fusion power in 2078. Assuming, of course, that's what the statement is meant to say. My error, this will be sticked. I meant to say 11 years later. So here's the revision. And then we got a couple... Okay. So a couple more revisions into West Tech. Now this is true Yggdrasil. True World 3. Okay, so if Richard Gray was from Vault 8 and was old enough to be exiled for murder, wouldn't he have known about what the vaults were, and maybe even where other vaults were located? But the Bible says the Master finds out about the vaults from the Boneyard Vault. I was making it sound like he never knew about these vaults before. Unless the mutation into the Master made him forget. That makes sense, I guess. Am I missing something obvious? I mean, he probably just didn't know where they were. Nope, he knew what the other vaults were, he just didn't know where. Yeah, that's what I figured. He didn't realize that the prime normals within the vaults would be so Fev-friendly until after a lot of experimentation. The only discovery the Master had was the realization that he could find sealed vaults, and then the specimens within would not be contaminated as the ones he tried to experiment on since. He knew about the vaults, but he didn't realize at first the connection between radioactivity, the Fev mutation, and the potential of prime normals vaults have. Okay. So that one gets revised too. Lots of revisions in this one. Mercedes is just a Harold Kachink. That's right. About the Fall Biden, Timebo Mount is mentioned as now human. Are you sure it should not be Harold at that point human? Or Harold now adult? Okay, that's currently human. Revised. There's a bounty hunter to the west of the Followers of Apocalypse compound with a suspiciously familiar name. What's the story? Where did he come from? It's just a joke from Jess Heineck, one of the programmers. It's one of the 5 billion developer in-jokes. The fellow, Avalon, has no past and no future. And no donuts, for that matter. As it turns out. What happened to Junktown? Was it just too little to be its own state? I like Junktown. Or maybe it has managed to survive as an independent enclave inside NCR, a hive of scum and villainy, so to speak. What kind of folks would live in the glow? After all, that place must still, well, glow. At least somewhat. Ghouls? I mean, some ghouls might be able to survive in there. Junktown became part of NCR as part of the state of Shady. It was one of the first provisional states, considering it was one of the first and most trustworthy of the Shady Sands trading partners during its early formation. Its alliance with Shady Sands did cause some alarm for the caravans in the hub, but it didn't hurt the hub communities any, and the hub eventually became part of NCR as well. As for the glow, or the state of Dayglow, most of the state is actually north and west of the glow, but they are still able to see the glow from their borders. A number of ghouls are rumored to live there now, as part of the Great Migration from Necropolis. Once the ghouls learned of West Tech, they were eager to see if they could scavenge technology from the abandoned center. Some ghouls formed partnerships with scavenging companies from New Adatum and the Hub, and have built quite profitable cooperation with their salvage efforts. At least one super mutant, a refugee from the Cathedral, Was rumored to be working with the ghouls and humans in Dayglow. Makes sense, makes sense. I mean, there's a decent amount of good stuff in the glow. I mean, not after I was done with it, but, you know, I left the computers behind, so... There was still some stuff left to pick up. Okay. Well, one ending's animation suggests that the hub is destroyed, and still seems to exist. Has it been rebuilt or did it survive, no matter what was said in the ending? In a lot of cases, there are chance followers of the apocalypse also survive. Did they take apart Zax? They might have. They might have. Which would have been very sad for, like, the intelligent computer. He was so good at chess. I like to think that the ghouls are just going in there playing, you know, chess with ZAX whenever they can. Okay, the hub survived one, and the last word was the followers of the apocalypse also survived, using their knowledge to help the blades of new added them. Here's one for Skulk. Okay, have you got any idea who made the moo I say special encounter? If you meet them, tell me it's the best thing in Fallout. It was an old joke from a mod that Tim Kane used to play. He apparently made a habit of teleporting into his rival private chambers. The cows would say things like, "Moo, I say." Chris Taylor heard the story and he thought it was funny enough to put it in Fallout, so there it is. Here's directly from the two of them. Not to be the dead cow, but yes, the talking cows in Fallout are the tip of a hat to my favorite mod ever, the Darker Realms. Ah, so that's the one he was playing. One day, I'll play the Discord mod on stream. One day. It's still out there. The servers are still running. Not sure how many people are playing it, but... However, it was not my idea to put them in. Chris Taylor had heard me talk of the snow cows and how I like to teleport them into Mike's workroom. Guess I was flippant for fun. Chris did most of the random encounters in Fallout. Were they snow cows by any chance? Tim used to be on the mob that had smoke cows that said, "Moo, moo, I say." I laughed so much when he told me that story. Had to put them in. I didn't realize you were going to continue. I got the impression you had to go on. Like from the stream? Nah, I usually go for about 6 hours. So I'm still gonna be here for a bit longer. Does Umi Ashi ever go moo? I have gone moo before. The answer should have been there is no secret cow level. There is no jelly world. I honestly thought it was a Diablo reference at first. Nothing about the exploding cows. No, nothing so far. Umiushi? Umiushi is the Japanese word for sea slug. And I am a sea slug, which technically means I'm an Umiushi. But the literal Japanese Umiushi actually translates as sea cow. So, no milk! No milk! Anyway, in the follow bio chat you asked if you were wondering about specific animals in extinction. Specific. I know this might sound odd, but I was basing it on a storyline for a FOD campaign set in Africa I was making. So I was wondering what the status in the Fallout world of hippos, elephants, and penguins. No milk, only snot, I'm sorry. Can I start requesting moo redeems? No. Banned in 90 countries, exactly. I'm glad you guys are keeping track. Penguins are dead! Elephant, why did the penguins die? Aren't those, like, statistically speaking, the furthest away from the Fallout, I feel? Wouldn't they have been fine? Poor penguins. Poor penguins. Jorunna. Yeah, that's right. Elephants and hippos are unknown. There's no documentation on whether they are alive and kicking or not. Feel free to play around with Fevin's Beast survives to suit the story. I was like, elephants and hippos, we're not really sure if they survived. Penguins though? Definitely dead. All of those they're out of there. Elephants and hippos, we're not completely sure. Very vulnerable to the climate, I guess. I suppose so. Feel free to play around with it to suit the story. Mutated hippos would be interesting. Mutated penguins probably wouldn't be. Oh, this guy just hates penguins. He's like, oh yeah, I would love to see a mutated hippo. Penguins though? Penguins suck. They're all dead. I hate penguins. Get rid of them. Hippos though? Yeah, hippos definitely survive. Damn, Avalon. I like how the answer is basically like, feel free to decide if they survived or not yourself, except if it's a penguin. Because penguins are dead. Poor penguin. Poor penguin. Madagascar made penguins popular. I feel penguins have always been popular though. Like, they're just kind of cute. They were the first victims of the Great War. Like, 2 years before the bombs drop. 2075. Worldwide penguin extinction event. We just forgot to put it on the timeline. That's how we know definitively that they all died. It is true though. Mutated hippos would be very terrifying. I suppose I shouldn't be hyping up other games, but if you're interested in checking out some cool things you can do with hippos, check out Lost Continents. Okay, place your bets. Yep, that's what I figured. So far none of the links work, but you know, must worth a look. Must worth a look. For anyone doing fanfiction or campaign stuff for Fallout, my recommendation would always be to do whatever makes a story or campaign better. Strict adherence to the Fallout genre might kill some good ideas for a story, in role-playing games, lessen a cool playing experience for your players. Except if it's a penguin. If it's a penguin, it's definitely dead. I am Chris Avalon, and if I see you put a penguin in your Fallout RPG, I'm coming to your house and hunting you down myself. You better not put a goddamn penguin in there. Those are extinct. I guess like nuclear war is pretty bad for penguins. Might be on the way back, machine, yeah? Are you dark or let's see. I know there are slaves in Fallout 2, but where are the slaves? In the game. We see them constantly. Sure, we see them in the pens being kept captives by the slavers, but you don't see a lot of them in the house or around the cities. Don't think a lot of people can afford slaves. The slavers certainly seem rather large of a group. How do you make all that money and get all those recruits by selling slaves in the high peak of poverty? Even if people can afford slaves, what would they do with them? Make them farm? Certainly think not, because there isn't a lot of farming going on with the radiating dead zone in the Fallout world sports. Or what about growing drugs? If the drugs of Fallout were grown, which they aren't, then would die with the Fallout problem. But since they were made chemically in gang-owned labs, the slaves aren't needed for drugs either. You can pick up that Fallout City as slaves, but would anyone buy slaves just to do some chores around the small houses of theirs? What about the mines in Reading? Nah, I don't think so. The mines in Reading are paid from what I can gather. Talk to the slut in the bar, and by picking up the right dialogues, he says her minor boyfriend is not getting paid enough or something like that. There are a lot of sluts in Fallout, but I find it hard to believe that they are slaves, since the pimps would have a hard time keeping track of them. Unless they confined them to their rooms in the whorehouses. So what the hell do the slaves in Fallout do? Honestly, they have a good point about the fact that most people can probably not afford slaves in the post-apocalypse. I actually am kind of curious about the answer on this one. Hey, Plumbobo, welcome in. You put the penguin in the PMP, you join the penguins yourself. That's right. That's right. Don't you dare put penguins in there. You're getting hunted down. There are slaves in 2. You just don't see them too much, except in Reno, random encounters, and in sections of the Den, VC, and outside of NCR. The market for slaves includes Vault City, which is probably the most prominent place we notice them, also the most rich place. Who can easily afford slaves? Caravans, who have enough cash to buy some porters to help carry stuff. But you can sell the slaves at the end of the caravan drive. I guess caravans were the other place we saw a lot of slaves. Various farmers, who can sometimes afford 1 or 2. We know, those crime families making a killing. As for prostitute slaves, there's usually 1 pimp for every 5 to 10 prostitutes, which isn't far from the real world model, I believe. By the way, sorry about this, but I don't post in the forums too much, it's hard to find the time. I do try to check out the Fallout forums when I can. Yeah, that's definitely... Yeah, no, Chris wrote it out pretty clearly, you know. And Vault City has a lot of them, so... And they're definitely... They've got the money because they have, like, you know, the gag setup and all that. I think okay, Plumbobo. Don't think there's any game info even hinting that they find slaves. Oh, I think it's pretty obvious, Joe, because, like... the slaves you get in Vault City are like, oh boy, I sure love being here. This is so much better than the other place I was a slave for. I don't want to leave Vault City. This is the best place a slave can be. No, that's basically all the slaves say in Vault City. So it's pretty clear that a lot of them used to work in different locations that had like poor, like, or at least worse working conditions. So I think that like, they're trading them from somewhere, most likely. We take intended slaves from the visiting wastelanders who go in debt and whatnot. Yeah, but a lot of them seem to like have been, you know, enslaved elsewhere, so I think they're probably buying them somewhere. It's very backhanded criticism. Well, we know Avalon doesn't like Vault City much. Okay. Just thought I would drop a line about this Fallout Balwood thing. I've followed the Fallout saga since the first demo came out on disc on the PC Mac, and I've loved it since. Probably already know about all the clans and fan sites knocking out on the net. I'm sure that the news of yet more Fallout-related materials on the horizon. Right then, enough of the reminiscing crap. Time to get down to business. Here are some few questions that I've gathered up that you might be able to answer in the Bible and could lead to some other things. There we go. Yeah, is have enough guards and able to make the slave get enough food for you and yourself, but mostly you? Absolutely, absolutely. But it's more like about buying them off the slave first, I think is what the original question asker meant. The people that were outside the vaults when the bomb dropped, how did they survive the bombs? How did the bubble hoop initially start off as... Let's do them one at a time. So, the bombs. Some areas of the world were not hit by nukes, and even though many cities promptly went to hell out of starvation and rioting, like New Reno, there are still plenty of cubby holes and old shelters for people to eke out an existence. Survivalists and some isolated military units in power armor, another Christmas, also were able to hole up and survive the nuclear winter. How did the Brotherhood initially start off, as in persons or places? Brotherhood started up in the leadership of Captain Roxy Maxim and Joseph Black. We already know this. What happened to the rest of the world? Europe, China, Russia? Curious about that. This is a long answer and I don't have it all together yet. Maybe in a future update, but not anytime soon. I will say that there were some US military units stranded in China when the big one happened, because from what I understand, all the Fallout games take place in America, right? I'm actually kind of curious, like what's, you know, what's up in... How's my palace doing, huh? Massacre buys companions for ungodly high prices. Fair, fair. Says a better life than in the wasteland. I don't remember they saved elsewhere. Maybe I'm misremembering then. I will admit, but I would have sworn that, like, some of them at least implied that they were slaves before, but maybe I'm misremembering. Where did the Brotherhood get their resource to construct their main base? Was the brains. Actually, most of the resources were already there. Maxim directed the rebuilding efforts, and from what supplies he didn't have, they either scavenged from nearby dead communities or from trading with the hubs. Who started some of the settlements, such as the hub, Reno City, etc.? I assume Reno already existed. Closest is the Fallout London. I'm curious about that. Have I played New Vegas? Not yet. I'm doing them more or less in order. So, I'm not at New Vegas yet. Fallout Australia? That's just modern day. What has changed? One of the gags is that the nuclear course was centralized entirely to US and China, so the rest of the world is just chilling. I see. That was supposed to be a Polish Fallout, but it got bought up by some tech bro company. Ah, that's a shame, that's a shame. I feel like a Polish setting would have been very interesting. That would have been very interesting. Okay. Founders, kind of complicated, but I'll see what I can do in the future updates. For now, I can tell you that the hub was founded by a fellow named Angus. Okay, what happened to the rest of military personnel? Whichever ones didn't line up at the Enclave either died out or are camped in the waste somewhere in their own bunkers. Their power armor and heavy weapons and their own dark secret plans. Dun 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 dun! That seems like foreshadowing for the Fallout 3 they were planning to make. I will love New Vegas. I am excited for New Vegas. It seems like that's the one that people are very excited about too. That's what Stalker is for. A lot of you guys have said that Stalker has like a very similar Fallout-y vibe, but set in Russia, right? I kind of am curious about checking out Stalker at some point. What happened inside the vault when they had found out the Overseer had been killed by our hero? In official Fallout canon, the Overseer wasn't shot to death. In an alternate future universe where he was, I imagine the people would have gossiped about the horrible brutality of the Vault Dweller, and then they would have elected a less useless Overseer to fill the now empty position. True, true, because then they wouldn't know it was because we were outcast. It's more FPS focused, that's what I heard, yeah, for Stalker. I sure heard a lot of talk about black and white animals. We were talking about cows for a bit, yeah? What about Metro 2033? I think it has been brought up at some point. Not as much as Stalker has, but kind of curious about that one too. You tell. 1 second to hit. You did tell that lady whose husband was jailed and was about to be indentured for restitution. True, true. Maybe that's the worst I get? Wasn't that husband like wrongly imprisoned too? They're both kind of apocalyptic, heavily irradiated and turned about by warring factions. Okay, maybe at some point I'll try Stalker too. Takes place in Ukraine. Okay, the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Gotcha. Does it have penguins? Now, as we all know, penguins wouldn't survive in a fallout. Should get some sleep. Bye. Have sleep, bunny dreams. Thank you for coming by. Hey, look, welcome in. Stalker with visual mods would serve better. Oh, is Stalker one of those games where you're better off putting in a couple of patches? I see. Now all that there too. Poor penguins. Was there ever a quest behind the grave unearthings in Wedding? Or was it just perhaps a side effect of the rats and Wanamingos traipsing around the underground? It was just a hint of what Wanamingos were up to. No big mystery, unfortunately. I was wondering about that. What happened to the Brotherhood of Steel? In 2, they've all but disappeared. I guess, in my opinion, I just thought that they didn't have, as big of a presence up north. I thought maybe they were just, less prevalent. You only encounter small spy outposts, each guarded by a single man in Tesla armor, and all but one of those outposts are nothing more than a room with a desk in the center. What happened? They seem too powerful and want to have fallen apart. Did they not attempt to ascend technology and expand? Why did they have nothing to do more than to watch the Enclave? Cold War type thing between the two would have been interesting. It's real. Stalker feels a whole lot different, especially compared to old Fallout. I do like it, but beware, it's Slav jank. Fair. It requires a lot of patches. It requires a couple 100 patches. Oh dear, isn't that rough? I'm still curious. I might still check it out at some point. Still quite curious. Nothing happened to the Brotherhood of Steel. The outpost bunkers in 2 were just intended to serve as listening posts. The Lost Cells bunker down south is their main base of operations. They just haven't expanded as far north. Or at least bought as much of their weapons and armor. I mean, they're not as expansionist as the NCR, so it makes sense. The metal armored fellows you encounter in the bunkers are mostly scouts and lesser paladins assigned to watch the region. As for watching the Enclave, well, the Brotherhood's road has always been one of caution and gathering proper intelligence before taking action. Sometimes too much so, as in Fallout 1. So why didn't they attack the Enclave? Well, the Brotherhood couldn't have survived an attack by the Master's army. As in 1, although they would have caused a lot of casualties to the Unity. Now imagine an army that's smarter, composed of hundreds of soldiers armed with advanced versions of power armor and guns that rival the Brotherhood of Steel. Don't blame them for watching and looking for the vulnerability in the new foe. It's a good point. They haven't fallen apart, and by the end of 2, the Brotherhood of Steel is alive and active in the southern regions. Makes sense. Stalk was made by a pack of Ukrainians with a crate of vodka and witchcraft. Nobody knows how the hell the engine works, not even the devs. That's fantastic. It's the definition of a Eurojank game. Makes sense. They're putting out a remastered version too. Oh, it's a free optional update. Maybe that would be a good time to check it out then. 1 second. I think I have to cough real quick, so let me mute very briefly. Sorry, I still have a cold. Okay, I think I hopefully should be fine. Hopefully my cold passes soon. I personally played the DVD collection version just fine, but it varies from person to person. Sometimes games run better on older systems as well. Depends on when you might have played it. It's a really cool engine, but a bit unstable. Fair. Hey Kevin, welcome in. Okay. There's one more thing to ask. Those darn geckos. Where did they come from? They were non-existent in 1, while in 2 they seem to be all over the place, and as how to put it, you couldn't fart without hitting one. They stem from an unknown species of lizard indigenous to the Oregon-California boundary that sucked up enough fev to grow bigger, stronger, faster. And they're definitely not sterile. While it took them a few generations to get all the new genetics straightened out, they started breeding slightly less than fev-influenced rats. No one knows what lizard stock they originated from, or how the fire geckos sprang to being. They're just very active. Yep, I guess it's just local. Hey Elias, I'm doing well. X-ray engine is some kind of ancient Slavic game magic. Well, now you guys are getting me very curious to try out Stalker at some point. Now you're getting me very curious. I was curious about the Master. I read that the Master absorbed people into him, and that's what accounts for the different voice he has. But when he says a certain line, a line where he debates who is best suited for living in the wasteland, he ends with a computer-generated voice saying mutants. I was curious how the Master was able to make the voice. Wasn't that in one of the earlier Bible parts? Yeah, He linked to the cathedral computer. This was in part 1. We've already explained this answer. Just the people who absorbed channeling his voice through the computer. I suppose I could attempt some pseudoscience explanation, but it makes me confused just thinking about it. I guess, you know, Avalon sometimes forgets what's in the game. It's fine if he forgets what's in the Bible. Or at least the early parts of it. I guess that was probably part 1, so that would have been a while ago before this one came out. Shame on Fat for not reading it though. Stalker is amazing, but its performance stability is a black hole of no. Okay, so what I'm reading is like, get all the patches to get it to work. Or potentially wait for the updates to make it more stable. It's more of an experience than a game, but if you get more enjoyment from exploring environment and main story, it might be my kick. I do like some good environmental storytelling, so if you guys say it's pretty solid, I would probably enjoy that. The patches can make it work sometimes. That's kind of hilarious. Well, it all depends on if you wish upon a star and bloodlet the goat. I will make sure to give my due sacrifices before installing the patches for Stalker when I play it. I found in Master that picture, Colusa. It was one more special encounter like EPA, Primitive Tribe and Abe, which BIS didn't have time to add into the game. This is one hell of a sentence. Stalker's the only game that ever blue screened of dead my PC. Oh, that's gonna go great while streaming it then. Pure spaghetti goat. Fantastic, fantastic. Well, you know, I've streamed some pretty rough spaghetti goats games on stream before, so I'm still willing to give it a shot. If I could get scratches to 1. Actually, in the end, I actually have to borrow a laptop for that, so did I actually get it to 1? That's a good question. I think about it. Well, either way, Colusa was the old name for Navarro, so it wasn't another location, just a pre-existing location that got a name and location change. I remember that once we put another location on the world map that we moved some of them around to create a more even spacing of the adventure locations. To be fair, around Navarro there's like nothing there on the west side of the map, so makes sense I had to fill it in. I don't remember if we moved the Enclave's mainland base for this reason, but it's possible. That's why I recalled to, considering how much dead space there was. Yeah! Along the middle of the coast without the primitive tribe that seemed to support it. The real Colusa is much further east and a little south of Navarro. Okay. The latest version of the mods are usually stable, just find out those that don't mess with the story and gameplay. Makes sense. You stream and play from the same PC? Yep. So if Stalker like messes things up, it's gonna mess up the stream as well. I've seen other VTuber stream Stalker. Should be fine then, should be fine. There's a few mod 3 packs of it that crash less. Excellent. Scary when you get close to the end when you get into the exclusion zone. I'll definitely consider adding to my schedule. You guys are getting me very curious. It's been a while since I played an FPS on stream. That's what I recall too. Okay, one from Peter Jackson. Not the director of Lord of the Rings to my knowledge. But it could be. Probably isn't. Reading the way it's written. Okay. Why did you guys F up Fallout 2 with real locations? 1 didn't need any of those. It was cool to go to the boneyard and find it was LA filled with dead bodies. Getting to 2, it ruined it to see all those places in California already there. Post-nuke people would have named them differently anyway. I don't know, I feel if the sign is out there and it still says San Francisco, as long as people can read, they will probably keep using the name. Beware the monoliths. Don't know why real mode mates were used in 2 for some locations, the best of my knowledge. The whole team all established the location at the beginning of 2 development, and many of those locations, with the exception of Colusa and Navarro, remained true to those choices all the way to the end. Oh, an alternate answer for those super mutant straps in the faces from last time. It's a very weird complaint to read. You are ruining my post-apocalypse immersion with all these real places. Apocalyptic raiders are illiterate, and they would have changed the name of every city. Okay, Chris says the mutants have those straps to keep their faces on. Why did the super mutants have the straps on their faces? To keep their face on. Duh. I disagree with Harold not being a ghoul. During 1, the name Ghoul was not yet as widely used as in 2. Harold could have disagreed with calling his mutant kind with such a name, which is not very nice. When you ask him about the ghouls, he says, mutants, doesn't matter what they call themselves. I think it doesn't necessarily mean that he's not a ghoul. I love these really long questions where like the question asker just starts arguing with the dev. It's just, it gives me like a happy feeling of like, oh man, this reminds me of the internet in the early 2000s. This is so reminiscent of forums back in the day. And you look, especially like, especially then like mailing it to the developer of the game to say you disagree. There's a post-apocalyptic vehicle called the Hollowood. Oh, as the oil wood because it's sign degraded. See? That would make sense. That would make sense. Because people read the sign. People read the sign. I think the name Ghouls was either created for them... Like, please developer, listen to my headcanon. I love it. I think the name Ghouls was either created for them by the Necropolis ghouls themselves or by people who considered them monsters. As he looks like a ghoul, I think he would be considered one of both. By both, ghouls are not like super mutants, they're not all the same. It's only a name for people twisted by radiation or Vev, or both. There may be ghouls created only by radiation and ghouls created only by Vev. I also think though, Harold was mutated in the vats, and if you say that all the ghouls were created by the Vev, then there isn't much difference between Harold and the other ghouls. Chris Taylor also wrote, actually a dip in the Vev has a chance of modifying intelligence, but doesn't always increase it. This is what we read earlier. If so, then people dipped in the vats can become ghouls instead of super mutants, if they are radiated. I think it easily matches Harold's quotes. I really love that he's like bringing out the evidence. He's bringing out the quotes on multiple fronts. It's great. I'm gonna start arguing with Sivan to replicate retro internet culture. I'm gonna like Avalon you down if you do that. You see a particularly leathery looking ghoul. You see a Harold. You see a very old but spry looking ghoul. Put a sock in it, you smelly old ghoul. Goodbye. Sometimes the devs need to be corrected, that's right. There's an obvious joke to be made, but I'll let you guys make it instead of making it myself. Harold is a good enough start for being a ghoul and all, and lives on the south side. As you can see, Harold is called a ghoul in the game. Alright, so it wasn't a Declaw, but what would the mutants in Old Town want with our caravans? Unless it's some kind of conspiracy. As you can see, there are more mutants in the Hub Old Town, not only heralds, and they all call both mutants and goods. Ready devs, yeah, thank you for making the exact joke I was thinking of. Yes, workday is done, I can focus on stream. Otsukare! Well done at work today, Orc. Hope it went well, hope it went well. Ready developer needs lore correction. I think the point is that you can call ghouls only the ones that were exposed to the wild Vev in the air and radiation, and not the ones who were screwed up results of dipping. I think both kinds should be called ghouls because they were created with different methods and the result is identical and they were both the results of radiation and Vev. Ghouls of Necropolis are radiated, that were people that were exposed to mutated Vev in the air, and Harold and Thalius are results of dipping people with radiation damage. I think this is what Chris Taylor meant. All good points. Tim Kane and Chris Taylor agree with you. They say Harold's a ghoul. To quote statements within the past week. Ghouls are a type of mutant. Harold is a ghoul. He's also a little special. Super mutants are humans with no or minimal radiation damage who have been exposed to Vev. Ghouls are humans with significant radiation damage exposed to Vev. Harold is, well, Harold. This when I hope somebody got fired for that Butler Nerd has the most control of internet culture, the height of his power. Absolutely. Bold of a pretty Seabon to call the death ready. I know we treated him as a dual ghoul, but not a Necropolis one. He may have been irradiated before or after. I remember was that when he went in there with the guy whose name I forgot, the one who fell into the vat and became the master. I love how casual they are. It's like, I don't know, Steve or something. And only Harold came out. Harold's memory is totally wrecked, by the way. Most people don't know when they get irradiated, so Harold, just may not know what happened to him. I do know that radiation and Vev do not mix. Mutants are immune to radiation effects, but an irradiated human is killed by exposure to Vev. So one thing is sure, Harold is not a mix of radiation and Vev. It's got to be one or the other, and I think he's a ghoul. Which actually means that this, like, this correction email actually is, you know, correct. This guy, what's his name? Name isn't listed. I was gonna say, this guy must feel so powerful when the devs basically confirmed what he was saying. He must have been at the height of his power, and then he's not actually credited by name. Poor guy. He will not go down into history as being white. Hey, Johnswan, reminds me of the Obby playthrough from San Andreas, where they made a Twitter post about the reason of a game path. Dev left an answer saying they were wrong, and then the community dug it up and proved that Dev was wrong. I see. Poor Dev corrected by lower masters. It happens. Apostle of the Fallout Bible. Think he like erased that email. Okay, both agree. According to Chris, ghouls are related humans exposed to theft. According to Tim, ghouls are solely due to radiation. Both agree Harold is special, and I don't mean handicapped. Officially, ghouls are a mix of theft and radiation. Harold is a mutant who resembles a ghoul. Harold may have had some radiation damage before he was exposed to theft, but his mutation... Oh, I like how Avalon is still like, okay, Chris and Tim may agree with you, but I don't. Buckle in, buddy, because I'm about to tell you you're wrong. Which makes him different than a ghoul. Most ghouls are the result of extreme radiation plus FEV exposure, but Harold's change was primarily due to FEV exposure. Again, he could have sucked up a few rats in the waste without knowing, especially considering how long he ran caravans in the waste. He is hideously mutated enough so that he looks like a ghoul, but he's not technically one. And this is a mistake that Loxley makes. Loxley only judges a book by its cover and he knows nothing about genetics or anything beyond the surface appearance. Correcting Buddy Sivan or the facts when she spreads misinformation on the internet. Okay, to be fair, whenever I'm spreading misinformation, it's because I'm, most of the time, echoing one of you guys. And because I trust, without a doubt, everything you tell me. And then, usually about half an hour later, I will say what you guys were saying, and somebody else will say, that is incorrect. And I'm like, once again, have been lied to on the internet. Unbelievable. This is how it usually goes. This is how it always goes. Hey, Mystic, welcome in. You can call him a ghoul if you want, but the official answer is Harold is Harold because Harold's special. By the way, glowing ghouls are ghouls that suck up too many rats after they have become ghouls. We originally wanted Lenny to be able to turn into a glowing ghoul when he drinks too much radioactive liquor. Huh, but we didn't put it in. Interesting. It's funny how Evelyn neither remembered nor cared to look up the master's real name. In this case, it's Tim Kane, who didn't want to look it up. But it is very funny that he couldn't remember or care to look it up. I would never lie to the C1. Us go on the internet and tell lies? I never lie, I'm just stupid. Sometimes we'll just gaslight you like we did with Goris because we want things to be surprised. Fair enough, fair enough. I'd really like to know this. Why did they become tribals in such short time? Religious reasons? Drugs? Well, the long answer is read Earth Abides by George R. Stewart. The short answer is 80 years is not a short time. Yeah, it's a fairly short time to turn into tribal culture. I actually agree with Agiel on that one. I have actually been wondering about, you know, the rapid descent, especially because the Vault Dweller didn't like... hasn't been gone that long, relatively speaking. Which means that it's technically even shorter than 80 years, which kind of implies that the Vault Dweller just kind of started up a cult, I feel, or at least the foundations for becoming a tribe by the time they were out there, because 80 years, that means like, theoretically, you know, the last generation coming from Vault 13 could still be alive, or, you know, only recently deceased. It's a very short time to turn into a tribe, and I have been wondering about that. Yes, unusually short considering people's grandparents would have been Vault Dwellers and would have known, you know, more. Dandy is still alive, exactly. And considering, like my only personal reasoning that I was thinking is that, like, did the Vault Dweller just want to start a cult? Because that's the most, you know, logical way I would explain, like, turning them into tribals so quickly. You know, I guess, like, it might not be made of purely Vault Dwellers. I guess more tribals could have joined, but, like, that's the only way I could explain it. Like, Vault Dweller just really wanted to start a cult because he didn't care about the Vault City, like, Vault life anymore. Yeah, Tandy is still alive, exactly. Always thought of ghosts as Tim Kane's figures, result of immense radiation. That's what I thought too. I only ever speak with Simon's best interest in mind. Yeah, Chris is not the creator, that's true, that's true. Back in my day, we lived in modern communities, not like these youngsters and their tribes. Hey, Chief. Saw the Church of the Apocalypse and decided he want them. I mean, to be fair, in the first game, I was like, I kind of want to start a cult, and then the game didn't let me, so maybe the Vault Dweller and I, we're not so different after all. Might have been thinking the same. Okay, the Vault Dweller did not take any real books with him once he left Vault 13 for the last time. Guns and ammo wasn't very helpful without more guns. The Scout Handbook had some good stuff about making fire-starting ropes. The First Aid Handbook had its uses, but not anything high-tech. And Dean's electronics wasn't very useful without high-tech equipments, generators, purifying systems to practice on. The Big Book of Science only matters if you've got students willing to read through it and if it has practical applications, which in farming communities like Arroyo isn't much outside of crop rotation. So tribal society used the temple for tutorials, yeah. Maybe it's because they just moved very close to the temple and they were like, ah, yeah. You could worship that. I gotcha. They don't worship the Wanderer. I mean... worship me. Worship the Holy 13, you know? It's practically there. So in fact, yeah, they developed very mystical beliefs in such a short time. Like, I could see them becoming a tribe, sure. Living the tribal lifestyle. It's all the mysticism that's like, you know, within... just a few generations, like Grandpa is probably still alive. Like I want to ask, did the Vault Dweller agree to the Chosen One thing? Did they kill any dissenters after he left? There's no formal education system in Arroyo, despite whatever efforts the Vault Dweller may have made in this direction. Too much energy was spent trying to create a community. The Vault Dweller may have wanted to make a clean break from technology after the events of Fallout 1. See, here's what I'm saying, he wants to start a cult. Especially considering its experiments in the Vault that may have posed the Glow, the Boneyard, and even at the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood's adherence to technology in many ways is rather disturbing and narrow-minded and hasn't allowed them to become better people. I mean, the Brotherhood is kind of chill in the first game. And they were using drugs in the Westworld, it's true, it's true. Hi Leroy, welcome in. The Chosen One shows too, he has kind of a reasonable amount of knowledge as long as he specs the challenge. Exactly, exactly. They did prefer the Vault. They all came from it. It wasn't even a real temple, it was some kind of crappy tourist traps. Can I start a cult? I'll allow it. Well, a few members of Vault 13 followed the Vault Dweller, many other of Arroyo's inhabitants... Ah, that must have been it. Okay, so it is what one of you guys suspected. They came from tribes across the waste and had a large influence on Arroyo's development. The members of Vault 13 that followed the Vault Dweller would have also had their hands full adapting to life in the waste. So all the mysticism probably came from the other tribes then. As well as building a community from scratch to teach any higher concepts about life in Canada. Oh, aren't we already a cult? Nah, we're an empire. Empire and Westeros franchise. The Vault Dweller, while skilled, may not have made a good teacher or even had the time for it. In any event, students may resist attempts at learning certain concepts, especially if the concepts have little practical or entertainment value. When they established Arroyo, farming and tribal skills and know-how proved to be far more important than being able to calibrate the magnetic field housing in turboplasma. Look, but I feel like there is a difference between magnetic field housing and turboplasma rifle and complete switch around of mysticism. I think, you know, Colt is still my headcanon. He did stop the master. Colt could follow, you know, the Vault Dweller easily. So we formed a cult around the restaurant. Empire's a cult with extra steps? Nah. Carving every building with the face, very cultism. Just about to say that to be something that, or the film set is very rich exports hobby museum. It would actually make a lot more sense to have a tourist trap there. Because, like, why would California have a random temple? If that's canon, that actually would make a lot of sense, yeah? Hey, Pliskin. As for why the player didn't have access to the power armor or super weapons from 1 at the start of the 2, it was simply for balance reasons. Over 80 years, the items were broken, like the handgun, hidden. Vault Dweller may have tucked them away, or taking it with him when he left Arroyo, or the power or usefulness expanded in constructing the Temple of Trias. By the way, the Temple of Trias was... Oh, here we go. The Temple of Trias was built on the ruin of an older pre-war building, most likely a cult. The carved head at the entrance and some carving wall decorations on the 3 sub-levels were done by the Arroyo inhabitants. Question answered. Question answered. So, most likely a church, huh? I guess I didn't see the... I mean, I guess like America has some really weird church designs, like those mega churches. Maybe it was one of those things. Because like from the outside, it wasn't giving me much church, but might be one of those American style ones. I'm pretty sure it could. I don't know if no more empires have subjects who yearn to be chairs. Honestly, even as your empress, I cannot explain this phenomenon. Let me take some more snack. 1 second. I think the cult of the chosen one is about being the heroic path of the Pole Dweller. That was a church, but definitely was mostly pro-war. Oh my god, color! I actually kind of prefer the black and white. Is that bad? Martin sent me a color Pip-Boy, though I had to crop it a bit. Kind of in love with the black and white version though, but I thought I'd show you guys. This might be the first time we've seen a color Pip-Boy. I think it might be. Many face on buildings is the overtop art deco to really get the retrofuturism thrill. Yummies, welcome in. Bro got a tan. Good to not need to fall dweller guidance for the cruel world they are at now. Oh, more of these. Okay, more tell me about. So we had Dandy at Shady Sands, Seth and Harry. Dandy, there's a decent amount of them. Harry, there's a decent amount of them. And then Norm hating Seth also has quite a few. I mean, I got through some of them through the conversation option, but I missed quite a few. Was he by new to get that tan? I mean, if you're in the wasteland, you're outside a lot, right? You're probably gonna get tanned sooner or later, or you're gonna get burnt. Yeah, he keeps dip feeding the dialogue. He could have easily done that in like a single time, but he just adds like a few, like just 2 or 3 characters. Have showed me how to call up all the tell me about, so I just haven't been able to snack the file to make it happen. I'll bring some corrections once I dissect it. Oh, he was just doing this as he was going. That's hilarious. He wasn't even checking the files for it. That's probably why he's drip feeding them. He's like looking them up one by one. No, it's Vault 13 suit doesn't count as archaeology. That's a bit too recent, right? Like, my grandpa's clothes aren't archaeology, right? Then why am I so pale after running the restaurants? I just burn. I must stay underwater, you know? I stay in the shades, carry a little parasol. It's hard to tan when you're a sea slug. It's the truth of the matter. Okay, if someone can point me to a list of pre-existing tell me abouts, they will have my eternal gratitude. Avalon is so funny. He's like, I don't really know where I kept these abouts. It's been kind of a pain to call these up once in a while. Have any of you guys made a list of them yet? Can you just send them to me? I'll put them in the next Bible. God, I love his writing. It's so funny. Eating buns keeps the skin healthy. No. Eating rats. Remember. Okay, so there's the more advancement. This time for Casti, Myron, and Vic. Okay. Avalon was a silly man in the 90s. For real. It's fantastic. Guess we shouldn't be surprised the Swords Codes was lost. Yeah, it's so makeshift in such a good way. There are slaves pushing around in an aquarium? No! I can shapeshift my leg. No way. Buns have skins? Yeah, kind of mochi like. I think he's still asking people on Twitter just recently if anyone knew Planescape Dormant Lounge Prize. Somebody mentioned it earlier. Avalon is a very silly man and I love it. I love it. Jason McCullough sent me the details I need to extract the skill files for the NPC allies. Thank God. Wait, was he just like once again taking the screen cups separately? Like leveling them up slowly? Oh my God. So if you can't wait for my lazy ass to post them in the future update, here's what you do. Extract them yourself. Oh. Oh, you have to use the F word to actually extract them. Hilarious. Okay. My skincare routine consists entirely of rubbing my face on the flapper. That's a terrible routine. I guess you get some slug slime from it. In any event, let's start with Casti, who's a 4-stage character because he's cranky and old. Talks too much. He complains a lot about Lenny. Especially his small guns, I designed them. He'll always be one of my favorite Fallout 2 characters because of the sheer cussness. fact, he has funny floats depending what type of camera match you give him. Okay. Oh, and this time they're including the skills on the side. He didn't last time. Honestly, wow, Cassidy has high luck. I mean, I guess he has to survive with, like, out his heart medication. Decent skills, decent skills. His smoke guns is pretty high. I mean, I guess it's his specialty, so that makes sense. I'm surprised by his high luck. Slug Slime is just C1's use. It is not. He is my whim. I accept the blame for designing him. He's a 4-stage character because I think he knows it all already and doesn't need to advance too high. Especially his science, but he usually just ends up a brainless husk as his brain is ripped out and put in the robo brain. So out of curiosity, what stats are Myron's brain? Does he, like, outperform the, like, cybernetic brain? Or is he still a step beneath it? Because I was curious about putting him in the robo brain, and surely he probably has pretty good stats for that, but... 10 int, 1 charisma. 4 charisma, apparently. And only 8 int, actually. Well, maybe not in stage 4, let's see. Stage 3. Oh, still only 9. Still only 9 intelligence. I think it just counts as a normal human brain. It's clearly whatever lets... whatever leads him to getting prison rank below the cybernetic brain. Makes sense. I mean, even at maximum, his charisma stays at 4. And as we all know, if you're 5 or under, you are completely riskless in this game, so... Here's Vic. A 6-stage superhero because he's an early game character. His specialty is repair. Yeah, I dropped him off at some point, just because it made sense to, like, leave him in Vault City with his daughter. When I was starting to, like, you know, get more exciting characters on the team. Now I think about it, he's like one of the only characters I actually, like, left behind. I mean, I guess I got Robot Dog, but that was, like, after I'd already established my team. I probably would have kept Robot Dog if I got him before Skynet, but I get really attached to the characters I have, so... Oh, stage 6 Vic, ain't bad, ain't bad. Vtuber is an evil character and still alive. What will the tribe be like? Ironically, exactly the same. Cult-like and upset with Vault 13. Think the restlessness was more a personal joke, but hey! I forgot about Cass's heart meds. I forgot what it does. Nothing in practice. From what I hear, it was one of those things that was meant to be implemented, but then they didn't in the end. Apparently he can die from the super stim packs if you use too many on him though, because he has heart issues. Yeah, his energy weapons actually is quite high. Joe is right heart max, so nothing. No, it's because my heart has been replaced with the heart of light. Remember? Oh, the magic 8 ball! Ooh, excited. The magic 8 ball is a secret Easter egg of sorts that only works for high luck characters. It's located in the easternmost boot table. You can use it to anytime to answer questions. Just like you'd a real magic 8 ball. Except if you're really lucky, you'll get real answers that are actually helpful. Vic's most notable achievement was being the Clement Wall during that one fight. Oh my god. Good old Clement Wall. He survived for so long with that. He actually held out, which was incredible. Inside my chest is this bun who just squeaks constantly. Is that so? Might he only hinted before and now actually reveal it, right? Vote sucks! Oh no! Well, at least you made it. At least you made it. Okay, outlook good, outlook not so good. My reply is no, don't count on it. You may rely on it. Ask again later. Most likely cannot predict. They actually put a lot of these in. Better not tell you now. It is certain, very doubtful. It is decidedly slow. Concentrate and ask again. My source say no. Without a doubt, reply hastily. Try again. As I see it, yes. Stop shaking me so hard. It hurts. You have a strong right arm. Please wipe your hands before shaking me again. Temporarily out of service, close by the order of the RPG board. Keep shaking me and there will be trouble. I'm getting sick, I'm getting nauseous, your hands are warm. I do like the 8-ball answers. Okay, but here's some specific questions. Interesting. Your score is 23 out of 100. You have quite ways to go yet. Scotty Everett sighs aloud when he sees how many inventory items are in the game. Oh, was he in charge with designing those or implementing them? I have more running in 15 minutes. Gambatte, gambatte. You got this. Hang in there a little longer. Does Joe even have a circulatory system? Yeah, there's blood somewhere around the jellies. Like we were talking about the blood at some point, whether it was like black or gold. Answer inconclusive. Go back and talk to Father Tully and New Reno after you have finished the game. We did so. There's an Easter egg somewhere in New Reno. Stop shaking me so hard. Your luck is very high. Keep shaking me for clues. If you sell Bessie to the butchers in Modoc, you can set her free again. You can sell Bessie? Wait, you can sell Bessie? But you had to cure Bessie. You can sell her. How can you even own Bessie? I don't remember being able to take Bessie with you. Gold while flowing, black when it's clotted. Makes sense, makes sense. Buns are my magic 8 balls. You guys are good for gripping and shaking, it's true. You know, like a stress ball. As has been illustrated. Pay attention to what Cody says after you returned Mr. Nixon to him in Vault City. Fergus was against me putting him in the game, he's a big meanie. With the feuding couple in Broken Hills, the wife really did throw the cat's paw in the trash. Need a high strength and endurance to have a chance of beating friends in the arm wrestling contest. Please don't shake me, I'll cry. She didn't even get up after curing? Eventually I think she did. I think. Oh, you guys actually give me answers? But you guys lied to me all the time. You give me answers, but it's like the two guardians at the gates. You just give me misinformation. -5 stress per streaks though. Once you must weicht off and shake me instead. Do you remember what happened last time you guys tried to fight me as a boss battle? Never said the answers are helpful. Like a true 8 ball. Like a true 8 ball. Hiya boss, welcome in. I see the regret in your eyes. Load the previous save, do it now. Bessie follows you after treating her. I guess that counts as owning her. Oh, and then you can sell the slaughterhouse. I guess he never followed me even though I cured her. When's my birthday? 9th of June. 9th of June. So fairly soon, fairly soon. I have nothing planned yet. I don't actually know what I'm gonna do for my birthday yet. I still fully believe I could solo clear the Joel boss fight. Well, anybody could if I give you like 8 hours. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna stand there. It's like, you could probably like, you know, kill an elephant by throwing paper at it, but the elephant's gonna trample you first. You can keep poking an elephant with a pencil till it dies, but... Best just noticed the autocorrect mess. No worries, no worries. Strawberry ice cream energy drink. It's actually good? Strange. Mine's the 23rd? Let's go! Okay. Look in the first floor's men's bathroom toilet of Mordino Casino in New Reno. Did I find something there? I forget. Somebody's buried some cash beneath the corpse labeled trash in Golgotha. Ah, to activate the terminal in front of the vault, enter the code. Ah, I see. You might fall asleep during the boss fight. Not before you get squashed first. This strange stealthy bunch to fight while I'm streaming. I wouldn't say it's good, but certainly tastes better than water. Fair. Once the 8-ball displays these messages, you can then go to the toilet in New Reno and dig out some of the grenades. Go to the Vault City terminal to get some extra stim packs and go to the grave in Golgotha. Get a few $100. These locations won't give you anything until you see the message on the 8-ball. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay, there's one message missing from the list below. Email me back what it is and I'll make you the big winner. Avalon is so funny. He's like, yeah, I know I'm missing one of the messages. Don't know what it is. One of you guys figure it out. I'll put it in the next update. Every time. He's hilarious. I'm like the dragon from Odin's Sphere. Exactly. Can Joe Boss even hurt us? Well, I don't want to kill my sweet subjects, so I only stun you guys, you know? Never want to inflict true damage. I'd feel bad hurting a bun. It's a lengthy battle of attrition. Some of us will not break it. It also gives some hints about the story itself. Maybe that's the missing message. You should email Avalon about it. Okay, in the original design, the 8-ball was also supposed to increase the frequency of special encounters, as well as be a weapon you can throw, but we ended up axing that because the 8-ball was getting too filled with functionality. Makes sense. We hit update 6! Will this be the year when 2030 will be closer than next year? Not yet, because technically I started streaming in 2021. So I feel like I didn't really have a proper debut till like 23. What was it? 22, 23? So like not quite yet. Not quite yet. Back from the frozen north for now. For Sissy stole my soul by doing an Ice Wake Deal 2 designer diary. Bought it for some time to do another one of these Bible updates. Don't know when the next one's gonna be. Depends on how Ice Wake Deal is going. Okay. The reason the 4th and 5th stand alone is because they are brave little updates. My heart goes out for them. Update 0 is a cryptic and sinister name. The Lost Joe debut photos. The truth is, when I started streaming, I didn't have a debut. I just went straight into a stream. I just did art. No debut, no nothing. So those lost thoughts, you're not missing much. My first debut I ever did was my mini debut with the chibi model. And that's video is, I don't think, lost. And then my first proper debut was the 1.0. That's the first time I did like a proper one. For those of you who haven't seen these before, the Fallout Bible is just a collection of all the background materials. The term Bible is misleading since it's not supposed to start some religion or be the word of some holy power. It's just a term I stole from Chris Trailer, who apparently stole it from some guy named Dan Woods, who called me at work once. Dan Woods' Bible and this Bible aren't the same thing, it's just for fun. It's also not a marketing ploy to drum up Fallout sales. So this is for the fans who already snacked the game and wouldn't mind knowing a bit more about what went on behind the scenes and what material never actually made it. Okay. Kent's promise I will answer your email. Okay. Also, with the repeated attempts to barricade my office against just sour sudden design artillery strikes, but I will get around to it eventually, usually when the weekend hits. Small quick actions have a much faster turnaround time just because I'm lazy. More on this below. Maybe parts of this document are sketchy because I'm tired and cranky. No debuting, just stream stuff. You might unironically have to make this a 2-parter. That's true. Honestly, it's probably gonna have to be a 2-parter. where maybe today we'll get halfway through. You know, it's the Bible is a long document, as it turns out. Yeah, Evelyn's own asked me about. Okay, here we go. Let me take a sip of my drink. He did say there was like some tactics stuff at the end, but I didn't see it in that update. I wonder if it's like segregated from this part of it. Maybe it's in like a different PDF that wasn't compiled here. More Fallout stream hype. Are you gonna continue this next stream? I probably will, because I don't think I'm gonna be finishing this tonight. It's like, yeah, tell me about, swallow and ask me about. True. Okay. Before you do though, read 2 below, and questions I will not answer after that. Oh, he must have been getting some questions he got really sick of. Okay, first guess. He already was hinting at it. He did not want questions about Fallout 3. So I'm willing to bet that that's in the questions I will not answer. Peace out, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming by. Okay. Suggestions for material to include in the Bible, suggestions for good 50 tunes, comments on why you like pen and paper RPGs over computers. Oh, he's still listing those. Questions about Fallout events, suggestions for good source material. But there are a number of things I can't or won't answer because I'm busy and I hate you. Oh, he did say he was cranky for this iteration. He did say he was cranky. Maybe he just forgot to answer the Fallout Texas questions, also possible. Yeah, I.e. Van Buren. Okay. Giving hints or walkthrough for the game. If you need a hint or walkthrough, go to the Black Isle message boards, and within 50 seconds, someone will post an answer to your question. The answer will occasionally be snide and sarcastic and maybe followed by the words silly rabbit or dumbass, but you will get your answer, so make your voice heard. Providing technical support. If you have troubles with your Fallout disc or other Interplay games, you need to contact Interplay customer support at one of the following addresses. Or any other questions barring hints and tips. Okay. Answering questions outside of 1 and 2. I cannot answer any questions about Fallout 3. I knew it. He sounded like he was getting tired of that. There's not one in production. I swear upon Just Sawyer's life that I'm never going to answer this question again, so cut it out. Reading fanfiction or fan-created material. Talked about that before. Providing any information, walkthrough, hints, or supports on Baldur's Gate, Icewind, Planescape, or Dark Alliance. You know, he is putting his own personal email out there, so You know, it makes sense that he's like getting tired of all the tech support and walkthrough stuff. Makes sense, makes sense. Respect the man for not masking his fury and resentment. God, I love his writing style. Thanks for everybody who sent me tunes. If you have anything that strikes you as a good Fallout 50s ambience, send it my way. There are a lot of questions sitting in my archive. If you don't see a question here, especially if it was recent, I haven't forgotten. Just haven't gotten around to it yet because I am really, really busy. He is cranky. Yeah, it seems like a personal problem, Mr. Avalon. Hi, Artclimb. Good morning, good morning. By the way, if anyone has a link for the Unwashed Villager sites, or if it still exists, let me know. Need to make sure they are not some like-on contact by Dave Handy. Sebastian Kaisch is our big winner #1 from last time in the Magic 8 Fall and went beyond the Call of Duty by providing a full list of Tell Me About Fallout 1 because he is a crazy programmer guy and knows how to crack Fallout 1 code like a twig. Sebastian, I salute you. Feel free to post your answers. His great claims to fame is the fact that I occasionally get bounced from his email address, which makes me mad and scream late nightly, usually while I'm having sex with Mr. Avalon! Jonathan, thank you for the follow. At this point, like, I was going bankrupt. Oh, so everything was written on the wall. No wonder he's kind of cranky. No wonder. Thanks to Michael Jepson, who gave me a list of Tell Me Abouts. Thanks, Michael. They did ask for it in the last one. Big winner 2 in the Magic 8 Ball is Gammons, who, while not fast as Sebastian, included all the same answers along with the text correction. Thanks, Gammon. Salute you as well. There were other people too, but they came in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and so on, so I don't feel like listing them. Chris, I'm stuck at the Wizard's Tower in Icewind Dale. What do I have to do? Surely Dave Handy wouldn't put in a random event based on a completely fabricated timeline form. If I ever get anyone's name wrong when I respond to your emails, tough. Some of you have A's and E's in strange places. Maybe if your parents had named you with some sense, there wouldn't be a problem. If you like Fallout, Peter Nellerman, who I'm guessing is Evo Tank, one of the 12 Dark Apostles of Fallout form, has a site you might want to check out. This man is getting tired. So that was a man of a million questions, Dateless. These links are broken by the time I post it. But as of this morning, Dateless sign looks pretty spiffy, even though I couldn't read a word of it since it's in Russian, I think. And Paolo, if you're out there, I tried responding to your address and kept getting bounced. So I just want to know that I'll be answering your questions in a future update, but probably won't be for a while. He is not holding anything back for this one. The gloves are off. Okay, questions I will not answer. Oh, there's more of them. There's more of them. I was really hopelessly stuck at the Wizard's Tower and quit. Have you tried sending a message to Chris Avalon? You know, I do love reading this though. This is fantastic. I wish you saw more of this again these days. This is why old internet was so good, man. When is Fallout 3 going to... and in addition to the list of questions I will be answering this time, I have a list of questions I will not be answering that will likely take a very long time before you see them. Among them are the following. When is Fallout 3 going to happen? How's Fallout 3 going along? I heard you guys are working on Fallout 3. When is it due out? Will Fallout 3 be ready by Christmas? Is Fallout 3 contingent on getting the Bible done? Are you guys planning a sequel to Fallout 2? Fallout 3 isn't in production. Fallout 3 isn't contingent on getting the Bible done. The Fallout Bible isn't a marketing ploy. I am compiling this information because it's fun, and because I'm trying to get prepped to release a pen and paper game for free on the web. And it pays to run this stuff by you guys and get your feedback, since 100 extra pair of eyes and torches never hurts. I swear upon Josh Shaw's life that I will never answer this question again. If you email this question, I will not answer it. Oh, that's a man who's been asked when Fallout 3 is releasing 1,000,000 times. Fallout is so big in Washington that even back then early internet developers took notice. Makes sense, makes sense. I mean, they must have realized it was pirates at some point, especially if they didn't have an official Russian translation. Man, I hope Fallout 3 comes out soon. Some of those aren't even questions. Only just now I know it was possible, I just might have to. You have to send Chris Avalon a question, ask him how to get through the Wizard Tower. Be the one who tested the email is still up. But when is Fallout 3 releasing? That's right. Okay. What happened to China, Russia, or any of the other areas outside the area explored in 1 and 2? I don't know. To tell you the truth, I really don't care. Oh, that's interesting, because in one of the previous Bible updates he said that he might start going over it in a future one, and then I presume that he just like decided he doesn't care anymore. He got tired of people asking the follow-up question. Questions Joe will not answer. What happened to Jorunna 6? Where is Joanna? Where does the Miyashimo come from? What's the favorite game? What's the favorite pun? These are all questions that are all banned, yeah? When is Jorunna 3 releasing? Is Jorunna 3 in production? Jorunna 3 died on the production line. But he's just setting up the surprise Fallout 3 release like that. Very cheeky, Chris. Very cheeky. Okay. I don't know. To tell the truth, I really don't care. Since I am an ugly American living in California, I only care about the areas in Fallout 1 and 2. Possibly any areas close by that have some impact on them. As for the rest of the world, ROW, there's nothing on the ROW that hasn't been hinted at in the games. This also includes sections of North America and the United States that weren't in 1 or 2. Anything I would write would be speculation and would require a great deal of research, much more than I can put in on the weekends, so it's going to be a while before you see the answers. It's quite possible that you may never see the answers. Fleshing out other countries may pigeonhole potential future Fallout titles that would want to make up their own history for the region. May change my mind later because I'm fickle, but until then, don't send me these questions either. What's my favorite bone? The tibia! Joe 3.0 is never getting out of R&D. Man's actually not actually ugly. I actually have no idea what Avalon looks like. 3 was a Japanese exclusive, was never released in the West until DS remake. What was the US world history like? How long is Joanna's sentence? Not in jail. What's the US world history like before the timeline included in the previous Fallout updates? No one has asked this yet, but I thought I would discuss this question off at the pass. Fallout takes place on the future Earth. In an alternate timeline, I will not be including any information on how and when it diverged. I will remain one of the mysteries of the setting. Just let it be known that it diverged after World War II and leave it at that. Makes fair sense, makes sense, makes sense. He was on page 1 of the Bible, was he? I already forgot his face. I'm very face blind. Kind of scrolled past that. Joe has a favorite bone. No, just the tastiest one, you know? The tibia, it's the most bone-like one. Wonder if a Joe white bone in a similar way would be possible. I mean, I might have to write some things down that are canonical at some point. What were the experience in other vaults and where are they located? Answering this might curtail any adventure seeds for the future. Won't be answering it. What cities were new and which ones weren't? See answer 4. If someone's making a game in a section of the Fallout universe, then I'd like to leave them the freedom to say what was new and what wasn't. Makes sense. Hey, Zoink, hey, very Avalonian of you. Baptized by the fact, the both of yes. I feel the Avalonian influence, you know. Well above on me. Hi, regular, hi, generic. Questions that may take a while. Any question related to blueprints or schematics for the power armor, robots, etc. is going to take a while. Probably won't be able to get to them until I have more free time than right now. Those models and concepts don't exist, and I'd have to draft them by hand or Shanghai a Black Isle artist. We got a bunch of new artists, but so far they're pretty crafty and have been avoiding my nets and pit traps. Very good line. Very good line. TBS the most bone-like. Is that to say it's the biggest bone? No, it just looks like the most like a cartoon bone. Like if you're drawing a bone from your memory, like in a cartoon, it's probably gonna look like a tibia. You know, it's like gonna look like a tibia or a femur. Like those are the most bone-like bones, I feel. Me watching a 2-hour video, Joe would be like 6 hours reading. It's probably gonna be 12 hours. Seeing the process we're making. Oh, the bonus bone. Oh yeah, this is the bonus bone. This is true. Involving finding a secret dome guarded by Bonelord soldiers want to keep the best sea slug woman in stasis. Very dangerous. Today's your birthday? It most certainly isn't. It's on June 9th, but some bonds wanted to put together a kudo board, so if people want to sign it, they can sign it. The best bone is the whip cage because you can play it like a xylophone. If you send more than one question to me in email, the time it takes me to answer these emails is about 1 per question past the first, because I'm lazy and I hate you. If you break them up into smaller 1-question emails, this makes me much happier. 1 email at a time. 1 email at a time. Hey, looking forward to karaoke. I will do my best. The best bone is the Jolly Roger, and any other question will be met with a blast out of the cannon. Pie in the face section. Welcome to the pie in the face section, where you get to rub my nose in bad facts. Based on how things are going, this will most likely be a regular feature. Okay, correcting on sex initialization. Other timeline faults. Faults returns to 13. You told you're here and you have to leave. Fault when removes the suit. Day 4 it never wears it again. What happened in the 3 years in between? Not mentioned. Okay. Isn't the best bone the funny bone? Not actually a bone, ironically. Not actually a bone. He really included the bullying chapter, yep. That's twice he said that, which isn't a lot, but it's not he had it twice. He's very cranky for this update. Got the usual rounds of questions this time. Ignore the bumbling, mumbling screen. I gave up on keeping consistency after Deadless question barrage. Some goofy cat named Cool Jiggly had this comment to make. I was just wondering once, when I killed Deathclaw and Navarro, sorry I think, I had used an energy weapon and had a critical hit. The kind where the target drops everything on the ground when they die. The claw that he was wielding fell. It was purple, maybe blue. Square with white text that said Deathclaw weapon 2 or something like that. This item was an okay melee weapon. Do you have any knowledge about this? What we do in most of the RPGs we make, both in Fallout and Infinity Engine, is equip monsters and NPCs with invisible weapons that simulate their attacks. The items are supposed to vanish upon death, but if you hit it too hard or too fast with the computer's handle, boom, it may drop. So that's the big mystery. Oh, and wait to kill Zarn, you big savior of the world, you! Why would you kill Zarn? Zarn's cool. I guess he was helping the doctor, huh? Mindlessly following orders. What about the city bone? The city bone isn't real. The city bone isn't real, it doesn't exist. It's bone or propaganda. Yeah, the funny bone is a nerve cluster. That's right. It's a bundle of nerves. I know that the Enclave didn't exist as an idea in 1, but it is in 2, and I thought that you guys have a ready story. Why Enclave didn't do anything about Master? He didn't put it in the game for some reason. Thank you for the follow. Nope, there was no ready story, at least that I was aware of. Kane and the crew coined the Enclave, and they may have had some reason why they didn't do anything about the Master. It may just be that the Enclave was only active in Northern California, and besides, not many people even knew about the Master's operation in Southern California anyway. I guess I have to be patient. By the way, I know you answered 1, only 1, the smallest one of my questions. By the way, in the tanker, oh, this guy must be pissing Avalon off at this point. Oh, Avalon must have been really annoyed once he started reading this. You know, answers his own question. Then goes like, oh, I know you only answered 1. It's the smallest one, by the way. Here's more. This guy is the reason he had to, like, write the preamble. It's only funny if it's someone else's. Yeah, that's true. Funny bones are the best on somebody else. Best bone is Jeff Smith's 1991 comic book series called Bone. You can taste the contempt to the PDF. And I think there was a Death Vault 13 guy near the vault doors. How did he get there? Blah blah, you know the rest. By the way, 3. How did those alien floaters or other things get into the tanker? They sneaked in or something? I had some other questions, but I forgot them. I'm just imagining Avalon just sitting there. Pure contempt. Looking at this guy at this point. Oh, that Ed guy, you see? You see Ed. Ed is dead. Supposed to be another in-joke like Leonard Boyarsky. Vault suit guy in the tanker. Unknown. It's possible he was a test subject left over from the Enclave when they held the tanker, or a traveler from Vault City. His origin was never mentioned in the documentation. The aliens, floaters and centaurs were placed in the tanker since we needed some major baddies in the tanker at the endgame. They most likely crawled there down in search of a lair before the punks showed up. Centaurs and floaters get around, mostly wherever game logic dictates. Not necessary plausibility. Yeah, Ed is an in-joke, according to Chris Taylor. Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead, from Pulp Fiction. That's part of the reference. Ed was twofold, to immediately show the player that the outside world was dangerous, and to tell the player that it wasn't the first choice of someone to send out. Ed was sent out before the water chip malfunction. However, since he's just bones. Why would they send somebody out before the water chip malfunction, though? Eh? Eh? Hiya, Fo. This will work well as my bedtime story tonight. Hell yeah, let's go. So there you are. In the undergrounds of Broken Hills, there was another dead vault woman with no legs. Oh god, it's still the same guy. He's still going. Are you serious? There was another dead vault woman with no legs. I know it is F detail, but you can always make something interesting out of nothing. Please, make her something interesting, not just someone from Vault City. Sorry, there are no other vaults around. She's from Vault City. One of the many Vault City unfortunates who couldn't adapt to the harsh life of the wasteland. Don't know whether she had any legs while she was alive. Simple maintenance told the overseer, hey boss, we got a problem. This thing might break on us anything. We need to do something. I guess that makes sense. Just before it broke then. Was a repair bot in Clement's underground. Was it from the vertibird near the second repair bot or near the canyon? It's possible, but unlikely. Vertibirds tend to carry only one Mr. Handy when possible. Was most likely an old repair bot from days when Clement Falls was a real town. Makes sense. Like Harry's question 1cc before going to on D. I can imagine this driving him nuts. Near the end of the book. It's a bold assumption to make, Swoos. The answer is no. In Reading, there was a corpse under some rocks of a man in a vault suit. From where he and how did he get there and died? He's not a stalker from Vault City, possibly having come in a caravan. Could also be a fugitive enclave scientist or walker, since they wear vault suits too, but this is unlikely. Vault doors were in the tanker near San Fran. From which vault are they and who brought them onto the ship? They are unmarked models, planned for shipment somewhere up and down the west coast. The vault doors were used for more than just the vaults, however, so the door may have been intended for some other facility. It's most likely just there because the designer caveat designer privilege game logic. The designer probably just needed something to fill up the space in the tanker and the door looked good junk. Yep, I was kind of wondering what those were there for. Answer to everything. It's more Vault City, yep. We're near the middle point. We're closer to the middle point than we are to the starting point. Bible's updated again and it's been a while since I've sent those questions. Answer please. Oh, and a new question is EPA and the other locations that aren't added in Fallout 2 is Master or somewhere else are finished. Because you can replace one of the existing tile EPA, but I don't have time to check this. No, they were never finished. I posted the original design for EPA-BO, much farther below, but if you want to see it, there's not one for the Abbey or the primitive village that I can find. Oh god, this question asker is still going. Yeah, it's several Bibles combined. How did that guy from New Reno Arms get the Vault Tech speech model? And how did that friend of Vic from Vault City get the Vault 13 flask? I don't remember that was explained until. Oh, and why did Enclave didn't do anything about the Master if he took Vault Tech Demonstration Vault? By the way, how did Master move? He's just a big piece of crap. I feel like I should be like reading like quizzes like responses with like increasing irritation. Vault Tech speech model. He got it from a traveling merchant, similar to how Vic got the Vault 13 water flask. Eldritch likes to collect all pre-war relics and throws in the basement to keep Algernon amused. And in hopes the kid will build a nuclear missile he can use to hold all of New Reno hostage. That seems like the kind of thing Eldritch would do. Yeah, he has a lot of patience. He's honestly still being very polite. Like, honestly, his answers are polite, but the little prologue to this update, I feel, says what it needs to say. This question asker might be solely responsible for him telling people to ask less questions per email. Elder Brown and Dealer may have traded with some of the Vault 13 refugees from Vault 13 when they left the vault after the Vault Dweller left at the end of Fallout 1. One of the 13 refugees may have traded with a random caravan mess and eventually sold it to Ed. Again, it was mostly a plot device, Garrett, and no documentation exists. The Enclave didn't even have an idea in 1, to my knowledge, so they never really factored into any events in Fallout 1. Gonna head off, I want curly fries. Get yourself some curly fries. No wonder Vault City got nuked. I mean, they are the answer to a lot of stuff. I have no idea how the Master was moved. It was probably either by a large steam truck or caravan, but I don't have any specific information on how he was moved. I doubt the caravan could do it unless Gray was much smaller and less spread out than he was at the end of Fallout 1. Which is entirely possible, but he sounded pretty fucking mutated in his audio diary in the military base. Maybe they poured him into a toxic waste barrel and transported him that way. I haven't found an explanation in one anywhere. I will find one before I post an answer, let me know. I just assumed he was smaller, so they could just like load him up and take him around. Master says in his logs you need to find a place before he could move. Exactly, that's all I was thinking. He was still mobile at that point. So, Maybe he just walked. I wonder if somebody's gonna correct that in like one of the later Bible ones. Saying that like it's in Fallout 1 and it's like he just moved. He just walked over before it was too late for him. Okay, one from Pasi Jorunna in Finland. I'd like to know more about player modeling behind the surface of the game. The reason for this is that I am participating in a course in CS which is titled Adaptive Learning Environments. In this course I have a group work with my colleagues about user modeling in computer games. Apart from the theory part, I would really help us a lot to hear. Also, how this is done in reality in true gaming environments. Especially in Fallout 2, there's a huge difference in the storyline depending on the way one played. I remember playing once a bit in a bit morbid way, digging up dead people and blazing my way through events. Didn't pay me in the end, so well, depends how you see it. Usually events that one encountered were more pleasing when played it the more ethically correct way. In my opinion, this kind of reflection of one's behavior to the whole scene in the game were one of the best things of the game. If you would have some time to answer me and kindly reveal some of the tricks and techniques we use behind the scenes, I'd be really happy for that. As Bobby Bass would say when questioned how he got to the Mojave, I walked. Exactly. Don't even have to put him in a jar. There really isn't any trick to it, just mostly a lot of grunt work, though fun grunt work. Essentially what needs to be done, I'm using an NPC dialogue as an example. You essentially write one dialogue that's 3 to 4 dialogues in one, and you do character checks at various points. See where it goes, i.e. if your intelligence is low, if your speech skill is high, if you're carrying a gun, so on. It's a lot of work, it requires that you design all 3 to 4 of those paths completely so each player type gets a different experience. For Quest you do the same thing, you designed at least 3 different ways so the player with a different skill can solve it. I don't know if you're familiar with Choose Your Own Adventure books. Yeah, I love those. But that's what the game really boils down to. It's just a big Choose Your Own Adventure, where the designers try to plot out every possible path the player can take in as much detail as possible. Game logic and development parameters usually prevent you from being able to design out quest solutions with as much freedom as you would have in a pen and paper game though. Makes sense. Hey Omar, welcome in. Yeah, less like a dialogue tree, more like a dialogue bush. That's a very nice analogy for it. Perhaps you can answer the question of whether Fallout is set in an alternate timeline or not. By alternate timeline, I mean a world where some part of our history up to now was different. He's already answered this question. It seems many fans are inclined to believe this view. Some who claim to be in the know say they've seen original design documents for the first game support this view. However, I've noticed no such evidence in the Fallout Bible. He did actually already mention it. Fallout takes place in an alternate timeline. There's no documentation about exactly how and when it diverged. This will never be addressed here above, but it did. You'll have to take it on faith. Was gonna autopilot it, but you put your in a jar. Yeah, you had to restrain yourself, didn't you? Unexpected setting on ASMR? Yeah, sometimes I lean a little bit closer. It will, thanks Todd. Thanks Todd winds up explaining it. Dang it, Todd. Okay. Sebastian Case, Big Winner 1, send me this correction. John Daly mentioned that Melchior got his pets from outside, however they aren't locked in. No, that was my fault. John is blameless. I forgot the Enclave had sealed off the base. Melchior's pets probably came from now collapsed side caverns in the military base, kind of like those mutated pig rats running around. Sorry about that. Need to research the military base some more. So that's actually a good point. I had forgotten about that myself when I read that. Fell asleep, woke up to ASMR. Good morning. Well, I put Swanko in a jar. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I can feel the snot seeping into my ears. I'm still quite congested. I hope I will be less, you know, sniffly and having a cold soon. Fallout Noir, the game was built in a way you can solve every problem with almost every skill set. Nice! That's interesting, though. Does mean you unlock everything, no? No joy alarm. Yeah, put it on your phone if you want to. Now put all the other buns in the jar. We can become the new master of the restaurants. Take the buns out of the jar. We need those to work. Put them in the restaurant. John Daly mentions... Oh wait, that's the one. What's the deal with the retinal scanner from the docks in San Francisco? And all those guys lumbering around some submarine. The retinal scanner was just there for show. As for the submarine, that's a longer story. As mentioned too, the Shi, or more specifically Dr. Feng, say that they're descendants from the crew of the Chinese nuclear submarine, the Xinhuan-3, the remains of which were used to help build the palace in San Francisco. The submarine was supposed to play a larger role in 2, but was axed because the game was too big as it is. Basically, it was another stage to get the tanker ready quest. Basically, there was this old Chinese submarine buried beneath the waters of San Francisco, and if it detected any American vessel coming anywhere near it, its automated defense system would fire its missiles at the vessel and destroy it. So the intention was for you to find some deactivation code to disarm it before you could take the tanker safely to the Enclave. From the style of Veto Vtuber, it appears to differ for the 1915s. I'm sorry to the person who just wrote a bunch of Korean. I don't read Korean. I'll give you one chance to talk in English before you get banned. I'm sorry. You're free to use a translator if you want to. But otherwise, I'm not gonna understand what's going on. Oh, it's just the Bible verse. Oh, I've already read the Bible before. You don't have to repeat it. I already know. I already know. I appreciate it, but thank you. We're reading a different Bible today, though. Hey, boss, welcome in. Whenever I pickle the other buns in the jar, do not pickle them. Do not pickle them. Your alarm would never wake me up because soothing Dutch vote would make me sleepy. Ah, you just have to say instead, good night. Good night, sweet buns. Well, I say good night to you guys all the time, no? Hey, boss, say hi. I read the subtitles for certain Black Bible ones. That's a very different one. Okay. What is the deal with the wetness center? Right. Consistency question. Last update. You said there were 1 in 200 cars people ratio for the NCR. If there were so many working cars, then where are they? Can we get... Want them to get a full Joe close upstream? I've been like, you know, pretty close to the camera, often during the chatting parts. Maybe one day for karaoke or something. Jesus Christ loves you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Joe personally wishing you a good night in ASMR voice would instantly make me fall asleep. Good night. It's got you going distance. Fine. Hold on. In that case, I have to. Which one is it? Good night. How's that? Now I have to get back to my corner, though. Now I have to go back to my corner. Here we go. There we go. Honk, snoop. I mean, this close talking. Oh, a whole stream where I'm close to the microphone. Maybe. You guys have been asking for an ASMR stream. I'm just not really sure if I'd be good at ASMR, so I've never done it before. I was thinking of doing a pre-recorded video of me reading the Odyssey. Maybe I can do like the close talking. During this, you know, during that at some point, if I want to. There, it's the game logic. You don't see them for the same reason NCR has only 3 maps. Only has 1 councillor senator, only has 40-50 people in its city limits. That's why the chop shop in Reno exists, why the bomb has out NCR offers to watch your car for you before you show up on one. And the reason that the NCR built a garage in Shady Sands. To explain the game logic in this instance, there's nothing precious about building a car of your own if you can steal one. Or if somebody already else in town has one. In the words of one of the designers, there's no good reason why a PC would want to undertake a fucking huge FedEx quest to rebuild one if they can just jack one from the locals. Last part is especially true, considering the town-wide mass murder is possible in 1 and 2. Oh, thank you for the follow, welcome in. Do you know what ASMR would be awesome? I will consider it, I just don't really know how to do it, but I'll do some book readings or something. It's funny he says what he says about the combat here. You see when you get to tactics. People have been saying that tactics had a bunch of vehicles in it. Pickles? Popeye says, pickle lemonade, that sounds awesome. Like the sound of when you whisper. You think I'm good at it? Oh, this is just stuffed back. That's not whispering. You think I'm good at it? Like that. I mostly just whisper for dramatic effect though, you know? Angry Chris Avalon went ASMR, please. Well, hasn't that been like all of this stream? Nah, he's actually been very polite for the most of it. It's mostly been an angry question asking. Okay, before I get back to the image of tanks and jeeps flying around everywhere with heavy machine guns mounted on the back, most of that junk is old tractors and crabs like taxis, old buses, snowplows, and even old construction equipment. It's possible that mysterious old steam truck mentioned in the bowels of the F1 data archive is still lumbering around somewhere. Caravan House of the Hub, in particular around the time of 2, have been looking to further its trade influence, and new vehicles, types of transport such as trains, boats and barges, have been eagerly sought after for carrying large amounts of trade goods vast distances. Good old human greed will move mountains, or at least rebuild things that can. Once they learn of the enclaves present in the north, they are likely to have huge bounties promised for vertebrate plants, or better, a working vertebrate. You've been doing a lot of ASMR without using the close-up. From air conditioner, cat squeaking chair. I don't think that's ASMR, those are like nuisance noises. Just like the voice in general. Thank you, thank you. I think the whispers are very nice. Thank you. Not sure anybody can be bad at whispering. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess there must be some variation in it. Easy on hey. Okay, in 2. The random encounter cafe of Broken Dreams Danny says Ian is somewhere in Fallout 2. Is this true? And if so, where? Danny is a big fat liar. Ian is originally intended to be in Fallout 2 as a very old guy in the den, but it was scrapped near the end because there were, in our opinion, too many characters making repeat appearances already. If I can dig up his old dialogue at some point, I will. Fantastic, fantastic. Who owned a dog named Sasha that appears as an Easter egg? At the cathedral there's a dog outside that you can't get to, but whose description says that she's a Siberian husky faithfully awaiting her owner's return. And then one of the things that the addicts yell periodically is Sasha. Which of the developers owned Sasha? Sasha was owned by Vince DiNardo, one of the producers here at Interplay. I figured it was a dev dog. I think Dave Henny said Sasha is the name of one of the old Interplay's producers, Vince DiNardo. He did not work on 1 and 2, it was a bit of a tradition to have his dog somewhere in an Interplay game, in some shape or form. Sasha is normally placed in a special thanks section or some other place, in most of our other manuals. That's cute. That is very cute. Okay. How do waiters... I just realized that... Hold on, I just want to point out some of the numbering system. We went like 1, A, B, C, A, F, G, E, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 1, 2. He did say at the beginning that he gave up on numbering, but I hadn't expected it to be so blatant. I just noticed that very... Okay. How do the Rainers continue as an organization over the years? Do they recruit people or do they have kids of their own? I ask because you never see any Raider kids, and it seems to me that Raiders would not be good at raising kids and keeping them healthy. It's mostly for game logic reasons, kind of like the fact that NCR has only 3 maps, has 1 counselor, etc, etc. Try to not put kids in places where there's going to be a lot of gunfights, because they tend to be caught in the crossfire, and before you know it, you've got the child killer perk. Also, if you play in the English version, then some kids are removed for localization purposes. But, if Fallout took out in the real world, Raider kids would exist. Raiders add to the numbers through press grant tactics, captives from raids, questioning the spirits of slaves, drafting them, having children of their own. They also add to the ranks by attracting never-do-wells across the race. It's a tough life, but Raiders do sometimes have kids and families with them in a band. Even if they don't always take them on raiding missions. Welcome to the Fallout Bible, where the numbers are made up and the letters don't matter. My interest in Raiders has been perked. Specifically, I'm wondering about their culture, if you can call it that. First off, I'm going to include a section of Vipers that I found in some old design documentation by Scott Campbell. The kinds you already met in 1, but the Vipers are the other side of the coin. Might help answer some of your questions. Basically, Raiders are a pretty varied bunch. What sort of religion, or at least superstitions, do Raiders have? It varies. There's no overall religion for all Raiders. Some have none at all, Khans, while the others, the Vipers, are zealots. In some regions of Fallout, Raiders blur into tribals. So there are raiding bands of tribals that have a number of bizarre customs, including eating fallen opponents, ancestor worship, sun nature worship, and so on. Usually, however, Raiders are just violent assholes begging to be shot. I do like my voice. Venom aside, I've now made significant progress on the line art. Ooh, exciting, exciting. Looking forward to it. The Vipers were supposed to be in 1, but they were scrapped. I see, so they were supposed to post accounts, basically. Oh yeah, well. I did find some evil tribals, that's true. In the Bethesda game, Raiders are just a weird homogeneous group of minions. Well, that's a shame. It makes more sense to, like, you know, be part of, you know, multiple, like, disoriented groups, like, each following their own leaders. Legal concerns did not concern mods, so there's an evil faction with kids there, huh? Because the mod, after all. Good luck not getting the child perk. No nuclear boom worship, they very much... Oh! Thank you so much! Thank you so much for the super chat! Enjoy this while you can, it's all downhill once Bethesda takes over. You have Mom More Gospel 2 Fallout with New Vegas, which is by the original devs, but after that becomes randomized. That's what I've been hearing. That's what I've been hearing. It's a bit of a shame, because like I'm a little bit nervous, like diving into like 3 and 4 after I've had such a good time with 1 and 2. But, well, at least I've got New Vegas to look forward to. 5% Jackal's Bolts Red Cut, I see. I'm thinking of like what other reappearing characters could have been there. Harold and Tandy. Yeah, it really is just Harold and Tandy, isn't it? Well, there's references to the other ones. Maybe they thought I could include that. Because the other ones get caught up. Get a lot of the cut content from 2 in New Vegas. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. There's multiple raid groups in the future ones. They aren't just one big group. Okay. Do you have any real culture customs? I know that raiders like Vikings and Mongolians did. Again, it varies depending on the raider band and depending on the region. Can be something as simple as survival of the fittest, with the strongest raider ruling everyone else, go. And occasional codes of conduct such as never surrender to law, never leave witnesses, never bargain with town or caravan, to a complex set of customs and rituals such as the Vipers. As you will hear from about complaining about 3 and 4 if you ever bothered to play them, so I'm expecting. The 3 with a few aiming mods, not being able to aim down the sights was weird in vanilla. I see. And 3 and 4 the raiders are just one big group. That's a shame. Bethesda's Fallout games are non-canon in my headcanon. Understandable from the things I've heard so far. On the subject of their families, do raiders ever marry or have an equivalent to it? You mentioned that they would have families, but if both ma and pa are out on the raid, who takes care of the kids? Does someone stay behind? They can marry if they choose to honor frontier law and follow religion. The others simply take mates or partners for a period of time and switch around. On occasion, the leader of a raider band has a sole pick of any members of the usually opposite sex in the camp. Some raider bands take women and children from towns in the waste or from caravans, which keeps their numbers up. Over time, these slaves become assimilated into the bands, often they have nowhere else to go. This happens in slaver bands as well. As for kids, if they can carry a gun and shoot it, they are sometimes brought with the raiders to teach the young ones about life early. In some raider bands, going on the first raid is a rite of passage for children. Younger children are left back at the camp with a few of the raiders. Not all raiders always participate in the attack. Makes sense, somebody has to guard the camp, after all. Makes sense. What if we flanderize? Sure. I mean, I feel like... I flanderize myself plenty. Nah, I'm pretty nuanced, hopefully. Never seen complaints on actual of the streams. It's a game you can enjoy, but it never has it has nothing to do with anything. It's just too separate from the rest. Makes sense. I guess I'd be making bone puns all the time. Yeah, that makes sense. I love 4, but its building is better than the RPG stuff. Oh, so you prefer the mechanics over the RPG things? Makes sense. How do you minimize violence and infighting in their camps? Depends. Some camps don't, which is probably why there's not a large amount of raiders prowling the waste. Usually the presence of a strong leader prevents arguments from erupting too frequently, or allows for controlled violence where disputes are settled before the leader, usually with a fist or knife fight. Furthermore, it's in the raiders' interest to police their own. The life of a raider is tenuous and troublemakers need to be dealt with swiftly. Furthermore, a number of raiders are free to state their violent urges on the town and caravans they prey on, which helps a bit. Otherwise, violence and infighting usually comes down to the fist or knife fights in camp, especially if alcohol and drugs are present. And either no lasting marks are inflicted, or there are fights to the deaths and the losers left to die in the waste. Welcome, Nick! Hello, raiders! Actually, we're talking about raiders right now, so let's learn about some raider culture. I hope you had a good time at karaoke! I hope you had a good time with karaoke. I hope it went well. Neck is a very good singer, by the way. If anybody isn't following Neck, go check out Neck. She has an amazing voice. Welcome in, waiters. Welcome in. Say my classic sleepy songs. Now I'm sleepy. Get to bed. Rest up. Otsukare. Speak of the devils. There's the waiters. I'm gonna go farewell of Milgram tomorrow. Looking forward to it. There's a subtle nuance to the depths of the cringe the C-Bun exhibits, but the average bum wouldn't fully grasp the intricacies. Yeah, you need to read the Jorunna Bible to understand all of it. Okay. So, waiters in general. Speaking of. In some ancient design documentation that I think was written by Scott Campbell, one of the original designers, I'm checking if it was him, mainly to print a retraction on the credits, there was actually supposed to be 3 groups of raiders, the jackals, the cans, and the vipers. Not only did they raid local towns and caravans, they also preyed on each other. As you see from the description below, their behaviors and habits were dictated by their name choice. Makes sense? Hey Reaper, welcome in! Jackals, the first clan. The jackals is your typical group of crazies. They have no morals except one, survival. They use group tactics to overmatch their enemies. They're craven cowards though, will not attack unless they know they can win. They band together in their hideaway and fight over the spoils. Which one? Are the raiders that just came in? As you get some sleep tight to see buddy dreams. The second clan, the Vipers, are mysterious followers of an ancient religion, or so they claim. They usually only come out at night to hunt for food or to conduct raids. They are very ruthless when it comes to combat. They prefer stealth to strength. They usually carry bone knives. And dipped in pit viper venom. This poison, when in the bloodstream, paralyzes the victim. Most victims kept in this way are taken back to their hideouts. The Khans, the last group. The Khans are probably the most dangerous. They live in lifestyles of the Mongol warriors, raiding towns, burning what they cannot take, and capturing survivors for use as slave. They usually travel in small scouting bands, but they sometimes roam as full war parties. The Khans, above all else, respect strength. They are eager in combat to prove their worthiness to the clan by engaging in hand-to-hand combat with fists or clubs. The Khans carry very few firearms, since they are for cowards. Anyone showing superior strength is worthy of their respect. The leader of the Khans is so because no one has beaten in combat, except me! Are you a cookbook? No. They have no morals. No, they're moralless. Hey, Lord Peace, welcome in. One interesting thing listed in the original documentation is that all raider bands were supposedly all from Vault 15 after it opened. They all splintered off into different groups from the overpopulated vault. All of these raider groups officially exist in the Fallout universe, though only the Khans are in the south of California at the start of Fallout 1. A handful of Vipers that survived the Wombus campaign of extermination fled north and east, following the same path of jackals took after they had their asses wiped to them by the Khans 30 years before. What about the tunnel snakes? Don't exist! Don't exist. I guess I am the leader of the Khans. Did beat the guy in combat after all. Now there's the one guy who did raiders in the second one, who's still bitter about that. I'm still take my caps. You got it. The Vipers. Let's focus on the Vipers. Again, credit for the Vipers goes to Scott Campbell, I believe, currently at Contraband Entertainment. Look for their fine products wherever computer games are sold. He will be supporting one of the souls of Fallout development. By the way, no huge mutated pit vipers actually show up in one, so don't worry, you didn't miss them. Unskilled and unarmed and beat that unbeatable clan leader. That was the clutch, the final punch, as I was about to die. Okay. In the lead of the Vipers, Ash conducts their ceremonies and administers duties. The members of the clan will follow his orders even if it meant death. Asp is usually the same type of bone armor as the others, save he wears a snake skull as a helmet, adorned with feathers and snakeskin as a cape. Vipers are always dressed in bone armors. These guys are working for the Bone Lord, I think. This armor, as the name implies, is made from strips of bone bundled around the body with strips of leathers. All Viper clan members have crude tattoos all over their bodies. Kind of early tribals then, huh? Exotic piercings are not uncommon. The Vipers usually carry bone knives, bone spears, and sometimes pistols. Viper hideout, or as they call it the shrine, is many small adobe buildings surrounding a large pit. This pit is where they conduct their religious ceremonies. The sacrifices are placed within the pit, and several huge pit vipers slither out to claim their meal. Although it has never happened, if anyone were to escape the pit, the Vipers would let that individual go, claiming it was the will of the Great Snake. I should have 7 snake will mates! No! Yeah, these guys went full the range cultist mode. Like, I feel like these guys feel like an early tribe document that was like repurposed a little. Aside from Master, there's at least one other personality mentioned. A woman named Cobra, a brewer of the Viper clan responsible for making the snake famine. She has a son named Fang, and her husband died long ago. The original design documentation was an adventure seat for any character coming across Gal from the Khans, who tasked the player to kill Asp and take his ceremonial helmet and dagger. Although Gal prefers the direct approach, he knows the Vipers rival the Khans in scent, and if Asp is killed, it has a good chance of scattering the Vipers. Nice! Do I also carry a bone spear? Nah, well, that's a little snack, maybe. Animosity. Both the Khans and the Jackals hate the Vipers, but the Khans and Jackals hate each other more than the Vipers, so there's nice little hatred pecking order going on. Okay, some of the information below is dated, obviously, and does not reflect everything happening in Fallout, just including the original text so you can see it. Let me just check real quick. How much is left in this chapter? Oh, I guess like it's hard to say. I'm just wondering like how far we are from the next section. Just a quick look, look. Because I was gonna keep going till we hit the next Bible point, but okay, this is a fairly long this is a fairly long update. Oh yeah, now this goes for like another 20 pages. Perhaps more. Oh my god, it's still going. This is a big one. Okay. Oh, still going. Okay. We might have to just like finish the tribal section and read the rest next time. I was gonna finish up like one more Bible part, but I think we might just have to finish up the tribal part instead. Yeah. Okay. It's longer than the Marble Plus Gold. He might have given up on chapters. Now the rent at the start makes even more sense. Okay. So we'll finish reading about the raiders, and then that's probably when we hit the Marcus section. That's probably where we will wrap it up for the night. Okay. Background. 64 years ago, a man named Jonathan Fast led his group of about 200 people from an overcrowded vault into the waste of the outside. It was there that his small band came across a small oasis in the middle of the desert. In the middle of this oasis was a large pit, almost like a crater. While resting and setting up camp, Faust decided to look into the pit. Darkness greeted him. When a member of the band called out to him, Faust turned, startled, slipped into the pit. He slid down 20 feet and then fell another 20 and broke his leg in the process. As he lay there, dazed, a half-dozen gigantic pit vipers slithered towards him. Not knowing what these things were, Faust was terrified. The group above heard one loud scream and then nothing. 3 others went to look for him, but never came out. It's not got the Bible for nothing, it's real. Hey, Toto. The small band, leaderless and stuck in the desert with no food or water, decided to stay at the oasis, at least for a little while. They covered the pit with a tarp and nailed spikes around to keep whatever horror lived in there encased there. They then set up their camp as far from the pit as possible. Whatever was down in the pit never bothered them. Days passed. The more influential of the group argued what they were going to do. There was talk of joining up with the others from the vault. There was talk about going back to the vault. During those 4 days, 1/4 of the group was either dying or already dead. Those who survived the radiation poisoning were too weak to travel, while those who survived either left or stayed and helped defend the little settlement against the desert creatures. Finally, after a week, the remaining members of the group decided to move on. They started to pack their belongings when an almost spectral figure emerged from the shadows. It was Faust. Except this was not the strong leader they remembered. He was wan, pale, emaciated. There was a feverish gleam in his eye. He told them when he was down in the pit, a god visited him and told him the true way. They would make sacrifices to the gods of the pit, and wealth and happiness would be there. We regret, of course. At least 4 different versions, actually. Hi, Toto, welcome in. Finally, after a week, the remaining members of the group decided to move on. They started to pack their belongings when an almost spectral figure emerged from the shadows. It was Faust. Except this was not... Oh wait, I already read that. Of course, everyone was skeptical. Some were even violently rebellious, saying that Faust was crazy. After Faust patiently listened to them, he then whistled, and from behind them came 2 very large pit vipers. Without warning, they struck. They attacked everyone in the group, including Faust, but he just laughed as they bit his flesh. As the sun rose the next day, the 2 snakes lay dead by Faust's hands. Half of his people were dead, the other half were on the brink of death as the pit venom started to sink into their system. By that afternoon, most would be dead, but the 40 or so survivors of the venom were half crazy with the after-effects of venom. Faust, himself immune to the venom, helped the remaining few through this time, which has come to be known as the Great Awakening. He whispers things to them, told them how the Great Snake has spared their lives, so that they would fight for his mighty cause. And thus the Viper clan was born. They decided to make the pit their shrine and to go out into the waste and take what they needed from those blasphemers that did not follow the winding way of the Great Snake. When Faust, the Great Snake Keeper, as he was called, grew too old to rule, his son Asp was given the sacred hall of the leader and high priest. He has ruled ever since. Hey, Clem, welcome in. Dress. Vipers typically dress in bone armor with red flesh, and the elite warriors are called the Crimson Tongue. Rituals. Once a month, the They wrote so much about these vipers for like a faction that was never implemented. Once a month, the vipers fall into a deep trance through a dangerous mixture of alcohol and snake venom. Anyone who doesn't awake is considered to have been found unworthy by the Great Snake. If you want a reason, when I was a kid, Mama Slug actually, in addition to also reading me The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, read me 4 different Bibles, alternating between each version. And sometimes reading the stories multiple times, the regular one, the kids one, the comic one, and an extra one with explanations, just to make sure I would absorb every story properly. So, 4 different ones. And that was like one of my bedtime stories. The comic one was my favorite, by the way. It was a really good comic at the time, though the regular written ones was interesting too. Oh, you look like Fallout 1 did have it sounds very dedicated. Should that be confusing? No, she switched between them like on each story, so like it's kind of like, reading the same story to a kid over and over too. I was quite enthralled. When do we get C1 reading the children's Bible story stream? I'd be worried that would probably scare away a lot of people. But that's also why I know a lot of references and stuff when they do come up in games and all that. Fallout 1 did have a 3-year dev site. It's a long time for writers to write all the sorts of things. True. Once a month, the vipers fall into a deep trance through a dangerous mixture of alcohol and snake venom. Anyone who doesn't awake is considered to have been found unworthy by the Great Snake. When the vipers reach manhood, they are given a special mixture of pit viper venom. Those who die or are in a coma for more than 7 nights are given as sacrifice to the children. The snakes in the pits are officially called the children of the Great Snake. Those who survived the week-long delirium became warriors of the snake, called the Chosen One. That's who I got the reader gene too. Yeah, eventually they did, make us read it again in Sunday school and stuff as well, so... it wasn't just my mom who had it to read, but... The vipers are kind of sound like bugs. They do. Oh, 1 second, my nose is getting really congested. Like that. Sorry if I sound like so stuffy all stream. I still have a cold. There's also monthly ritual where Venom's taken by the High Priest, cast bizarre dreams. When it's time for a captured prisoner to be sacrificed, he's typically hurled into the pit at midnight. The pit, large pit that lies in the center of the Viper's camp, currently holds 4 giant pipped vipers. Each one is old and very well fed, but they're still very deadly. The pit itself branches off into many tunnels where the player can find Faust's old staff, as well as the many nests of rats. One of the tunnels opens up into a secret exit near the mountains, so a resourceful player could use to escape after being hauled into the pit. The chosen one of the snake gods. Mamuna's very religious. Surprisingly, probably not as much as like a lot of people would think, like by American standards. Like Dutch people, like Dutch Roman Catholics usually just go like once in a while for like the big events like Easter and Christmas and that kind of stuff. What you say indeed. Silly vipers, why sacrifice the prisoners when you can sacrifice the buns? Think you sound normal, but you've been basically sick 50% of the time I started watching you. God, the call out, I really get sick way too often. I really do get sick way too often. This where the Gasp sleep and attends to the governmental duties of his people. His mate, the High Priestess of the Great Snake, is always close by. They have no children. The meeting room is itself long and lined with corpses. The throne he sits on was made of skulls and bones of the 2 clays that Faust killed during the Great Awakening. I'm sick of getting sick, that's right. Where the prisoners are kept. Located at the very edges of the oasis, cannot taint the snakes with the unbelievers. These pits are dug into the ground. Their entrances are made of iron grates set into the stone ground of the oasis. They are usually guarded by the Crimson Tongue, the special elite warriors. The reason they are used to guard this is because a lot of the time the cages are used to hold sacrifice to the children. Hall of Ascension. This is a ceremonial lodge used in the time of summoning. It's also used for religious purposes, except for the snake sacrifice, which is done as a platform set up over the pit. Sick as sea run around. In the cool and less cool meaning. One day, I hope to be less sickly on stream all the time. So there you are. All I could dig up on the Vipers. Officially, they exist in the Fallout universe, but they'll differ from the description above in varying ways. Vipers are from Vault 15. The overcrowded one, yeah. Wait, that's not the overcrowded one though, is it? That's the one that got raided. By being sick of being sick, you're being sick and thus raising my sickness ratio. This is true. Mutated snakes do exist. Watch where you step. Viper's leader's name is unknown. He was the first to discover the hallucinogenic effect of the mutated vipers. Anyone else injected with the undiluted venom either dies or goes into a coma. 15 was the multicultural one, yeah, from Shady Sands, which is interesting that that's where the vipers came from too. Yeah. But 15 is the one... Oh, that's just where all the games came from. I guess they are all in the area of Shady Sands. Makes sense. Be sure you won't infect Jorunna. Jorunna is already sick. The vipers have no stable location. They wander the waste the massive snakes carried with them in a massive steel drum supported by slaves and Brahmin. Vipers left to California after 2 incidents. Bits Vipers, will you get the reference eventually? You're the second person to say it. Hi Snow, welcome in. I guess if it was the one with multiple cultures, it makes sense that so many factions came from it, real. Defeat at the hub. Their failed attempt to raid the hub during the hub's formative years, stopped almost solely by Angus, founder of the hub. Angus's defense caused Vipers to retreat north, and they roamed the race for many years. Around the 50s, however, the Vipers had grown in former strength, driven by religious fancy and the need to provide much larger numbers of soldiers. They began raiding more frequently than before, attracting the attention of Brotherhood of Steel. Brotherhood sent out a few scouts to track them down. Okay, it was more training exercise constructed by John Maxon's father, so Brotherhood was convinced that a small detachment of groups would be sufficient to deal with a group of raiders no matter how large. Vipers really got the short end of the stick not once but twice because of the lack of time. In New Vegas they appear, but without their unique look or lore, just an enemy to shoot at. Oh man, that's a really big shame. That's a really big shame. Because like, it seems like their lore is kind of interesting. I kind of want to see the Viper pitch, you know? Also, very much thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. C1 being sick is just business as usual, yep. The extermination by the Brotherhood. One Brotherhood squad found the Vipers. During the fire found, John Maxon's father was killed with a poisoned arrow. The response from the Brotherhood was immediate. The Paladins, now led by Wombus, my favorite shape-named character, began a full-scale campaign against the Vipers, tracking them down and wiping out all of the members within a span of a month. A handful of Vipers were able to flee north and east into the mountain range, but they were never heard from again. Happened to the Jackals too. That's such a shame. That's such a shame. During the campaign, the Brotherhood sent a few scouts and emissaries to the hub to track down Viper members, and from these beginnings, the hub and Brotherhood began full trade relations. Caravans had delivered to the Brotherhood before, but not before long after the destruction of the Vipers. Caravan trains ran directly from the hub to the Brotherhood on a regular basis. So some good did come out of the Vipers' presence in the waste, for what it's worth. Okay. I think that is the end of the Raider thing. I have finished the Raider section. We'll probably have to call it there before my voice gives out for the night. I want to imagine a mod that makes them more in depth. That would be interesting if there was like a fan-made mod. Wombus, the famed High Paladin. Blame Bethesda for not giving Obsidian enough development time, yeah. Thanks for the cozy reading. Thank you so much everybody for coming. I really enjoyed it. Apologies for sounding, you know, kind of sickly today. Especially when I'm reading so much. Still very interesting. This is definitely gonna take another reading stream. Potentially another one because, full disclosure, we're on page 83 of 205. So we actually haven't even hit the halfway point yet of the Fallout Bible. They seem to never have enough time to do half the stuff they wanted. They had so much planned that didn't get implemented. Don't want to be too full before going to sleep. It sounds like a lot of you guys are falling asleep. Relate a bit to not destroy my voice. I'll see how I feel next week. You know, I feel like it's the end of my cold, so maybe especially because I'm resting up on Sunday, maybe I'll feel a lot better next week too. Vipers do have a new Vegas mod. Oh nice, I give them the bone armor and poison back. May I have a good night kiss? Okay. Kiss on the forehead for any buns going to sleep. Sleep tight, have sweet bunny dreams. You sound normal, you seem to be ill half the time. It's true. It's sadly true. My immune system is terrible. In the recent mod, Vipers aggressively use poison and makeshift armor. Oh, nice, nice. Some of us haven't slept for the better part of the day now. Yeah, I know some of you get up very early to watch my Fallout streams, so... Hope you've been able to manage to resist, like, you know, falling asleep to the dulcet tones of my voice. I'll take it even though I'm not going to sleep. Oh, stolen goodnight kiss! You can take it for later. Either way, thank you so much. I'm really excited to read more of this. I hope you guys find it interesting too. I know that this isn't like the usual, you know, exciting gameplay or anything like that, but I love this kind of documentation, made all the better by Avalon frankly being hilarious, and this being a very nice little peek into the 2000s internet. And like, I love finding out this kind of stuff, so I kind of hope you guys are enjoying it too. Especially because we're not even halfway yet, so I hope you are. My sleep schedule is always shifting, that's why I'm able to be here sometimes. Makes sense. I'm still ill myself. Oh, I hope you recover soon as well. Still waiting to finish so I can go to lunch. I will release you. I will release you for lunch. Has it been fun? It has been fun. It has been fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you all for coming. To all the lurkers, thank you for lurking. And if you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching. I always feel a bit bad like advertising these things, but because some buns asked me to, I'll put out a reminder that I guess there is a kudo board, or so if you want to leave a message for my birthday next month, it's linked everywhere. On YouTube, check the community tab if you want to leave me a message. You don't have to, if you want to. I always get shy about these things. So feel free to. It's on June 9th. I think you have till that time. Yeah, that's the only announcements. So till next time. Thank you all so much for coming. Tomorrow will be Cave Story if my voice hasn't given out. Bye bye bye. Bye bye. Oh. What? It makes his old Fallout fan very happy to see a new fan not only go back to the original, but be interested enough to read the Fallout Bible. That makes me happy too. Thank you so much for your sweet message. I'm having a really good time going through all of it, you know, from the beginning. It's a very lovingly made series, and I really love seeing this, like, you know, peek behind the curtains, because, you know, it shows just how much effort was put into it. And I love seeing this. Get 8 hours of sleep. I will do my best. I will probably get more than 8 hours of sleep. It's the weekend, so I'm probably gonna sleep until like 12. But don't tell anyone, okay? Okay. See you all next time. Bye 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 bye. Bye bye.